LCQ. So if that's going the same here, I'll be very excited to see
Yeah,
work out.
I was going to say, I believe this is the first season that we've had Mina in the LCQ for Rocket League. So will be interesting to show what they can do on the field. But I mean, before we get into that game, I guess we should talk about what a UEM is. Now, it's a pan-continental competition where universities, students represent their countries to become EMEA champions. Each year, the students will play in their national competitions representing their universities, and they fight to qualify for the Amazon University Esports Masters. This provides university students a chance to test their skills against the best in their continent, meet others from different backgrounds, and also have a memorable experience doing so.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, very much a colossal bonding experience across the whole of the university scene, at least here in the UK. You know, there's no self-respecting gamer in a UK university has not at some point joined in to an Amazon University Esports league, joined into a team. Look, for the vast majority of us, it hasn't gone very well. Let's be honest. That's why I'm here and not there. But it's a good way to spend your time in uni and get to meet people as well, just through a sort of collective group activity. Don't even need to leave the house. So if you're like us, that's usually a pretty good thing.
I guess we can also recap on how we got here as well, with a brief look at the calendar, and we'll go through the qualifying dates. So first of all, we had our qualifier bracket on the 4th and 5th of March, and 6 teams made it in from that qualifier bracket. They are Warwick Williams Resolve from the United Kingdom. I'm going to butcher some of these European names, but I'll try my best. Dr. Boomen Academy from Germany, Hamburger High from Germany, Amsterdam Kabel from the Netherlands, UEA Blue Jays from the UK, and Hornets UPM from Spain. But as we say, 2 more spots from this LCQ today, and then playoffs starting on the 14th of May. That will be the semi-finals, quarterfinals, and semi-finals from that 8-team bracket. That grand final date still yet to be determined, but it will be at some point in July.
Yeah, we got to get a couple of things worked out before we can lock that one in. So was that next week, next Sunday, the main event sort of playoffs will be occurring with those top 8. But first off today, we need to actually figure out who's going to be there.
We do. I guess we can also talk about the prize pool as well. That playoff prize pool. Prizes for money for first, second, and third. Total 4,200 euros on offer just for Rocket League alone. First place will be taking home a prize pool of 2,400 euros. Second with 1,200, and third with 600. So 8 teams qualifying for those playoffs. You essentially have a 3 in 8 chance of actually getting into those money places. Obviously, third place being decided by a third, fourth place playoff match as well.
Yeah, I mean, 2,400. I did not do well in my maths A levels, but that sounds like 800 euros a piece. If it's just the 3 of you on your team, that's not bad. That's not a bad just for turning up once a week for your prem matches, and then coming on in here as well to the actual finals, or to the actual AUEM event, I should say. We do have to win the finals as well. And I believe we do have a little bit of a explainer for the rest of the format. We have ourselves a nice little video queued up and ready to sort of explain the format overall across the whole tournament.
The most prestigious university esports competition in the world has arrived. Over the coming months, Amazon University Esports Masters will provide opportunities for the best university players across Europe to test their skills in international competition and make lasting connections with other players across the region. In 2023, 17 countries in Europe will participate in a UEM, plus the Middle East and North Africa, which will also be included in the playoff phase. In this video, we will introduce the format of the competition. There are 2 types of games that will be run in a UEM. Team games like League of Legends, Rocket League and Valorant, and single-player games like Teamfight Tactics and Clash Royale. For team games, a UEM is divided into 5 phases: local qualifiers, playoff qualifiers, the last chance qualifier, playoffs, and the grand final. Single-player games are similar, but they will bypass the playoff qualifier and last chance qualifier phases. All players who have qualified from their local qualifier will go directly to the playoffs phase. Local qualifiers are the core of AUEM. Throughout the academic year, local qualifiers are organised in each country to decide which teams will represent that country in AUEM. The qualifying teams from the local qualifiers will compete against other teams from around Europe in the playoff qualifier. This is a double elimination bracket, with the final 6 teams progressing to the playoffs. For teams who don't qualify for the playoffs at the first try, all is not lost. The last chance qualifier itself is a double elimination bracket. This means that teams who lose a game will still have a chance to qualify for the playoffs through a lower bracket. The final 2 teams from this phase will take the remaining 2 slots in the playoffs. The 6 qualifiers from the playoff qualifier will be joined by the 2 qualifiers from the last chance qualifier to make up the final 8 competitors in the playoffs. There are no second chances. These playoffs are a single elimination bracket and the competitors are playing for a place in the grand finals. The location, along with even more exciting news about AUEM 2023, will be revealed soon. To be the first to hear announcements and learn more about Amazon University Esports Masters, follow our Twitter and check out our website.
So then, that's our format, and you could see that grand final highlighted in gold there. We can't announce a date or a location yet, but we do know that it will be a LAN finals, and it will be held in July along with all the other, not all the other esports represented. I believe it's just Valorant and League and Rocket League.
That sounds like it's missing one. I think that I'm pretty confident in saying that Clash won't be there. Clash Royale.
No.
Feel like they're already, or they'll be done by then. I want to say that there's a 4th title, but I can't think of what it would be. So it may just be those 3. But yeah, either way, a LAN final very fun, and it's good to expand because I believe that Rocket League was not LAN finals before, right? I know League has been LAN finals a couple of times now, but it's nice to expand out the pool, get as many games involved. Of course, hopefully one day you end up having 6 or 7 different games turning up live. Is it R6? Is that it? I don't know.
We're into our first game. Yeah, we are straight in, and I mean, I guess I can intro these 2 teams. So Roehampton from the United Kingdom, they were champions in the Amazon University Esports Newell League, and they finished 2nd place in National Student Esports, NSE, losing out to UEA Blue Jays, who are already qualified for the UEM playoff finals. And they are going up against, I'm going to do my best to pronounce this, Bahçeşehir University from Istanbul, who I'm going to refer to exclusively as BAU because I'm not pronouncing that more than once. Now, BAU played in UEM last year, but they fell quite short of the mark in their group stage. They failed to win a single game. So we'll see if they're revitalized here, but Roehampton, I've seen them perform through casting UK University Rocket League, and they are one of the top teams in the UK right now. So BAU are going to have their work cut out here.
Ooh, and right on cue, right on cue. One of the top teams, boom. Nice little goal in there. I mean, hey, say one of the top teams. I think they got nothing on the Portsmouth Massive, but that's just me being aggressively biased, to be honest. So it's quite all right, but a nice little opener to the game. As we know, our first couple of series, they're all going to be best of 5s within the match, as we can see. But then we'll be moving on, of course, to best of 7s for the latest stages of the day. All right, now, nothing too crazy kicking about. The team's just sort of trading control a little bit back and forth.
Yeah, it's just kind of hanging around the midfield at the moment. Very much a kind of typical game 1 vibe. Both teams feeling each other out. That early goal from Roehampton is probably going to do them a lot of favours, though, scoring early on in game 1 while both teams are still kind of just working out their strengths and weaknesses is definitely going to be a bonus for them as the defense looking a little bit shaky here for BAU, and the shot coming through onto a partially open net, but just wide of the mark as JSW now looks for the shot, but I believe that's Gillman. Takes to the skies, can't follow it up though, doesn't have the boost, instead going to steal that corner away from Yotam, who doesn't have a whole lot to work with, does get the flick over the top of our who is now up for it again, but running out of boost, I feel, are BAU as they just get towards that final third of Roehampton. They haven't really made a dent offensively yet in the Roehampton defense.
Yeah, it's a very much all kicking off in the midfield right now. So let's get a little bit closer in towards the BAU goal side, but they seem to have pretty decent control coming out here. Nice little push, get it away, try to run it up a little bit, but Dylan nice and comfortable on the defense there. Actually, nobody coming in to defend that one as Dylan walks that one in across the field. There's, I mean, yeah, I thought that I sort of would have had that one a little bit under control, but you can just see, bring it in just over the top there to secure your second goal.
Yeah, well, Roehampton doubling their advantage here. BAU still yet to get on the board, and we haven't really seen anything all too convincing from them just yet, although Dylan with a huge miss has to be bailed out by his teammate. Yotam into the air, should get the beat as well, has a flip reset and uses it, but can't really generate the power. He'd just gone past the ball that little bit too much as Roehampton now collect themselves on defense once again. Dylan should be able to get this one clear, touches it down towards Yotam, so they're linking up beautifully in the midfield. Bullseye over to that right-hand side. Dylan not going to be able to go for it as well, but here he is now grabbing that corner boost. Should be able to get the read off the corner as well. Does get a touch into the midfield, but JSW not quite on the same wavelength. Wasn't in the right place at the right time to take that shot, but game one ticking down to a conclusion here, and I think that conclusion is going to be a victory for Roehampton because so far they've had the better of the offense. They've looked good defensively as well, and haven't seemed all too troubled by BAU at all.
No, not really. I mean, this has been looking very clean, very controlled from Roehampton. As you say, I mean, we're just sort of dancing the ball around a little bit, and then eventually, someone from BAU, there will be that gap in the defense. You know, someone will be a little bit too far forward, and we find a way to tap it in. Right as I say that, a very strong defense comes out from BAU, but it's, as you said, they've not looked particularly troubled at all by BAU, as managed to get another one in, just to add a little bit of insult to the injury on that one. A very confident performance coming out here in game one. It's just, you know, there doesn't really seem to have been much of an opportunity for BAU to get anything going.
Yeah, and Roehampton as well. Typically slow starters. I've seen them before. They do take a while to warm up into a series. I think Bullseye possibly disconnected, but I believe the rule set is play on. Will
allow it.
Yeah, we'll only pause if it's only been 30 seconds into a game and a goal hasn't been scored yet. So unfortunate for BAU as they are down to 2 players as things stand. But I think this game was pretty much a write-off anyway for Roehampton, to be honest with you. 3 goals with only 30 seconds left or a minute left when that disconnect happened. Going to struggle to come back from that, especially as they've been reasonably quiet and haven't troubled Roehampton too much all game long, as the clock going to tick its way down to 000s now, and Roehampton looking comfortable in the driver's seat. 10 seconds left. Is JSW going to get one for the road here? Manages to flip into it, but challenge off the ceiling by our Gilman. Just scramble back for it. To be fair, they haven't actually conceded with a man down, and the ball finally going to touch the ground on game one, but might have a little bit of a pause here just to get that player back in the lobby.
Yeah, not too sure what was going on with that one, but we'll find him at some point. And you know, even if there is some sort of issue, they have a pretty expansive roster. See how many? I think they have got a full 6 players that are technically lined up for their team. So if there is a connection issue over at BAU, they'll be able to just bring someone else in. They've got more than enough players registered for the team, but I mean, that seemed, again, pretty confident from Roehampton. As we said, you know, just sort of basically just, you know, chilling for the first minute, you know, very strong control, just keeping the ball relatively centered, just being like, all right, let's just dance this one around a bit. And then, oh, defense has come a little bit too far forward, the goal's looking a little bit too open, tap that one in, and then just do it again. You know, 2 minutes later, another goal. And that is very worrying. Obviously, the second you're down 1 point, technically you can just stall the game out, right? Or sorry, when you're up a point, you can stall the game out, right? So it gets very worrying, and that's sort of exactly what happened here, right? We just, oh, we're up a goal. Let's just dance it around. Let's just keep the ball moving, keep it away from our goal, and we will eventually win. And we just sprinkle in a couple of extra goals in at the same time.
Yeah, Roehampton tend to do a very good job of that. They're always very solid defensively. And I mean, offensively, they just kind of keep going. They just send one player after another, and all of these players are very mechanical as well. So a lot of the time, they're just kind of playing as individuals, but it's just continuous follow up after follow up after follow up, and you can only deal with so much pressure. The boost starts to run out, the rotations start to break down, the double commits start to come through, and that's where Roehampton then can really pounce and potentially even go for a demo as well. Just blow the defense wide open and give themselves the clearest opportunity to get another goal on the board, and that's exactly what they did. And they also shut out BAU as well. BAU, I'm sure they registered a couple of shots, but none of them seemed to really trouble the defense. It was all calm, collected, and every time that Roehampton were put onto defense, they got the ball out of their own half, either just by a solo effort, by a clear, or passing to each other down the pitch, and then really started to generate some meaningful pressure at the other end. So, yeah, I could see this quite easily being a 3-0 sweep for Roehampton. I'm interested to see if BAU can actually pick things back up and start to play at their full potential and start to play up to the standard that Roehampton was setting in game one. But as things stand, Roehampton, yeah, they look like the team to beat in this series.
I mean, I'll say it looked very... there was always, somebody basically on the ball from Roehampton, and they're tapping in, tapping out very, very smoothly. It's like, all right, but one guy is like, okay, I need to go get some more boost. We'll swap in. Another guy comes out, from 5 miles away, gets in, gets control of the ball. There's always somebody there, and we're just very easily handing it back and forth between the various members of the team, so everyone can go and touch down for a second and refill boost, things like that. And it just seemed very much these are just 3 guys moving. It's not entirely like in unison, right? Because they're sort of swapping in and out, but 3 guys who are very much exactly on the same page about what they want to do. And it didn't seem that there were too many, again, holes in the strategy for them because of that. So, again, yeah, as you said, very much looking like it seems to be. Would not be surprised, just to overreact off of game one at a 3-0. But again, as we did say, BAU do have quite a lot of players on the roster. So,
well, I was going to say he's coming back.
I was going to say, maybe when we swap out another player, different play styles, different voices, but no, it looks like we're bringing back the same fellow. It's who was it that actually...
It was Bullseye, I believe.
Bullseye, okay. Alrighty, so we'll be getting back on in with the same roster, with the same players. But, my question is, what do we have to do to take over the game here if we are BAU? How do we get, our first point on the board, not just in the series, but even just a goal? My God,
I would say
early boom.
I would say kind of play to your own strengths. Right now, Roehampton are very much being allowed to play their own game and just wipe the floor with them, as we see GSW get an even earlier goal this time. So, yeah, Yotam, nice little touch there, and the defense just not able to react in time. I believe there was a bump on the last defender as well. So Roehampton doing everything textbook there and getting a goal with only 14 seconds gone. But back to your question, I think BAU need to just try and control the game a bit more. Roehampton is a team that plays with a lot of pace, a lot of speed, and if you can't match that, then the best thing that you can do really is just try and slow things down, take a bit more time on the ball, control the ball, and let Roehampton come to you. Just try and get those 50-50s. Otherwise, you're just going to give the ball away, and then Roehampton are going to beat you to it, and then, yeah, do exactly what we've just seen in that opening 20 seconds, which is just take hold of the ball, get touches before you can reach the ball, link up with one another, and slot the ball into the back of the net.
Alrighty, well, JSW making another run up, but does get blocked. Possession going back into favor of Roe. Cuts might have a little bit of an option here, but strong defense from Yeoman. Gets the ball over towards Roehampton's net, but there's no follow-up. No one's going to be able to convert that one in. And so again, we're just going to run the ball sort of back and forth, up and down the field, but it doesn't look like we're going to be finding too much in the way of action unless there's a conversion here from Dylan straight down the middle line. And again, we just bounce the ball back and forth, and once we find that opening when there's nobody covering the goal, Dylan can just run it down mid and pick himself up a nice and easy second point.
Yeah, BAU were quite unfortunate there. They did actually try and slow down the play on defense for once, and the 50-50 came through. Could have gone either way, but it went straight up at the ceiling, straight back down, and there was JSW with the shot to send it home. BAU in an awkward spot again here as it's just hanging in front of their net, and Yotam surely going to reach this one, drops it into the midfield for a teammate. He is there as well, and it's going to be in from Dylan. Lovely 1-2 link-up passing play in the midfield there. Yotam so much faster to it. There was another player from Roehampton off the ceiling there who was trying to maybe just slam the ball home using his flip there, but Roehampton even more dominant in game 2, it would seem. And I feel like, it's not over yet, but Roehampton are starting to improve and BAU are starting to kind of fall by the wayside.
And I think my worry here for BAU, right, is that every time that the goal is open, the ball just goes in. But it's and sort of right on cue. JSW can bounce that one back on in. Nice one off the backboard there. And again, the goal's open. Yeah, we'll just tap it in. And sort of the worry for me is that, you can't exactly just have a dedicated goalkeeper, right? This is Rocket League, not like actual football. And if BAU sort of default on that, going into potentially into the next map, then you end up just playing down 3v2 or something. And it's like, so this is just a rotational issue, which is something that's pretty hard to fix in the span of, one best of 3. That's something that you would kind of hope that you had under control before coming into the tournament.
Yeah, Roehampton are very good at breaking down BAU's defensive rotations for sure, because they're double committing and it just creates gaps. And where there are gaps, a shot will come through. And usually from Roehampton, it's quite likely to be on target. Yotam can't get this one. Dylan blocked out of the way there by Bullseye. Let's get the second touch, and there's a demo on the back line as well. So once again, we see that gap being created in the BAU defense. Still 2 minutes left on the clock here. BAU still yet to score in the series. Roehampton look like they're vibing a bit here, to be honest. The mechanics are on full show. They're going for those flashy goals, and BAU increasingly are just not able to challenge them.
Yeah, I mean, you see Awa gets a pretty decent run up there. Good shot, but there's just nobody nearby. You can see there was someone basically over in the penalty box, even when the ball was so close to Roehampton's goal, because again, we're scared. We've seen this one before. We've seen what happens when the goal is open. Another demo turns it into a quick 3v2. Might be enough, but a bit of an interception from, I think it was Dylan there, means that one's not quite going to go on in. They don't get the tap the direction that they want it to go. Gilman runs it up a little, but again, the conversion not quite there. The ball's also a little high, but haven't quite managed to make that goal happen. Yotam runs it up. Will there be another conversion here? Not quite.
On that occasion, I have noticed as well, Roehampton are going for a lot of pinches. One player is just kind of air dribbling the ball, and another player then comes to meet him. I think we're going to probably see one go in at some point, because they're coming at it from the right angle. That's for sure.
It's one of those things, like, it looks great when you pull it off, but when you don't, it's like, right, well, we probably had a better way to score than that. But, and there it is. I mean, when you're up 4-0, you can admittedly go for some of the more, the more custom goals.
Definitely.
But this one, again, nothing really too crazy to it. We just run the ball up, get it off the backboard, and then Dylan, again, sort of taps it in. We've seen it so many times across the course of this map. And, 5 goals with a minute on the scoreboard. It's not looking too likely for a comeback in this second map.
Yeah, Roehampton just look like they're on cruise control at the minute. Like, I've seen them play in grand finals against teams that can match and beat them. And yeah, right now they're just chilling, honestly. This isn't even like peak Roehampton. You can see the defense of BAU is not non-existent, but isn't doing a whole lot to really prevent the ball from going in the net at this point. And it's now 6-0 in game 2. There's been 9 unanswered goals from Roehampton. So I think the odds are firmly stacked against BAU at this point, if they weren't already before we started the series. And I feel like we could be reaching a swift conclusion, but never mind. Gilman is going to get one on the board for BAU. Don't think it's going to really matter all too much in the context of this game or the series, but a little confidence boost for BAU there.
Yeah, it's nice to just get one in. at the end of the day, find one out, but as you said, it is nothing more than the confidence booster. And I mean, I think the issue is sort of going to be that there hasn't really been a moment across either of the games where BAU have had like, oh, we had some great shots, but the defense was just there. So they actually get one more in the final second, but there hasn't been that sort of moment where it's like, okay, we were just about to get it in, but nice defense came on through. They just never really seem to have had like control, and so sometimes you can sort of cope your way through it, right? When the scoreline looks like this one, you're like, oh, we just need to like tweak a little bit here and there, but it's like, no, we have just not even had anything cooking as Roehampton in that final second, do then pick themselves up. That's 2-0, taking us onto match point of this best of 5.
Yep, match point, best of 5 in this upper bracket. And reminder, we are already in round 2 of the upper bracket. I don't know if that was made clear before. Roehampton had a bye in round 1. This is round 2, and in round 3, they will be facing the winner of Pesto versus UGent. But they've still got at least one more game against BAU, and I would argue probably one more game against BAU, given that they've warmed up. It seems like, I mean, we looked at them in game 1 and I'm like, yeah, they were dominant. We think that they could probably 3-0 this. Game 2 has just kind of cemented that belief, really. So I think we'll be seeing much of the same in game 3. If BAU come out and take a game off Roehampton, I will be very surprised. And that's no discredit to BAU, more just a case of how well Roehampton are playing, and they are just a better team.
I mean, for a bit of context, for anyone who's not familiar with UK scene as well, Roehampton is known for having like an esports scholarship program.
Yes,
right?
they do.
They do have they have facilities, to say the least. Been over there a couple of times. It's not bad. They do take their esports pretty seriously. They've got a whole like training center and kitted out gear and so on and so forth. So it's a little bit par for the course for them to once again. I think that's the earliest goal of the series, as they get one just the first 17 seconds. But yeah, this is still pretty understood for Roehampton. But as you said, we're in the upper bracket right now. So BAU, they will have another chance moving down into the lower. But of course, I'm not sure who that would be versus quite just yet.
Nope. And I think we are staying with the upper bracket for our first 3 series, I want to say. So we will be...
Yes, yeah.
We will be going all the way to qualification match, which is the upper bracket final in a best of 7. And then we'll be dropping down to the lower bracket and seeing who can get to that lower bracket final, getting that second qualification spot. Roehampton, with an early goal again in this game, look like they're going to be advancing forwards to round 3.
So that is sort of the reward, right, for going through the upper bracket, is we're playing the lower bracket after the upper bracket one, because that's going to save some time in terms of like waiting around for people. But sort of quite importantly, if you lose the upper bracket finals, you just hang out for about 3 hours, right?
Yeah.
Of time to practice, to talk, to go over. If you're in the lower bracket, you may be making a run for those 3 hours, and then you have to go into the finals, right? So there is quite a benefit, to surprise, not losing until the finals, or staying in the upper bracket as long as you can. It's going to give you a longer break, and it's going to be pretty hard to make that run all the way from the first round of the lower bracket.
Oh, BAU with a good opportunity at the other end there. Could have actually gone into the lead, but here comes JSW looking for the drop down and almost finding it, but blocked away on the backboard by Our. Gilman picking it up, getting that 50 in midfield. Might be able to pick it up on the sidewall, but no boost left. JSW, open net for him. Drops it to Yotam. Actually goes back to Dylan, but bullseye in the right place at the right time. In front of net there. Should be able to get a hold of this one as well. It's into the midfield towards Gilman, but Yotam cutting it out. JSW can't reach it. It's going to be Dylan coming in with the rotation in the midfield. Bullseye over to the right-hand side. And a clear away from Gilman. BAU actually looking a bit more competent in this game especially. I mean, we're not seeing the bloodbath from Roehampton that occurred in the previous game, where at this point they were probably about 4-0 up. It's definitely closer, but is that because Roehampton have kind of taken their foot off the gas pedal a little bit, or are BAU actually starting to show some promise here?
Well, BAU, they've managed to get it over into enemy half with a pretty decent lineup. Of course, Dylan going to be able to defend that one quite nicely, but I mean, they've got themselves a point. They've tied it up, made it 1-1, and they are definitely looking a fair sight more comfortable. We're not seeing them quite as scattered in this match. This time, the goal is not open. All three members nice and ready to get the defense there. Bit of collision there from Bullseye and Our, but they get the ball away. We'll see if they can't try to run it down the pitch a little bit, get it in towards the opposition's half. We'll see a nice run up on the goal here from Yotam, though, and bringing it in from the top. Nobody can get up in time to stop that goal coming on down. So Roehampton retaking the lead.
Yep, Yotam doing what he does best in controlling that ball beautifully in the air over the top of the entire defense and putting Roehampton back in front in this game. This is match point in a best of 5, so BAU are going to need to try and find another equalizer if they want to deny Roehampton the series, as that ball has flown long and high off the pinch. Dylan can't make the read off the backboard, and it's back to square one for the Roehampton offense. Yotam picks up that 100 boost again into the air, looks for his teammate in the midfield, JSW. Dylan can't reach it either. All three players for Roehampton there going for that highlight reel play. As Dylan plays it back towards Yotam, who goes into the air once again. Lovely bit of control. JSW receiving back towards Yotam, who has a flip, but it's blocked out by the defense. That would have been an absolutely gorgeous link-up play there from the heavens from Roehampton, but doesn't quite come off. Now it's JSW's turn. Might go for the flip reset here. Does get it. Tries to get it past Gilman, but BAU are just rabbits in the headlights at the moment. Roehampton continue to just barge forwards and power their way through the defense, and BAU just having to try and hold on as best they can.
Alrighty, well, so far the ball looking pretty controlled. BAU not been able to get another chance to equalize the series quite just yet, as you see just a bit of a melee here over the ball. You see JSW more than happy to sort of run it away. Just keep possession going, keep it out of the hands of BAU. Hold on to this ball for 40 more seconds, and you have found yourselves a slot into the next round. Dangerously close to the Roehampton goal, but nobody's able to find a conversion, and JSU can just run it straight up the middle, and Dylan gets the final tap in. But yeah, JSU just runs it himself from goal to goal, essentially.
Yeah, that was lovely from JSW there. Actually just inverts his car and uses his second jump to get back to the ground that little bit quicker, and then catches out the defense with that little touch over the top. So Roehampton looking comfortable in this bracket. This is their first series despite being round 2. But you would have to say, I don't think that they have been fully challenged just yet. And we haven't quite seen what Roehampton is actually capable of, as Yotam looking for another mechanical play off the ceiling to finish things out. It's been highlight reel play after highlight reel play from Roehampton. BAU only scoring a total of 3, I believe, in 3 games. So just completely outclassed by Roehampton, but they might have a bit more luck in the lower bracket.
And as you said, it didn't look like Roehampton were tried too much, but I will say, you know, BAU putting up a better showing in that third match compared to the first 2, so they did not go down without a fight. And it did look like in the earlier stages, or even just the first half really, of that game, that there was a bit of possibility for some kind of comeback. So BAU, you know, they went down swinging, and they showed that, they're not completely disheartened. Moving on into the lower bracket, they may have themselves some more opportunities.
Well, that's going to conclude round 2 of the upper bracket. We will be moving on to our round 3 matchup, which is going to be contested between UCM Teddy Bears Rugby from Slovakia and AEFCT Esports from Portugal. But we will have a short break, and we'll come back to you with that series as soon as possible. See you then.
The most prestigious university esports competition in the world has arrived. Over the coming months, Amazon University Esports Masters will provide opportunities for the best university players across Europe to test their skills in international competition and make lasting connections with other players across the region. In 2023, 17 countries in Europe will participate in a UEM, plus the Middle East and North Africa, which will also be included in the playoff phase. In this video, we will introduce the format of the competition. There are two types of games that will be run in a UEM. Team games like League of Legends, Rocket League and Valorant, and single-player games like Teamfight Tactics and Clash Royale. For team games, a UEM is divided into 5 phases: local qualifiers, playoff qualifiers, the last chance qualifier, playoffs, and the grand final. Single-player games are similar, but they will bypass the playoff qualifier and last chance qualifier phases. All players who have qualified from their local qualifier will go directly to the playoffs phase. Local qualifiers are the core of a UEM. Throughout the academic year, local qualifiers are organised in each country to decide which teams will represent that country in a UEM. The qualifying teams from the local qualifiers will compete against other teams from around Europe in the playoff qualifier. This is a double elimination bracket, with the final 6 teams progressing to the playoffs. For teams who don't qualify for the playoffs at the first try, all is not lost. The last chance qualifier itself is a double elimination bracket. This means that teams who lose a game will still have a chance to qualify for the playoffs through a lower bracket. The final 2 teams from this phase will take the remaining 2 slots in the playoffs. The 6 qualifiers from the playoff qualifier will be joined by the 2 qualifiers from the last chance qualifier to make up the final 8 competitors in the playoffs. There are no second chances. These playoffs are a single elimination bracket and the competitors are playing for a place in the grand finals. The location, along with even more exciting news about AUEM 2023, will be revealed soon. To be the first to hear announcements and learn more about Amazon University Esports Masters, follow our Twitter and check out our website.
Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your cum, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contact. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Baby, live it up, you know the work week coming. Turn it into profit, so the hurt means something. Shine on the competition, shawty, that's easy. Cuban on the collar, so the next stay freezy. Fresh white tea, ain't good, no stains. Swinging in the rental, got it hogging both lanes. Quarantine clean, but the streets still dirty. Round to the 9 if it's past 8:30. I've been on my grind like I'm trying to get sharp. It ain't come with keys, all I did is hit start. I ain't even panic, but it hit still. Car full of baddies got me playing fifth.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 3 of our upper bracket, where we will have the UCM Teddy Bears Rugby from Slovakia going up against AEFCT Esports. Now, we just saw Roehampton defeat BAU convincingly in a 3-0 sweep. They now go on to play Pesto University, which is the University of Genoa, who, in their own words, are the strongest Italian team. So we'll have to see if we can see them later in our upper bracket final. But for now, we are going to focus on this match between the Slovakian University of St. Cyril and Methodius against the Nova School of Science and Technology.
A quick look at the brackets will let us know that so far it's a 6-0 angle for Teddy Bears. They found themselves 3-0 against the French representatives of UCE Red in the first round, which was not streamed. And then in the second round versus Stuttgart, they went 3-0 as well. Meanwhile, looking on over to Effect, they appear to also be the same as they they went 3-2 in their first round, so a close series up against Obuda University. And then going into the second round, however, versus HZ University, that was a quick 3-0 of HZ being the Netherlands representatives. Where are Obuda even from? They are where are we at? Hungary. So not quite as easy a run up the bracket for AFCT, because I think if you go up against someone who's a clean 6-0 on the day, that is looking a little bit spooky.
Yeah, definitely. I can maybe give some insight into both of these teams. So we'll start with the AEFCT, who in their own words say that they're returning for the LCQ qualifier with another opportunity to compete and prove that they have what it takes to be one of the best teams in Europe. No changes have been made to their team's roster, and the players are eager to show their growth in the qualifier bracket. On the side of Slovakia, we have nothing. They didn't tell us anything. Well, they're just going to be a complete enigma then, but you have already said, yeah, they haven't dropped a game yet in the bracket, so we'll see if they can continue that streak or if AEFCT are going to be their kryptonite.
Hang about, wait a minute. Yeah. Wait, I may have been
Was on.
Wait, huh? Hang about. Give me a second to figure this one out.
What's the conundrum? See if I can help.
Oh no. Okay. No, I got confused for a second because I was looking at our notes. I'm like, wait a minute. Where are the teddy bears? But they just didn't put that part in their name. Or for the
yeah.
On the sheet. You can see what I can see on the sheet.
I can see what you can see. They are UCM Rubby on our sheet.
They're just Rubby on our sheet. It's like, okay, that's fine. But I was confused for a second. I'm a simple man. I need things to be spelled out for me exactly as they are, no more, no less. Or
maybe I can talk about the lower bracket as well. We won't be having these matchups for quite a while, but we can have a look at what is going on. What is going on down there? So, if my browser actually works, we have actually had a lower bracket. Some lower bracket results already. Abuda beating TUD Apes 3-0. That might have been a bye, though. I'm not entirely sure on that one. But we've got UC Red against UGent, Abuda versus BAU, Buffaloes versus HZ University, and I'm going to call this Unipoo versus Engine Stuttgart. Those will be our 4 lower bracket matches, and we will be covering 1 per round. So round 2, 3, and 4.
All right, yeah, we'll be coming on in later. Okay, so they are actually so God, there is a world where you are just going for, like, if you're Abuda trying to make your way to the lower finals, also the grand finals, you are just playing for 7 hours straight. As we get ourselves into the first game of this series, Slovakia versus Portugal, and it's already a goal on the board for the Portuguese squad.
Yep, such a fast goal that we didn't even get to see it, but as you say, Portugal on the board already. FCT versus UCM is what we're going to be going for here, as FCT in the orange, UCM in the blue. That's very fitting as well, as Portugal with some nice red on its flag and Slovakia with some nice blue in the middle there. There is going to be a goal at the other end now for UCM. Roland this time punching his way through the defense.
Oh, already we got ourselves a bit of a different pace coming into our second game. So, I mean, 2 goals in the first 30 seconds or so, nothing to scoff at. Let's see how this one pans out. I mean, right off the opening, Numby manages to get it very close, but Rondon cannot convert that one through. And possession is handed back on over. But that was a a scary way to start out this this round here. Is what are we about? Denby just bounces that one all the way down. Picks himself up a nice and easy goal. God, we got too much going on. Like, I bring back to the last game. Like, give me some slower goals here so I can figure out what's going on.
Yeah, that 50-50, right off the goal line there, actually turned into an opportunity at the other end because FCT were just so pushed upfield that, yeah, they were just completely caught out as the ball went flying towards their net. And UCM capitalizing on it and getting themselves a lead in this game. So it was FCT that scored the opener here with only 10 seconds gone. But now that lead has been undone already. But are we going to get an equalizing goal here? Yes, we are. Mr. Crow for FCT going to put that one home. 4 goals in the space of 1 minute and 15 seconds here. Both teams still kind of just feeling each other out, I would say. The rotations aren't quite set in stone yet for both teams. And yeah, it's just an absolute goal fest at the moment.
Yeah, does this strike you from how they're playing right now? Is this like both teams are being super aggressive and have no defense, or is it just both teams are being very chaotic, or like what is it that causes a game to have so many goals so quickly, or at least for these two teams?
Yeah, I just think it's a bit more chaotic. You see there like 2 players coming out of net challenging for the ball, just a bit too kind of overzealous to go for the ball and not really thinking about like the implications or consequences of the decision making. It's just a bit too ball chasey for my liking, and obviously that creates gaps in the defense, and the offense then takes over and fills them. So that's why we're seeing so many goals at the moment. But once both teams start to settle into more of a rhythm, you would expect the game to calm down a little bit, and we'd have a few less goals, and they'd have to work harder for them.
All right, well, as long as it's both teams that are playing like this and you get them versus each other, it makes for a relatively entertaining game. Definitely not quite as as controlled as we were seeing in the last one, but that is quite all right. It is now 3-3. We've tied it up, but I feel like there's going to be many a goal more in the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, we've had a goal every 20 seconds so far. 6 goals, 2 minutes gone, and we are all tied up. So this is still a very closely fought game between both of these teams. Numby trying to take control, but his teammate just getting in the way there and fouls in for it. Mr. Crow trying with the drop down. It falls back to Numby, but beaten to that one. And Roland with the flip off the post. That is going to be a painful one to concede.
Now, that one feels like it could have been a little bit defendable there, but as you said, Roland's just not quite in position, and it just sort of very slowly rolls its way over the line.
Well, we're halfway gone. We now have 7 goals on the clock, so we're still almost at an average of a goal every 20 seconds, which is quite impressive, to be honest. But I really don't know which way it's going to swing. You know, there's not a whole lot to separate them at the moment. Both teams are playing a little bit sloppy, a little bit chaotic. You don't really know what's going to happen. It just kind of needs one team to take the game by the horns and really kind of stamp their claim on it.
Very much so. I mean, I guess you said, yeah, nobody's really taken over. So we're just all sort of throwing ourselves at the wall, going to see what can stick, going to see what we can find into the net. However, we have now had a pretty extended period, almost, I think it's been about a full minute since we saw our last goal, so it's starting to slow down ever so slightly, but that might be about to change. Nisa can't quite get it on the right side there, over towards the goal, and there's not going to be any conversion there. Nice bit of defense from Roland to keep it away, as we start now trying to run it up a little bit towards the Portuguese side, but it's not quite on center. We won't be able to find that goal.
Yeah, we have had a bit of a drought now, haven't we? The game has started to settle down into its rhythm. We'll see if FCT can hold on to this lead, or if we have another equalizing goal. Another twist and another turn in this game 1 here. Mr. Crow off the ceiling going to be denying the UCM offense, although it is going to drop dangerously in front of net. Professor just about reaching it. Just hanging in the midfield. No one really wants to overcommit at this point, and it's almost found Numby with the shot. Nisa takes to the sky. He's going to drop off the ceiling as well. You see both teams have tightened up their defenses now. The rotations are looking more solid. The communication is looking more solid. So chaotic start to game one, but it looks like we're going to have a pretty coherent finish.
Alrighty, I mean, yeah, UCM, they could still be able to find that final goal. 20 seconds is apparently more than enough to get one in this game, but if FCT can just control it for 10 seconds more, they'll be able to lock themselves in this first game. Desperately, UCM try to keep the ball out of their half, try to get it over towards the enemy goal, but they cannot find that opportunity. Keep it up, see if you can't find something, but the ball touches down, and the round will end with FCT winning by that single goal.
Well, it swung back and forth many times, didn't it? But FCT started with the lead in game one, and they have finished with the lead as well. It was in favor of the Slovakians at one point, but FCT battled back and they finish 1 goal ahead. So they do take game one, but yeah, it was crazy chaotic. It settled down towards the end there. But yeah, that opening kind of 2 minutes was just goal after goal. Neither team was really able to sort themselves out or put together any rotations. But I feel like we might have a more clean series going forwards now, given how game one concluded there.
Yeah, so you think that that's a collective effort from both teams to control the game down a little bit, and we'll be seeing that going on? Or is it like, once we find like, okay, we're up a goal, let's slow it down from the FCT perspective to try and maintain their lead?
I think it was both teams just getting warmed up, just feeling each other out to start off with, knowing what each other's strengths and weaknesses are, how to play the game, how to best break down the other team, how to defend against them. Once you've got that under wraps, then you can kind of just fall into your kind of standard rhythm where you don't have to think about things as much. So yeah, I think both teams just kind of tightening up, playing more consistently, and showing us what they can do.
Alrighty, well, 20 seconds into this second game, and there are no goals, so you may be onto something with that one. Made that, Benita. It's a nice attempt there to set something up. Nobody able to quite convert, and last second defense from Mr. Crow. And just to make sure that the score stays at 0-0.
Hanging about in the midfield at the moment. Nisa with a big clear, though. That one's going to be off the backboard, but an equally big clear coming through for the UCM defense. It's back to square one for FCT, but Nisa's got it over the top of one. Is he going to be able to fall on this one? Not quite. In the midfield now, and Numby coming forwards and getting it past the defense. Numby does it all by himself there, and an open net after that overcommit. You can see the 2 players for FCT in the corner. Devesa just absolutely bombarded, gets bumped out of the way as well, and Numby at the far end slots it home.
Alrighty, good start to the map for UCM. See how they want to take it now. I mean, as you said, it sort of looked at, that was a little bit reminiscent of our first series of the day. We bounced it around a little bit, and then, as you said, once the overcommitment comes out, that's when we can just try and send it straight down when there's nobody on the defense there. But Devesa tries to do something relatively similar, but ends up getting demoed.
Yep, and there's another demo for good measure as Roland tries a flick over the top of the defense. UCM looking better here. They are going to get a goal back, as well as the defensive rotation once again breaking down for FCT. That clear there just didn't really go anywhere, unfortunately, because player clearing the ball was on the wall, couldn't get the power behind it, and ultimately Roland in the right place at the right time to pick up that loose ball and just put it firmly back in the back of the FCT net. So we could see a little bit of a pendulum swing here in favor of UCM if they're able to hold on to or extend this 2-goal lead.
Well, very much, as I said, a much slower angle, but looking much more controlled. Going on into this second series. Can we get a 3rd goal going on in? This time in favor of FCT. It would seem not. Oh, not in favor of FCT, actually, on the UCM. But doesn't end up happening. As again, the ball just being bounced around a little bit. See if Devesa can make anything happen. You can see now a little bit panicked. We've got all 3 members sitting pretty comfortably close to the goal here. Do not want to have that same conversion coming through. But it ends up happening anyway. Roland, do you think it's not going to go in? He hits that one a little bit too close off the side. And there's 2 people sitting in the goal to block it. So let's watch it back. He bounces it off the wall and it ends up going off of the Devesa there. Questionable physics at play, but the ball does go in.
Yeah, Devesa's had a bit of a mare there. He was trying to do his best to defend that near post, but in the end just touches the ball off the wall and somehow the ball creeps in despite the angle. And FCT almost having another nightmare there as the ball was just hanging in front of their net. 50-50 could have gone any way there, including into the back of it. Roland doesn't look for the shot, actually going to leave this one and fakes out Devesa. Who? Wait.
That's just a long shot straight, just down the center line.
Was it a pinch though? Oh no, he just absolutely clatters it and it's over everyone.
Yeah, it just sends it straight down mid and calls it a day. I mean, always, hey, if it works, it works. Defense not quite in position for UCM there.
Yeah, it does kind of speak volumes though that has been FCT's best opportunity, because it wasn't really a well orchestrated one. It was just UCM slightly out of position and a big power clear coming through. Somehow manages to make its way into the back of the net. So I feel like UCM are doing a lot better in this game, especially because, as we say, we had the chaos of game 1 and then FCT winning out by a goal. But this game feels like it's more in the hands of UCM, and it's their game to lose at this point, as they had a 3-goal lead. It's now a 2-goal lead, but that's still a decent cushion. It's going to take a bit of an effort from FCT to try and overcome that.
Yeah, see if they can find something in that next minute and a half. UCM not trying to let up too much, and as you said, the 1 goal that did come through for FCT kind of just sort of happened. Not exactly too indicative of all that much, as Numby manages to tap that one across and bring it back to a 3rd point. And again, it is just sort of up. We're not quite in position, and then boom, someone's coming on in, ready to hit that ball perpendicular, slam it straight into the net. As again seems to sort of be the main story.
Yeah, Numby really had to dive for it though. Had to go for the pre-flip just to even get there. I could have put an interesting goal from Devesa, but yeah, Numby right place at the right time there to send that one home and restore the 3-goal lead. So this game looks like it's going to be going the way of UCM, so we will have a tie game in the series here, as UCM almost tripping over themselves on the defense. It's played into the corner by Rondon. One is just hanging about in front of net, but Rondon finally gets the clear away. UCM looking more comfortable, I would say. FCT, that previous game, yes, they definitely deserved to win it, but I feel like it was more a product of the chaotic game 1 rather than FCT actually kind of being the better team.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's interesting to me about this Rocket League, like someone who comes from background games that are significantly longer, is that like you don't exactly have time between the games to talk about something, right? Like, nope. It's a 5-minute long game, and then after like 2 minutes, you're starting up the next one. So it's interesting there's such a change between the first game and the second. Obviously, that change actually happened during the first game. But to me, it's like, going into the next game as FCT, you don't actually have a lot of time to be like, okay, gents, here's what we need to change, right? And so I'll be curious to see if something major does change going on into the second, because as of right now, off the back of that last goal, this game is looking a little bit more dominant in favor of UCM, and I'm curious if FCT can try and figure something out in that minuscule break that they will have.
Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, the thing is as well, if you lose 2 games in a row in a best of 5, you're on match point. You have to win the next 3 games in a row. And as you say, each game is only 5 minutes long, and you only get about 2 minutes between each one. So it's very fast-paced. It's very difficult to actually try and turn things around. Not impossible. It obviously can be done. But yeah, to actually kind of swing the momentum in your favor in a very short amount of time is a very difficult thing to do. The best of 7s are slightly better because, you've got a bit more breathing space. It doesn't feel like it's over before it's even started in most instances. So yeah,
it's interesting because like people, I know your experiences in playing at anything competitive, but from what I've seen, people it's very reactionary, right?
Yes,
When you lose a game at first, you're like, oh, come on, guys, like this was the problem, boom. The thing is, when you have like 10 minutes, 15 minutes between games, you can have the reaction, and then, you know, as a team, you talk about it like, well, is that actually it? Like the sort of the initial surge of emotion, you can then sort of talk about it and overcome it. But when you're into the next game so quickly, it kind of feels like you don't have time to go through all that, right? You just have, you're like, oh, we just need to do this. Like, you know, if we just change this one thing, it's fine. And then you don't have the further discussion. It's like, actually, that was kind of more of like a symptom, but not the cause, or, you know, whatever the discussion would end up being. So again, I'm excited to just see what happens during this like 2-minute span. We won't see what happens, but to see the results of it, it wasn't even 2 minutes as we get on into the next game and see what FCT can do to try and regain their lead in the series.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Like a lot of games rely on kind of like strategy, whereas this you just kind of have to play on instinct and reaction. I
mean,
you can change your play style up for sure, but it's difficult to do because if you're used to playing a certain way, the end objective is still the same. The ball has to go in the back of the net, and you have to make sure that the other team doesn't put the ball in the back of your net.
There are some things that you can't fix through.
There aren't that many ways that you can actually change that up. You can only kind of react to what your teammates are doing, and your opponents. So yeah, it's a difficult game to actually respond to on the fly.
Yeah, it feels like there's no like good response that you can have in a series, right? Because again, as we said before, anything about like rotations and stuff, or like, you know, team synergy, you can't really fix that in a minute-long conversation. That's something you need to actually physically practice. What you can change after a minute is going like, oh, I'm just going to play like 1v9, I'm going to be solo, and you can break the synergy very quickly, but you can't really fix it, which is just fun to consider. You know, compared to games, you know, like Valorant, where you can have a pause in the middle of the game, you know, multiple pauses, just to talk about it, like just to discuss your strategies, because that's not something that you can do. You can't take a timeout in this series for, you know, non-technical reasons.
Yeah, and I mean, like Rocket League comms as well. You're not really discussing strategy. It's mainly like, I got it, I'm going, he's up, no boost. It's just constantly describing what's happening. You can't you kind of sit there and go, okay, I'm going to take the ball for a Sunday drive halfway up the pitch, and it's just too long. It has to be like snappy. I got it. You go mid. You know, taking boost, all of that stuff. So it can be quite difficult during the course of a game or the course of a series to actually kind of like communicate with your teammates how you want to be playing, because you're just having to describe what you're doing and what's going on. So it does really lack that element of it.
It's interesting because it's obviously such a fast-paced game, but then there's such limited information, as you said, right? Like you have to tell your teammates about, you know, positions and what you're doing in your boost and stuff, because it's not like there's a mini-map, and it's not like you have little indicators telling you all this. As Tavesa just manages to sort of run that one around the edge of the pitch. A pretty impressive goal as FCT have regained their lead, but I don't know, it's just it's an interesting dynamic that you don't really see in, I think, any of the other major esports titles.
Yep. Well, it is a unique game. That is for sure, and that's why I love it. I guess we should talk about the dynamic of this particular game, in which FCT are a goal up. They did take a lead, and UCM responded with an equalizing goal, but FCT are coming back here. And that ball is dangerously in front of net, and it's going to be converted by Nisa as well. 2-goal cushion for FCT now. Going to be a bit of a mountain to climb for UCM, but it is swings and roundabouts here, because UCM looked in control in that previous game, but now FCT have taken a step up here, and they look to be the better team in Game 3.
Yeah, clearly in that, you know, that minute and a half break, we figured something out over on the Portuguese side. They've been looking just a lot more aggressive. A lot more ready to turn these balls into goals. As I say this, the ball does end up over in their half, suspiciously close to the Portuguese goal, but nobody able to convert. Numby set up there means that there will not be a goal coming of it. We'll have to try again.
An opportunity here for FCT. There's a demo somewhere, but I think it might have actually been on an FCT player. I'm going for it. Double commit coming through, but it's going to be a pinch all the way downfield. Numby into the corner, into safety, grabs that boost as well. Nice big clear away, but doing that, it seems like a good thing to clear the ball like that. Yes, you relieve pressure. Not for too long, though, as Deveza going to score, but yes, you relieve pressure, but at the same time, you're just giving the ball away. It's basically a freebie of, okay, we can collect ourselves on defense now, but you have the ball back. And that's exactly what happens. The ball gets fired back down the other end, and you're straight back to square one and potentially getting scored on like that. So if UCM need to really kind of do anything better or learn anything from this game, it's try and hold on to possession if you can. Even if it means not slamming the ball all the way down the field and getting it clear, just try and look for a teammate. Try and look for someone to pass to, stay in possession, and try and orchestrate your plays a little bit better as you move from defense to offense.
I mean, once you lose possession, you sort of lose any form of real agency on the map, right? So you need to have that one pretty well coordinated. As Rondon has at least managed to pull a little something back here. Nice little conversion there. Numby can't quite get it in, but Rondon, he's there with the extra tap to make that one go. Crow can't quite get the height he needs to block that one out in time, and it is still, however, a comfortable lead for FCT, 4-2 in their favor. With a minute left on the clock, if FCT can try and just sort of stall it out a little bit, and they might be in a good spot. It looked like UCM had an opportunity there. They just couldn't get that one in. There were a lot of defenders lurking around as well, but just a little bit close for comfort.
Well, 1 minute to find 2 goals is not impossible, that's for sure, but FCT looking pretty firm on defense at the moment, as we saw there with that opportunity. Was confidently blocked away. Clock continues to tick down on its FCT on offense at the moment. UCM really need to get this ball out of their own half, but they're not going to be able to do so as Mr. Crow over towards Niza. Defense completely caught out. The block coming through, the shot didn't have that much power behind it to trouble the defense of UCM, but still yet to get out of their own half here. They're just being penned into the corner as FCT continuing to collect boost, rotate on that midfield line, and just absolutely barrel towards the defense of UCM, who are not going to be victorious in this game. We've gone from FCT winning game 1 to UCM winning in game 2, and now FCT swing the pendulum back in their favor and take game 3.
Alrighty, very back and forth of a series, but yeah, FCT, they looked much more confident in that third map. Very aggressive, managing to pretty handily get control of the ball early on. There was a couple of gaps moving on into that sort of second half of the round, but they've managed to get their goals in early. And that's really all that matters. And so then you can slow it down a little bit and get yourself the round win. So, as we said, there is now 2-1 match point for FCT. But from what we've seen from this series before already, who's to say it doesn't very quickly go back to a 2-2?
Yeah, well, I mean, we had a chaotic game 1, and that's kind of set the scene for the whole series, really. The gameplay has been more coherent, for sure, but you sometimes get these series where it just goes back and forth and back and forth, and then you get all the way to game 5, and at that point, anything can happen. Both teams on match point, maybe the nerves starting to creep in a little bit as well. So we'll see if we get there. We'll see if the Slovakians are able to tie up the series and take us to a game 5, but equally, FCT, they might be able to take this match point at the first time of asking.
I mean, I feel like they might. I mean, looking at that game compared to, looking at that third round compared to the second, just a big change up in the confidence in the playstyle for FCT. They feel like, well, they're not really going to lose that going into the fourth, as right off the bat, 5 seconds in, talking about their newfound aggression, and they've managed to make something happen. As you see, yeah, Rondon just gets a little bit caught up there, losing all his momentum, gets a little bit stuck, stalls out, and it's a nice little tap in. I think they're really quite in position for that one 5 seconds into the round.
very early goal there off the kickoff. It was that second player there who was just following up that ball went sailing over, and it was up to the player in the corner going for that 100 boost to pick up the pieces. And it was a bit of a scramble, and it did result in a goal for FCT. We'll see if they can hold on to it here. A reminder, they are on match points, so as things stand, they would be advancing in the upper bracket, but such an early goal, still a long way to play in this game. We'll see if UCM are able to find an equalizer and come out victorious by the time the clock ticks down to 0 seconds.
Of course, it would be pretty interesting for FCT if they win here. Whoever wins will be going up against either Roehampton or Pesto University, as they're the opponents over on the other side of the bracket. FCT versus Roehampton, that could be a bit of an interesting one. We get to see that. So we have slowed down, you know, it's been 2 minutes since that, no, I can't count, 1 minute since that last goal. But it feels like, yeah, it was just a bit of a scramble off the start, and then it's like, okay, great, we've now just got a lead, we can calm it down a little bit and not try to risk too much, but, you know, it's still only 1 point. You would like to expand the lead if you can, and definitely, you know, quite a surmountable goal for UCM right there. You'll see they managed to even it up. Nice little, you know, self-setup for Numby there. Gets it off the back and then taps it in himself.
Yep, that is a lovely little double touch there from Nambi. I didn't really think he was going to go for it because he was so close to the ball when he hit it the first time. But yeah, just found himself in the perfect position to follow up. Gets a lovely save as well. Long shot. Is he going to be able to get back to this and find the angle? The ball has popped itself up a little bit. Looks for the infield pass, but just going to be cleared away by FCT. But crucially, that was an equalizing goal for UCM. Going to have to try their best to avoid an go-ahead goal from FCT, I should say, as Roland at the near post doing the work there. Mr. Crow with a flick. It's going to be punted away by Rondon. Roland is struggling to reach this one and has to be bailed out by Numby, but it's still going to go in as Deveza now makes it a lead once again for FCT.
Yeah, managed to clear it just a little bit, but you can see the conversion there from Deveza. God, that was risky. You know, with Roland not quite being able to make it the first time around. They managed to get the ball clear eventually, but yeah, that is that's a painful one to concede for UCM as FCT regain their lead in their potential match point. See what happens here is a little bit of a skirmish to try and get control of the ball. Deveza ends up being the one to walk out on top. Set up off the back. Benisa can't quite get the angle, doesn't quite get high enough. Ends up passing it down, and that's not much of a follow-up. But with a completely open goal, Numby will be able to take the possession of that one and send it straight into the goal.
A bit unsure why Numby found himself there.
Well, he's there, yeah. It's not...
I wasn't sure because it did look like FCT were going to rotate and transition onto offense there, but Numby banking on the fact that his teammate was going to find a pass in the midfield. Pinch from the 50-50 going in his favor, and as you say, a wide open net. So about halfway through this game and 2 goals apiece for either side. See how this one pans out. UCM desperately trying to hold on and take us to a game 5, but FCT, I'm sure, would not want to go to that game 5. They are on match point already. They do not want to have that taken away from them.
They got plenty of time in this round to lock it in. See if they can find a little bit more. I mean, not too much pressure on you quite just yet, so don't need to do anything too crazy to try to find a goal. Needs to quite get control of the ball. Crow doesn't find it on his way in. It looks like it's about to bounce over the line, but the defense does come in clutch. They managed to get that ball comfortably out of the goal, but oh no,
that is beautiful.
He can't find the ball in the opposition's goal, and then in his own goal, he can't get the right angle. That's a rough last 30 seconds for Crow right there.
I know, but Numby there, for those who don't normally follow Rocket League, if you land all 4 of your wheels on the ball, you basically get a flip back. called a flip reset. So it's basically an infinite flip, and Numby there was able to get all 4 of his wheels on the ball there, and that's why he had that second flip, which then completely threw off the defense and just bounced it over the top. So great mechanical play there from Numby, and it has got UCM back in front here in a game which they really need to win if they want any chance of staying alive in the upper bracket.
And the more you know. And no clue if you got so all 4 onto the ball, it's like you've touched the ground.
Yeah, it's like you're landing on a surface, basically.
That's crazy. It's, if they put that one in, I'll say it comes to me. I've seen them flipping. I go, ooh, flashy car. Ooh. Oh, hang about. Numby coming on through. Nice demo to remove a defender there. Not quite sure who it was that got that one. But it does get Devesa out the way. As Rondon make sure that Numby can convert, but the Numby can get that goal in. And UCM have actually now not only got their first goal, they managed to get 2 there. Comfortably now claiming the lead with just 30 seconds remaining. They're looking to push this one over to the 5th and final round. Again, sort of off the back of that lovely second to last goal.
Yep, well, UCM had a job to do, and it seems like that they have done enough here to force a game 5. So at this point, it is anyone's game. We've had FCT winning in game 1 and 3, UCM in game 2 and 4, but we go into game 5 with UCM having the momentum. They've just won this game. We go into game 5 now, and FCT, the last game they won was game 3. So does the favor lie with UCM, or does the pattern continue? Are FCT going to win the next odd-numbered game as they have done with the previous 2?
I don't know. I mean, I thought that one was looking pretty good for FCT. I thought they're coming out of the previous round. They were looking strong. Going into that one, it starts off, pretty good for them as well. But then, UCM, once the scoreline gets evened up, that lovely goal very quickly takes it from a 2-2, ends up being boom 4-2. It's like, oh, hang about, we actually haven't got a way back in. So I don't know, very hard to say what will happen in the final round. What we do know is that the winner will go up against Roehampton. That will be in the winners' finals. Roehampton did manage to beat out Pesto. It was a 3-2, so Roehampton did not, send another quick 3-0. They did have a bit of a challenge in that series, but we can say the same for whoever wins this map as well. I'll be 3-2 playing up against 3-2, and then the loser may actually end up just. I was going to say end up playing Pesto, but it would depend who else is in the rest of that bracket as well. So Roehampton, on winning this, I'm trying to think. They don't actually. So the winner of the next series, I'm looking at the bracket, I'm getting confused. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out after the game, as we have now started up the 5th and final map of this series to determine who goes to that winner's final.
Yeah, I believe the winner of the winner's final will be qualifying. So we have 2 qualification spots left. 1 through the upper bracket and 1 through the lower bracket. So there will be no grand final for this bracket in essence.
What I'm getting confused by is why there's 2, the lower bracket final runs like twice.
Okay, we'll figure that out later.
We'll figure that one out at some point.
No? Okay, hold on. I'm being told no by production.
I'll
try and get you an answer on that.
Figure that one out.
Yep. But I guess we'll focus on this game because we are in game 5 here. And, I mean, who's your money on now? We've seen them play 4 games. Who do you think takes it?
I mean, I was thinking that, again, FCT were looking good. We're looking primed and ready in just to make it a 4-round, a 4-round series. But they changed. No, all right. But after what we just saw, all the wind taken out of their sails in that last round, and now UCM, a minute in, start off with a goal. We'll see if they can find anything more, because see that momentum that FCT had very much seems to be going.
Okay, so for Rocket League, we will play the whole bracket. 6 teams qualified to the playoffs from the qualifying bracket. 1 team from MENA qualified to playoffs.
That's
and
where the meta team went.
LCQ is the last spot. Okay, that makes more sense.
I wonder where I was like, where is the meta team at? You know, I was confused as to why they went there. Because they're already in. Okay, so winner of this plays Roehampton, and the winner of that sort of hangs out for a while and waits for the losers bracket or the lower bracket to continue. Still not 100% sure why the lower bracket final was played twice, but we'll figure that one out on the day. And then after that, we'll have the grand finals. Oh, it's probably that's probably just if the winner of the next game loses, they can lose twice or something. I think I'm just reading the.
Oh, so
I think I'm reading the graph wrong.
I'm not sure if we're actually streaming the grand final though.
You would assume we are, but
I think we're streaming 3 games from uppers and 3 games from lowers.
We were doing the round 6 best of 7. Yeah, we can figure this one out in the break.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
We've got UCM FCT right here. It has been equalized, brought back to 1-1, but see if anyone can make any particular amount of magic happen. The ball gets very close to the goal there. Nice and low as well, but there's no follow through. Nobody's able to turn that one into a shot. And UCM managed to clear it, get it away. Same again as Roland. Manages to tap that ball out. Nisa trying to find a little something, but it's matched by Numby. And the ball now comfortably away from the UCM goal. Getting dangerously close to FCTs, but again, no one can quite find a way to turn that one into a goal anytime soon.
FCT picking the ball up though and almost creating an opportunity. Mr. Crow is going to have to back off for this one. Chases the ball forward, gets it past 1, doesn't have any boost to work with though, and his teammates now going to have to take over as he picks up that 100 on the midfield line. Rotating in for it, and Numby beating him out. Shot coming through for Nisa, but it's low and not very powerful, so the UCM defense more than equipped to deal with that one. But here they come, Deveza, plenty of boost in the tank, but the clear are going to thwart any attempt from him to try and generate some offensive pressure. I feel like we're now seeing kind of the highest level of Rocket League that we've seen so far in this series, and it's going to result in a goal for FCT here. Mr. Crow, the nice little pinch off the backboard, and Deveza dropping it down past Roland.
Lovely little setup there, and again, UCM can't defend that one, cannot get that one away from the line, so FCT retake their lead. But again, said it before, plenty of time to equalize this one, but UCM now feeling a little bit scared. You know, a minute, it's plenty of time, but it's not that long. So to see if they can find something. It gets dangerously close there, but again, no one's quite there to give it that last final tap. 2 people on the setup, and Roland can't quite get that one going. So again, whilst we have the ball sort of near the goal, whilst we have it in the opposition half for UCM, they haven't been able to actually turn it into something. And 45 seconds on the clock. 45 seconds keeping them between the lower bracket and then, you know, the upper bracket finals.
Yep, well, here come FCT again. That shot is going to be missed, though, and it's going to be a 1v3. Devesa, nice early jump in the midfield, though, keeping that alive. Gets a second challenge on it as well, just having to try and bleed time off the clock now. Rondon with a drop down into safety in the corner. Mr. Crow trying to pinch off of that corner. Nisa, it's a low and lofty one. Is it going to find its way in? It's off the post. Numby tries to get it his way as best as he can. Mr. Crow now onto the backboard, looking for the drop down. Does find it. Numby with no boost on the backboard, though. UCM going to have to go all the way, but it's not going to matter. FCT continue to put the pressure on, find that 3rd goal, and it's all but over for UCM now, who look like they will be dropping down to the lower bracket, and it will be FCT advancing in the upper bracket to face Roehampton.
Yeah, FCT keeping that aggression going, making sure that, you know, even without sort of getting a goal, just don't want UCM to ever have the chance to get possession, to get that ball near their goal. And you'll see that FCT pick themselves up the win. 3-2 with a 3-1 scoreline in that final game. They will advance to the upper bracket finals against Roehampton.
Yeah, that's going to be a big upper bracket final. I personally think Roehampton should be victorious, to be honest. I mean, they did struggle against Pesto University. That's University of Genoa. It was 3-2 there in Roehampton's favour. But yeah, Roehampton for me is probably the toughest team to beat. And while AAFCT did a good job overcoming UCM, ultimately, I think that Roehampton will probably take this next series, but we will be coming back to you with that next series very shortly. That will be our upper bracket final. So you don't want to miss that one. Back in 5 minutes.
In my mouth is a desert, running dry on the tip of my tongue. I can taste your lies, how to measure the love you throw around. I could never hold you down. One of us will have to take a bow. Feeling you so close to me, we drive around. Everlasting love, so much to go around. You got me so high, I can't come down. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow, then fly on, baby, please just go. Your soul is the ocean, and I can't touch the floor. So full of emotion, I can't keep any more. Are we at a time where we'd be swallowed whole? Don't give up on us now. One of us will have to take a bow. Feeling you so close to me, we drive around. Everlasting love, so much to go around. You got me so high, I can't come down. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow, then fly on, baby, please just go. I can feel you there, where I once had you all alone. In the back of my mind, I'm under your spell, I can't get out. My heart falls 5 below, and I'm still here. I'm freezing cold, but I will wait and hold my breath till I turn blue. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow, then fly on, baby, please just go. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow, then fly on, baby, please just go. I can feel you there, where I once had you all alone. In the back of my mind, I'm under your spell, I can never let you go. My heart falls 5 below, and I'm still here. I'm freezing cold, but I will wait and hold my breath. Please just go.
Yeah.
Damn, Reggie.
Poorly
Prefabricated thoughts of judgment in a cluster. Drop kick 'em, drop victim, life living. Don't drop love, it won't get 'em. Drop cops, disband prisons, break it all vicious, free fall. But don't let 'em at all odds with no heart. It's just obvious I can't do all of this now. All of this time got me wondering when I'ma stand on the ground. Cause I've been sitting in a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam. Life is seesaw. And I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. But I've been stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Begging for a chair, at least a place to rest my band. Pushing vocals for Barada. Got no morals, got my partner by my side. Even when I'm acting like a monster. Sorry that I ever got her. I wish I handled you with more heartfelt manners. My manners disappear constant. I blame it all on the world. Think I should focus my posture. No, my position is perfect. Repeat that like a mantra. So self-deceit like a guru. That's how I'm feeling, like constant imposter syndrome. I got that. I'm asking something unlocked and I put myself in the boxes and stack alongside my awkward. Think it's time that we knock 'em and watch 'em topple it over. Yeah, this a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. Life is seesaw, and I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. I made some bad decisions, let's call them learning moments. I'm my worst opponent. I said I didn't notice, only cause it hurt to notice. See, it was perfect for a second till a minute turned to leap year.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Amazon University Esports Masters last chance qualifier for Rocket League. I am once again Orion, and I am joined by Doctor for the upper bracket final, which is going to be contested between FCT Esports and Roehampton, this time in a best of 7.
Absolutely, yes. As we can get a nice little look at the upper bracket here, and we can see the road that both teams took. You can see that both of us finishing 3-2 in the last run, so there's nothing too crazy. No massive 3-0 sweeps across the board. Roehampton did have a bye in their first round, so we didn't see them do anything too crazy in round 1, whereas FCT, they had to play the whole day. So maybe, a little bit of fatigue starting to set in for them. We played that extra series, which, again, was not a quick 3-0, so it was a 3-2. So they've been playing for a while.
My apologies. This is a best of 5. It will be the grand final that is the best of 7, I believe.
I see.
So yeah, best of 5 again. Same format as we've already had. I guess we can talk about the teams. So Roehampton, JSW, Dylan, Yotam. We saw them in our first match of the stream taking down BAU, and they look pretty confident doing it as well. I don't even think that they didn't look like they were performing to their absolute maximum. It seems like they did have to do that in their second matchup, though, against the University of Genoa, who are the self-proclaimed best team in Italy. But yeah, we've just seen FCT beating out UCM, and I mean, it was a back and forth series, wasn't it? It really could have gone either way. And I'm trying to see who FCT had to go through. They had to go through HZ University as well.
Yeah, to go through it's from Netherlands, I do believe. But who's they play for? Abuda, which was the Hungarian representative.
Yes.
I think, because I mean, for me, looking into this game, it's based on what we saw from Roehampton before. They could play that very controlled game, very controlled style. And whilst FCT eventually started getting a little bit more into that, started off very chaotic, right? So if FCT are playing that kind of aggression, that kind of chaos, it feels like from what I've seen, the Roehampton are pretty well equipped to deal with and to suppress that.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Roehampton, I think, are probably the favourites. They seem to me like that they're the best team in the bracket. Obviously, I'm very familiar with them, so I know at the level that they can perform at. And I mean, they went to Game 5 in the previous series. I didn't see that, but they're probably now at their maximum. And I'm really struggling to think of a world where FCT would actually be able to challenge them. No discredit to FCT, obviously. They've made the upper bracket final. Kudos to them. But I think that they are going to meet their match here in Roehampton for sure.
Yeah, I mean, leaning a little similarly. But of course, this is only the upper final, not the grand final. So the loser will drop on down. We have not made too much progress into the lower finals or the lower bracket quite just yet. So not too sure what the list of teams that they could be against will be quite yet, but we'll have the information about that coming up as we know it, as we start up the first game, and that ball gets dangerously close to Roehampton's goal, but we're able to keep that one nice and away.
Yep. Slow start for both, although JSW dropping it down into the midfield gets one touch too many. You would have to say there his teammate was on the same wavelength until that ball was hit again. But we'll see what FCT are able to bring to the table against Roehampton here, because I've made my prediction clear already. I think Roehampton will be taking this one, but FCT, I'm open for them to surprise me. It's nice to eat your words sometimes if a team is exceeding expectations and a series is a lot closer than you originally thought.
Well, we'll see what happens. Oh, Dylan manages to bounce that one off the post himself, I believe that was, and sort himself out a nice little goal, yeah. Oh, a lovely little angle on that one. Not quite able to be defended. Means that Roehampton in the first minute will manage to pick up that goal, start themselves off with a lead. But, you know, we have not seen that crazy aggression coming out from FCT quite just yet. I'm also fuming at the fact that the teams are playing different colours to the ones they were playing before, which is no way, shape or form relevant, but just as someone who's not too much of a Rocket League guy, I'm going to get confused. I remember when I first started playing Halo 3, it took me a solid, 3 weeks to figure out what was going on when everyone's just changing, team colour every single match.
Yeah, Dylan also being very unhelpful in having a blue car on the orange team, which I was a bit confused by at first. I was like, isn't that an own goal? But no, he's just using one of the team endpoint decals, which just so happens to be blue, and you can use that on either blue or orange teams. So just another layer of confusion for us to deal with.
Thanks, endpoint. They could go ahead and, that doesn't matter anymore, but if every blue and orange team could just not do well enough to get decals, that'd be great. Very inconsiderate. But we'll see what comes out here. Roehampton did manage to, of course, turn that one into a second goal, so they're now sitting pretty comfortably in the lead here. You see Mr. Crow trying to run it up the middle, and he actually will manage to turn that one into a goal. Nisa gives it that final tap, but that's just good control from Crow there. Bouncing it off and then sends it around the right side for Nisa to launch that one into the net.
Yeah, I think JSW there just
control right there.
It was good ball control for sure, and JSW just not kind of aware of that second player for FCT behind him. He thought the ball was going to be put with a little weak shot on target and was wrong-footed there as it went wide of the mark and then was fired back on target by FCT. So FCT definitely showing some prowess on offense for sure, but they still look like they're on cruise control. Roehampton do, to be honest with you. They don't look quite in grand finals mode just yet. They look like they're kind of not playing with a hand tied behind their back, but they could definitely find more if needed.
They're not sweating it out too much.
No.
Right, quite just yet. Keep a bit of energy in the tank, bit of boost management IRL. More than okay. As again, I mean, they've just got the scoreline where they want it, so they're happy to not try anything too risky right now. The Vesa tries to snipe that one away, but can't quite find the lineup that he's looking for. It's a valiant attempt, just you see the opportunity, you might as well try and take it, but pretty rare that you'll end up finding the goal off of that one. There's, oh, my God, that did not think that that was going to be allowed to get close by Crow there, but not only does it nearly go over, it's not sent far away enough by Yotam there. You can see, I think he hit that one into the post, so Crow can just come on through and follow up on his own shot.
Yeah, very surprised here that FCT have actually managed to tie things up here. Row, I think, have just kind of been caught napping, really. They're being a bit too complacent with their opposition. Either that,
the ball out there, like
yeah. I mean, either that, or this is just how they're playing on the day, which I'd be very surprised about. I know that a lot of uni students obviously have just had exams, so Rocket League might not be top of their priority list, but it is actually going to be 3-2 now to FCT,
wow.
and I touted Roehampton as the favourites, but they are down a goal here in game 1.
Yeah, FCT managed to bring this one right back, putting themselves now in the lead with those 3 goals. So we'll see if Roehampton are getting a little worried. Of course, again, we'll say they, even though we've been saying about how like comfortable they look, that's just a quick start. All right. Even though Roehampton have looked so comfortable and chill, again, their last series was a 3-2. You know, we talked like it's been nothing but 3-0s, but they have been tried once already going into this series. They've managed to even it up, getting a very quick goal there to bring it to 3-3, but we might need to see them step it up just a little bit more.
Yep. Well, they've immediately answered back. Didn't take them too long as that ball fired to the top right-hand corner. This one to the top left from Yotam. And just like that, the lead for FCT evaporates as Rowe. That's what they can do. If you get complacent, think, right, we've got a lead now, let's hold on to it. Roehampton will just come right back and go, do you know what? I quite like being in the lead myself, actually. I think I'm going to score some goals and get that back.
Bit of a switch up. You have to wonder if they had the potential to do this all along. They get such quick goals. They find out another one. Just boom, boom, boom. Playing that out very aggressively now. And I mean, here, yeah, again, the defense just not quite there. It was Crow and Nisa both lurking around the goal, but neither of them can actually manage to intercept the ball there. And it's now suddenly very quickly gone from being down a point to being up 2 for Roehampton.
Yeah, it has. And that's just how fast things can change in Rocket League. You've gone from looking like you could be taking an unexpected victory in game 1 to, well, normality for Roehampton, really, with that 2-goal cushion now on FCT. They did work their way back into a favourable position, but Roehampton equally did the same, and it seems like this one is going to stick for them as both players trying to go for a mechanical play there. JSW has a flip reset, but can't really make great use of it. Has to go for that 50-50 with 0 boost. Yotam going to back off from this one, take to the skies with it as well. JSW beaten by Mr. Crow. Yotam half rotating there, pushing that high line, maintaining the pressure.
Well, as the clock counts on down, Roehampton will comfortably lock themselves in the first game. Looks like there was about to be a final goal coming on through in the final second, but can't quite get that one over the line. Roehampton 5-3 secure the first point of the round and or of the match. And okay, so that is that was a game. It started off in sort of traditional Roehampton fashion. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, FCT just boom, 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 3 goals. It's looking a bit worrying. And then Roehampton just do a complete switch up instead of being, the controlled team that we've seen. We see them be the ones to then bust out the boom, 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 3 goals in a row. So this was I don't know, a very, very strange round for Roehampton. They managed to pull it out.
That was kind of what I was alluding to, that Roehampton didn't look like they were like playing at their maximum. They just looked like they were kind of having fun with it. But then obviously they went down a goal. Okay, we actually want to win this game. Let's step it up a gear. These guys can actually beat us if we're not playing at our full potential. And I think that's exactly what we saw there. Roehampton tightened up, got some goals back. And yeah, when they're playing at their maximum and properly trying, I don't think that there's going to be anyone in this bracket that can stand in the way of Roehampton today, to be honest.
Well, that's going to be demotivating for FCT if they've sort of clocked or if they think that's what happened as well. Obviously, we're working with a little bit more information just in terms of being able to see more than the individual players. But you see, wonder if they think the same. If they're like, oh, they just weren't trying for a solid 3/5 of the game, that's going to be a bit worrying. As again, Roehampton take a very early goal to start off the round.
Yep, they do put themselves in a good position already after 15 seconds gone. Have Roehampton here. But FCT did surprise us. They were able to come back as Dylan looks for another double touch there off of the kickoff. Not quite able to find the angle that time, as it was quite a tight one. Mr. Crow with a flick now, blocked out by Dylan. Yotam going to leave it for Dylan. JSW a little bit caught out by that touch there, but does pick the ball up. He's got control of it as well. Can he get back? Gets the flip reset as well. But can't really get any power behind the ball. Here is Dylan again, trying to play it into the corner. Yotam taking his time with this one, just going to carry it across. You can see them going for these mechanical plays, taking that boost. JSW is the one in control this time. Looks for the flip reset and gets it, but blocked out. Yeah, I think Roehampton, again, on cruise control, just trying to go for the highlight plays on stream. And if they go down a goal, then they're like, okay, let's just try and, you know, play up to these guys, get some goals back, and then we can start chilling and going for the highlight reel plays again.
I mean, it feels disrespectful, you know, to go for that, to be chilling, and then we're like, all right, well, you know, might as well get a little something going. But again, oh god, I just keep thinking, if you're FCT in that situation, you're like, fellas, like, they weren't trying. It's not going great. But right now, Roehampton have not expanded upon their lead. They secured in that first 15 seconds. That's promising for FCT, unless it's because Roehampton simply have not tried to. But, you know, one goal is, it feels like not really enough, right? We've seen, I mean, many times today, just that sort of like random goal come in. It's like, oh, I didn't really expect that one to work, but I guess the goal was open, or I guess someone was out of position, and there it is. We see the equalizing point come through from FCT. Not really one of the random goals I was talking about, but
I mean, yeah, once again, though, we see complacency coming up from Roehampton. There were two players just sat underneath the ball, both trying to go for a mechanical play of their own, and it left the defense wide open. It was a good play from FCT, finding Deveza, who then took the shot and got it past that one remaining defender. So FCT are definitely taking their opportunities, but it almost feels like they're being given them a little bit by Roehampton, who I've said it many times, just seeming to be on cruise control. But we'll see how this game pans out. See if Roehampton get another fairly quick response to that goal, or if we end up at a stalemate for quite a while, or if FCT are actually able to get a go-ahead goal here.
Yeah, we'll see if Roehampton properly turn it on. Now that the score has once again been equalized. They've done nothing insanely crazy so far, so that could be a bit of a worrying sign for them, but we'll see what happens. Dylan trying to find a shot there. Don't quite get it. Deveza has enough control on that one to dissuade the shot, but every time the ball sort of gets into that like final third and just crosses the center, I'm like, there's a good chance someone's just going to send it straight down. We've seen it enough times from Roehampton that makes you a little bit worried. Basically, when it gets to exactly that point there, but Yotam, he can find it in. Every time the ball gets to where Yotam is, every time it gets there, I'm terrified that Roehampton are gonna find a goal. But Yotam just doesn't get it in the first shot, but off the back, he can just get that final tap into that top of the net.
Well, that was a link up from all three players there. JSW to Dylan on the sidewall, who sets it up perfectly for Yotam. Might be another double touch coming here through for JSW, but can't get the read off the backboard. But yeah, Roehampton there looks like so comfortable. It's almost as if they don't feel pressure at all. Like, this is an upper bracket final.
Yeah, it's
ice in the veins for these guys, honestly.
Well, it's kind of crazy, right? Because we're saying about how they could well be not trying, not trying, but being a lot more lackadaisical with the game until the second they fall behind. And the thing is, I think a lot of teams do that, where they're like, we're fine. But then the second you fall behind and you don't instantly convert into what you want, you start to choke a bit. You go, oh god, fellas, no, we need to get that lead back. So it is crazy to see that Roehampton could just sort of so consistently flick back and forth between like, okay, let's actually play, and then like, oh, let's go for our individual, you know, little mechanical plays there. So it's and it's just raw, unfiltered confidence that can sort of allow you to flick back and forth like that so many times.
Oh yeah, 100%. These guys are probably some of the most confident players that I've seen. Like, I've watched them play on LAN, and it was like a grand final LAN situation, and they were just sat there like laughing with each other and joking, and you know, obviously they understand the gravity of the situation that they're in, but it just doesn't faze them at all. It's just another day at the office for them, and they're enjoying playing the way they are. Is they're going to get one for the road here? Yes, they are. Dylan with another one, and Roehampton going to be going 2 games up in this series, and I don't know. I don't see a way that FCT win this. Maybe they have a good lower bracket run and get back and face Roehampton, but ultimately, I mean, only one team is going to be advancing. I can't really see any other scenario except Roehampton making it through this LCQ.
I mean, is that... Oh, yep. Roehampton take the second game. I mean, the thing is, like, you can't have a milliliter of self-doubt, you know, if you want to play like this from Roehampton. The second there's just the tiniest crumb of, ooh, hang on a second, lads, it doesn't work. But as you said, if it's nothing but lasts 24/7, that means that you are just so insane. There isn't that crumb. There's not a single bone in any of the players' bodies believes that they are not the best players here. Yeah, and so they could. Now, is that insane? Maybe, right? Is that, you know, slightly egotistical? Possibly. There's good evidence to suggest in the sports psychology scene that, you know, a little bit of anxiety, a little bit of arousal does work to improve performance. But Roehampton, they will never know that, because there has not been any question in their minds of if they will win this series. Having said that, again, they did lose 2 rounds to the Pesto University, and maybe if FCT can start to mount themselves a bit of a comeback, we could start to put a bit of fear into Roehampton. I mean, I don't know how you can what you call it. I don't know how Roehampton managed to lose 2 rounds from how we saw in this second.
I think I do know, because Pesto University have a player called Barrist, who is a very well-known bubble player. I'm not sure of the other 2, but I mean, if Barrist is on the team, then yeah, that's already a pretty good start. So I imagine that Genoa are probably on their good day capable of beating Roehampton, to be honest, but okay. It did go all the way. FCT, I don't think have the same kind of prowess and caliber of players that Genoa do, and I think that's why we are seeing Roehampton excel against them in the way that they are.
It's just interesting to me, because as we've seen, the second they fall behind, they instantly turn it on. Interesting if they can't do that, or were not able to do that versus Barrist and the boys. That means that we could have ourselves a nice little setup in the grand finals as well. Devesa and the rest of FCT managed to actually equalize the score very quickly. You know, 2 goals in the first 30 seconds.
I think that was a triple demo as well. So it was like a wide open net. Devesa, it wasn't Devesa, sorry. Yeah, just went straight through both players on defense and left the net completely open. So Roehampton just deleted from the pitch there and not able to make an impact on the defense for that play. So as soon as we had a go-ahead goal from Roehampton, as we've seen many times this series, we've got an equalizer, but we're not going to get a go-ahead goal for FCT, as that one is blocked out by JSW, who continues to march down the field and is backed up behind by his teammates. Mr. Crow over the top, Yotam trying to send it long, but blocked out. FCT already starting to hold a much higher offensive line. And that's making it hard for Roehampton to clear their lines, although JSW, who comes down that left-hand side, maybe looking for an infield pass, does find it, and the infield pass is good as well. bottom left-hand corner from Yotam. Roehampton linking up once again.
Again, just another lovely little setup there. And the angles, it's a little risky, but Yotam makes it work. Gets the goal in there, and again, Roehampton have now reclaimed their lead. Initial possession goes over to FCT, but quickly handed back. So Roehampton run the ball straight down the pitch, get it sent in a straight line right to the ground, but there's not quite the follow-up, not quite the follow-through to get that one in. And we will try again. Dylan setting up. Is there going to be a catch from JSW there? Not quite.
Here is JSW, has a flip reset and uses it, tries to get that ball into the midfield for a teammate. Maybe a miss, Nisa just one on target, but Yotam calmly just collects that in front of his net. Throw with a shot, but once again, Roehampton dealing with it between the two players there. Pro tries to get a touch, but it's only gone to Dylan behind him. Gone onto the ceiling with this one and almost finds the angle with the flip there. Now it's Yotam's turn. 72 boost, but immediately blocked by Nita. They're giving them much less space, FCT. They're realizing what Roehampton are trying to do. Just get that ball in a position, whether that's up the wall or trying to bounce it up for an aerial, and just challenging them, because they're giving Roehampton too much breathing space at the moment. As JSW onto the backboard, Mr. Crow with a nice little touch onto his own backboard to cut that one out and prevent the double touch from happening. So FCT are definitely learning this series. They're definitely applying that knowledge as well, and they are making a closer affair of it. Roehampton are having to try harder and having to try alternative strategies to try and break through here.
That's all well and good for FCT. We'll need to see if they can continue to apply that pressure. As you said, they're learning, but they've only got 2 minutes to put it into action. Not once but twice going to have to score that goal. We'll see if they can find something. No, they're going to need a third goal now, as Roehampton and Yotam managed to find. Again, it's not quite the same goal that we've seen so many times before, but it's pretty similar. I believe that was Crow there in the goal, and just can't quite get into the position to stop it. A nice little goal gets set up there.
Nice play kickoff there, but I don't think it's going to work out all too well. Dylan's going to receive the ball in the corner, and Mr. Crow with a bit of a miss there. And he's going to drop down in front of net. Mr. Crow trying to find a drop down to a teammate. Sam coming forwards with it, but blocked out by Devesa. Dylan, a little touch. Mr. Crow now going up into the skies, sends it over the top of one, and Nisa tries for that drop down. It's still dangerous, but Dylan now 45 boost, should be able to get this one clear. Might even get the 50-50 as well. Gets that 100 boost. Dylan doing so much work there in the midfield. Now you can see Roehampton trying to transition onto offense.
All right, see what we can find. I mean, looked like there was a bit of possibility for FCT there, but not too much came of it. The ball sitting relatively comfortable in the middle of the pitch. Being bounced back and forth. We'll see. Possession goes on over to Crow, but the demo means it's pretty quickly going to go back into Roehampton's hands. Again, ball just bouncing around. Nobody able to line anything too crazy up, which is in favor of Roehampton, sitting on their 2-point lead. So they are pretty happy to stall this one out, play it a little bit slower. FCT running out of time to make something happen in this game. Again, not once but twice. Push us into overtime.
Yep, I think FCT's time has run out in the upper bracket. They did so well to get here, but they have kind of just met the unstoppable force or immovable object, whichever one you want to go with, of Roehampton, who have marched all the way into this upper bracket. They have got a goal back, have FCT. 4 seconds left off the kickoff. Anything could happen, but I mean, in terms of the series, I feel like we're pretty much wrapped up here, right?
We've seen 5-second goals before, so let's not rule anything out. But yeah, it's looking like it might well be that 3-0 for Roehampton. We'll see what happens. Is there going to be any kind of tap in here? It's not looking like it. JSW did a good job to keep that ball in the air, but it will touch down, and Roehampton will win the series 3-0, earning their place in the grand finals.
Yeah, and ultimately a pretty expected result. No disrespect to FCT, made the upper bracket final and they will stay alive in the lower bracket and in one of the later rounds as well. So less of a run there. They don't have to run the gauntlet as much as some of the other teams. But yeah, Roehampton, we've seen them twice now. Both times they've looked completely dominant, completely relaxed and in control as well. And they will be advancing to that grand final, of which the winner will be advancing to the UEM playoffs, where 6 teams have already qualified, and we will be having the team from the Middle Eastern region joining as well.
Yeah,
But that's us done in the upper bracket now.
Yeah, so I think we'll be when we do go to our break, it'll be a bit of an extended one because we need to wait for well, there's currently no sort of like finished lower bracket games at the furthest end of the the furthest like round of the tournament. So once one of those finishes, we'll be able to then hop on into the next one. So I don't know how long the break will be, but it may end up being a while. Of course, as you said, we do already have one of the MENA teams. Well, I don't actually know if the MENA team has been selected yet. I feel like we would know. I feel like
I feel like we'd know.
We'd like know who it was if it has. Way it works is that the MENA region, well, is comprised of 4 regions, right? It's Morocco, Egypt, KSA, and UAE. They run their own, regional Amazon University Esports circuits, and then the winner of each of the regions goes. Oh, yeah, it hasn't been chosen yet because the LAN hasn't happened yet. The winner of each of those will go to a LAN final in Dubai, and then the winner of the overall LAN final will just represent the whole of MENA. So it'll either be, the Egyptian team, the Moroccan team, the KSA team, the UAE team will just represent the whole of MENA for Rocket League, and they'll be joining on into the playoffs, again, alongside possibly Roehampton. But whoever ends up winning out in the grand finals later on today.
Well, as we say, we'll be taking an extended break while we wait for that lower bracket to progress. But that is all she wrote for the upper bracket. So we'll be back in an unconfirmed amount of time for the lower bracket. Don't go anywhere.
show you how. I'm about to get down. So keep it up right now. So keep it up. So keep it up with me. I need to move. I need to feel the beat. Don't be a fool. You wanna hang with me. Life isn't easy. You gotta roll the dice. You wanna change. Join the paradise. So bring it on if you wanna hang with me. Alright. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen out, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen out, there ain't nothing like this. Take a real close look now. Baby, I'm versatile. Watch me when I come down. I make it worth a while. Take a real close look now. I'm gonna show you how. I'm about to get down. So keep it up right now. So keep it up. So keep it up with me. I need to move. I need to feel the beat. Don't be a fool. You wanna hang with me. Life isn't easy. You gotta roll the dice. You wanna change. Join the paradise. So bring it on if you wanna hang with me. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen now, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen now, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen now, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen now, there ain't nothing like this. Ooh, I know, you know, we kick it like no one else. Show ya. Show me the car where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Done it. I done this before you falling. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. Said I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad man, if she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy. I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist. Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Holding a couple, get to you clean and proper. Way I move, ain't no weekend lover. You gon' have me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can see your face everywhere. When I'm going out, you'll be there. 'Cause everything reminds me of you. I can't take no more. Girl, I think I'm losing my mind. Try to go to work, but I lost track of time. 'Cause everyone keep looking like you. I can't take no more. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you as someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Can we stop the clock and rewind? Go back to that moment in time when you say you want me for life. Was it all a lie? I gave my all to deserve ya, begging on my knees just to show ya you're the one I want and I love ya. No, 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 no lie. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you as someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you as someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me.
Driving around in California, looking for something to make me stay. Round and round forever, searching for something that could never get replaced. Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good. I die good.
I'm an odd person. I run in dark circles. I would love a long life, cause I love how life's worthless. I'ma paint purple, cause blue's overrated. We all outdated, we all so jaded. We all lost love like love's our savior. It's a dark place when it's all about the paper. Counting pretty cards before they deal you something heinous. I've been steady sitting on my ass. I'm so contemporaneous, in love with my behavior. But really, I could probably try and be something greater. Get on my favorite, you could tell me something different, but I probably wouldn't listen. No, I probably wouldn't listen. The word, that's the ego. Scared it's taking over, but fuck it if it's fun to run my tongue up on these road fronts. but I know I could lose it all if I'm not careful. I sound scared, hope you feel that my heart's there though.
Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be safe. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good, live good. I could feel good, live good, die good. Lingering inside my headspace, turning minutes into hours into days. I'm thinking about the situations. Wonder if it's ever gonna change. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good, I'd die good. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good, I'd die good.
Look, only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contacts. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contact. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Baby, live it up, you know the work week coming. Turn it into profit, so the hurt means something. Shine on the competition, shawty, that's easy. Cuban on the collar, so the next stay freezy. Fresh white tee, ain't good, no stains. Swinging in the rental, got it hogging both lanes. Quarantine clean, but the streets still dirty. Round to the 9 if it's past 8:30. I've been on my grind like I'm tryna get sharp. It ain't come with keys, all I did is hit start. I ain't even plan it, but it still. Car full of baddies, got me playing fifth wheel. Juke jammer, baby, got the party going up. I do what I wanna, I don't plan on growing up. See you slamming Henny and don't plan on slowing up. Call your boss and tell him you don't plan on showing up. Lungs full of gas with a handful of goals. Boys in a band, get a band for the shows. Stuck it up tall till I stand on my toes. Come and get your man, he'll stand for the. I been on M's, got 'em hopping on deep. Tell the bartender, get it popping on me. Know they see the vibe and I came up quick. See around the city on the same old. I been really working and it's steady, got me buzzing. I been getting money, now I'm everybody cousin. Waffle House run and it's back to the bed. Hit it from the back, pulling tracks from your head. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contacts. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contact. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact.
In my mouth is a desert. below, and I'm still here. I'm freezing cold, but I will wait. I hold my breath till I turn blue. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow and fly on, baby, please just go. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow and fly on, baby, please just go. I can feel you there. I want to have you know. In the back of my mind, I'm happy to I will never let you go. I'm lost by feeling. I still dim your glow and fly on, baby, please just go.
Yeah.
Damn, Reggie.
Poorly fabricated thoughts of judgment in a cluster. Drop kick 'em, drop victim, life living. Don't drop love, it won't get 'em. Drop cops to spin prisons, break it all vicious, free fall. But don't let 'em at all odds with no heart. It's just obvious I can't do all of this now. All of this time got me wondering when I'ma stand on the ground. Cause I've been sitting in a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, life is seesaw. And I'm a heavyweight man, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. But I've been stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands, begging for a chair, at least a place to rest my band. Pushing vocals for Barada, got no morals, got my partner by my side, even when I'm acting like a monster. Sorry that I ever got her. I wish I handled you in more heartfelt manners. My manners disappear constant. I blame it all on the world. Think I should focus my posture. No, my position is perfect. Repeat that like a mantra. So self-deceit like a guru. That's how I'm feeling, like constant imposter syndrome. I got that. I'm after something I locked in. I put myself in the boxes and stack alongside my awkward. Think it's time that we knock 'em and watch 'em topple it over. Yeah, this a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. Life is seesaw, and I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. I made some bad decisions, let's call them learning moments. I'm my worst opponent. I said I didn't notice, only cause it hurt to notice. See, it was perfect for a second, till a minute turned a leap year and I couldn't hold it. It's all falling down, I dropped the hurt upon us. See the worst in every person, I'm my surface monster. Only show a half face, swing bash just for the bad days. Get lost at every pathway, someone save me from uncertain somethings. The whole world is broken. Humpty Dumpty got no pieces, he can put it back together. God is mad the weather, how we show his temper. Hurricanes, fires, plagues, and locusts think the world is falling. Someone catch it, please. All these catastrophes got me scared, all the love in me will atrophy. Dissolve the apathy, but think I'd rather be right here in this second. For it all falls down and I'm left with the embers. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. Life is seesaw, and I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands.
You're like the wind. You're like a butterfly.
You always leave me without a warning. Without you here, babe, I'm feeling lonely. Come on and calm down my body, baby. I need your healing now, so don't leave. Spare me this feeling now, but it's okay now, as long as you're here. As long as I know you fly back to me, but it's okay now, as long as you're here. As long as I know you fly back to me. You're like a dream. You're like a waterfall floating downstream.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Amazon University Esports Masters Last Chance qualifier for Rocket League. I'm once again Orion. I'm once again joined by Doctor, and this time we are down in the lower bracket. This is Last Chance Saloon for our 4 remaining teams: UGen Esports, UCM Teddy Bears Rugby, Engine Stuttgart, and Pesto University. And we will be covering the match between Engine Stuttgart and Pesto University.
Yeah, so Pesto getting knocked out just before the last series that we watched, or knocked into the lower bracket. That was by Roehampton, but they did manage to pick up 2 games, as we mentioned. So interested to see how they perform, managing to, make Roehampton earn it and go to that 5th map. Meanwhile, Stuttgart, they went into the lower bracket pretty quickly. They did have a bye in the first round, but then went down in the second in an 0-3. However, as we can see, they've managed to run it back up and had a pretty good showing, in the lower bracket so far. 3-1 against Unipu and 3-0 against HZ.
Well, I'll give you some information about these teams. Firstly, starting with Stuttgart. They placed top 11 in Uni Rocketeers Winter. That is an alternative European Rocket League. They weren't predicted at all to qualify for that as well. In Uniliga, which is the German league, they finished top 4 in the last event. And then looking over to Pesto University, is the University of Genoa in Italy. They are the self-proclaimed strongest Italian team, and they do have a star player in Barris on their roster, very well-known bubble player in the Rocket League scene. So could be quite an even matchup, to be honest. I mean, we didn't see Genoa earlier, but Genoa took Roehampton all the way to Game 5, and we've been saying that Roehampton looked like the strongest team in the bracket. They are waiting in the grand final for whoever can run the gauntlet and make it through all the way the lower bracket from this point onwards. So maybe Genoa as kind of the David to challenge the Goliath of Roehampton, but I would say don't count out Stuttgart.
Alrighty, well, the winner will end up facing against either Ugent, who we have not seen so far, or against the Teddy Bears, the Slovakian representatives that we saw, go the distance against FCT. Those two will be playing at the same time on the other side of the lower bracket. So the winner of that series plays the winner of this series, and the winner of that goes back up against FCT to determine who will be playing the grand finals. I don't think that the grand finals have any weighting in them, or that it's
grand finals is qualification.
Twice. Yeah, as in awaiting, as in
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like a free
yeah,
round.
no
right?
bracket reset, no free. As far as I'm aware, no.
I think that the prize for not losing in uppers is just that you now have like a 2-3 hour break to just sort of hang out. and reset a little bit. I believe that's the case. So there will be a clean slate and an even footing chance for whoever makes their run through this bracket, except for the fact that you're going to be pretty exhausted by the time you get there.
Yeah, but also, I mean, Roehampton now sat in that grand final just waiting, and I don't reckon we'll get to that for another 2.5, maybe 3 hours. So whatever team does make that lower bracket run, you kind of have to favour them. And I've seen Roehampton in this position before as well, where they've just been sat waiting, and then the team that's come through that lower bracket has just had the momentum going through the bracket, and they haven't performed at their best. So maybe the lower bracket team has a slight favorability, at least in the first couple of games of that grand final. But at the end of the day, it is Roehampton we're talking about. They've been very successful in the UK leagues, which is probably one of the most competitive, alongside the German leagues, Italian, Spanish as well. So my money is still on Roehampton, to be honest, but we're not going to talk about Roehampton for quite a while. We are instead going to focus on this match between Engine Stuttgart of Esslingen University and Pesto University of Genoa. And I think we are just about ready to hop into game one.
All right, starting this one up, and we'll see if we can get any action quick off the board.
So, Engine Stuttgart in the blue and Pesto in the orange. I'm expecting good things from Pesto, given that they were able to challenge Roehampton. And with Stuttgart, top 4 in Germany, yes, that is impressive. But it shows that they have lost to better teams in Germany. And Roehampton, I know for a fact, in European competition, have been competitive with the higher ranked German teams as well. So I'm kind of expecting Pesto to be the team to beat in this series. And they're proving me right here in game one with a nice early goal. Beautiful infield passing play to Barris, and the defense just not able to respond at all to that shot into the top shelf.
Very nice way to start out the round for Pesto. See if they can continue on this trajectory. Right now, well, not looking too comfortable. Balls over in their ends, but get that one out nice and easy and reclaim possession. Sounds good. Gets the ball in the air, trying to set up a little something, but the boys need to go get their boosts. And nobody's going to be quite nearby. A little bit of an attempt there. Neves trying to maybe get a bit of a double tap here, but didn't quite happen.
Oh, it is Barris off the ceiling. Does actually manage to get the block as well. Can he get the finish? Not quite. It's blocked away by Aki. It's high in the midfield. Sounds good. Trying his best to get there, but it's going to be taken by Vex. Misu just waiting patiently for that touch from Sounds Good, who fires it over towards Barris, but teammates not quite able to link up on that occasion. Barris now off the ceiling. Once again, there's a demo on the back line, which has freed up an open net, but that player respawning does manage to make the block from Aki, who is keeping it alive in the corner. Does get a block as well. Tries for the infield pass, but nothing doing there. Cut out in the midfield, Vex. Or Evex, Yvex, however you pronounce that. I'm going to go with Vex. Just trying to control the ball in the corner and keep the pressure on.
Oh, hang about. Sounds good. Not quite able to actually intercept the ball there. That's a very sort of slow sailing one, but yeah, Sounds Good. Just can't get the touch he needs. Same for Evex, and yeah, ends up going on in and evening up the score.
Yeah, not a lazy one to concede, but an unfortunate one because, yeah, there was a player challenging for it but couldn't quite reach, and then the defense behind just couldn't react to it in time, really. As we see off the ceiling, an infield pass. It was looking for that top left-hand corner from Barris, who already looks so potent in front of goal. But Stuttgart surviving for now. No team is really kind of dominating just yet, but it is quite a low scoring game so far. So you feel like it's going to just take one mistake or one clear opportunity, as there is a mistake there, which parts the seas for Barist and allows a goal to come through for Pesto to retake the lead in game 1.
Alrighty. Getting back on the board, finding the opening. And ourselves back into the advantage, but I mean, it's not the... Look, we've seen games that are a lot faster, we've seen games that are a lot slower, so it's nice to have one, you know, sort of pretty comfortably in the middle here. Goal a minute, not too shabby, as try and see what the plan is here. Now, neither team cooking up too much of anything in this round, but with Misu taking a little bit of a run down the pitch. It looks like nobody's going to be quite following up in the wing to regain control of that ball.
Aki was forced back a little bit there, but a nice touch to just hold things up, buy his teammates some time on that defensive rotation. It's going to be Misu carrying it away, but coming through. Barist into the center, but nobody there from Pesto following up. Uvex trying to get it down into the midfield. He has a flip reset, but can't really do a whole lot with it, although that's a beautiful pass to Barist. Nobody was up challenging, gave him too much time there in the air. One player just stuck on the backboard, the other jumped for it, but actually that flip reset coming through very, very effectively there, excuse me. And Barist, he's got his shooting boots on today, looks great, and puts that one firmly on target.
Definitely top scorer so far, although, to be fair, we're not that far into the series, but Barist looking good. Hat-trick for the team, as see if he can't add a couple more. We've got a minute left on the game, and you know, for the German representatives, it's not looking too good. You can definitely get yourself the 2 goals that you need in 1 minute, but you would definitely rather the score was a little bit closer. But Barris with a long shot manages to nab this one in. I mean, what even happens here? He just gives it that little bit of extra tap just to get a bit more mustard on it, give it the momentum that it needs. And again, it's just an open goal. Nobody's quite able to reach it in time.
Yeah, it was a big overcommit from Stuttgart. Obviously, you know, they're 2 goals down. They've got a minute left. They've got to start trying to send players forward. But in doing so, double committed in the midfield and allowed Barris that opportunity and hit the ball with so much pace over that last defender. Nothing that could be done about that shot. So Pesto looking as expected in game 1. Just a reminder that they did take Roehampton to game 5, who are now sat in that grand finals ready and waiting for whoever advances from this lower bracket. But yeah, Pesto looking good, looking as expected. It took a while for them to get going. It did look pretty even for quite a big portion of this game, but now Pesto seeming like they're taking control, seem like they're in the driver's seat here as we advance to game number 2. And oh my god, Barris has just gone underneath everyone. That is just filth from Barris.
Yeah, just sneak another one in for good luck. Yeah, he actually just... Alright, gets that last one in to secure the round for the boys. And as I said, yeah, I mean, took a bit of time before Pesto fully started getting going in this round. And I wonder what the adaptation is for NGNS going on into the next one, because, you know, if you're coming off the back of that, it's like, well, it started off okay. We then had to, as you said, start to get a bit more aggressive because we've got to get goals at some point. That ends up just costing them more goals, but you have to try, right? Yeah, if you don't do that and the score's 3-1, you're still going to lose. So I wonder if there's going to be any switch up going on into the next game if we want to try something a little bit all out. Because, you know, we haven't seen NGNS before, so we don't know how their previous matches went, how they were scoring their goals in the games before. But it is looking like they'll need to swap, you know, something. As whip.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're already into the second one.
I'm trying to think if there really is a way out of this for Stuttgart. Like, they looked good. Don't get me wrong. Their defensive rotations were fine, but it's just that they're being put in such a position of discomfort by Pesto, especially Barris, who is just piling on shot after shot. And you can see it go onto the backboard there. You have to turn, make an adjustment, change your read on the ball. That is just top shelf from Sounds Good as well. It's just shot after shot. You can see one player drawn out at the near post there, and then the net is wide open. Despite two players there, they just weren't able to get there. That shot is an absolute belter from Sounds Good.
Well, if Pesto keep up the pressure like this as well, then there's no opportunity really for NGNS to find their way over onto the
way.
pitches. That's not allowed. So Sounds Good got that one in. That would have been a little bit of a crime, but he can't quite find that one through. And possession does go over to NGNS. Nice little bounce up in the air. Adranati manages to send that one back down.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say should have been saved. Was it Barrist? Yeah, Barrist a little bit too over keen to try and get across his net there. And yeah, scrambled across a bit too quickly. And the ball was put just behind him. So, bit of a defensive mistake there, but not a glaringly obvious one for Pesto. And I'm sure with the skill and prowess they have on offense, it won't be too long before they find a goal back here. And, I was going to say, there it is. Misu with a last-second save coming off of his own backboard. Sounds Good with a flip reset and gets it through. Beautiful mechanical play there from Sounds Good. It looked like he'd completely lost control of the ball with that first touch, but a pre-flip into a flip reset over the top of all of the players from Stuttgart. Great individual play there to put Pesto back in front.
I mean, as someone who's terrible at Rocket League, you know, anytime I see someone with crispy aerial control, I'm just like, damn, that's maybe this game is kind of hard. It is a sight to behold when you see someone pull off the reset like that. Well, even the control before, but lovely stuff coming out from Pestos. They have regained the lead, and now there's, you know, points being scored by people who aren't Barris. I think he was responsible for all 5 goals on the first map. Whereas I think both of them were, both were Sounds Good in this round. So, you know, you've had to step it up a little bit. But other than that, pretty comfortable game so far.
So far, yeah, but only a 1-goal lead for Pesto. And that can very quickly change, as we've seen already throughout the course of today. See if they can hold on to it. Vex with, I was going to say, a nice touch forwards, but not able to make contact with the ball. Might get another one here, though, but it's cut out by Adranati. Barrist, nice interception, using that speed, surprising the defense. As this one is hit long. Barrist going to rotate out and allow Vex to come in. There is Barrist. He's doing some quite narrow half rotations. Usually you'll see a player kind of go all the way back into the third man role, whereas Barrist is just kind of like either picking up the mid boost and turning and re-aggressing straight away, or just getting a couple of pads and going for the ball. And it's really being a thorn in the side of Stuttgart in the midfield, because they're just not able to deal with the pace that that Pesto players are able to challenge the ball at.
But if that's you know, if that kind of rotation from Barris doesn't work out, does that open up a pretty hefty hole in their defense if they can't keep the pressure going?
It depends. It depends if you've got someone that's kind of recognizing that Barris is half rotating.
He's not coming back.
And staying back, yeah. If you don't recognize that, then yes, you can trip over each other. If you've got a player that's like kind of should be going back, in inverted commas, but is instead half rotating, and you've got the player that should be staying back while that player is half rotating going forward as well, then yeah, you can have gaps appear, but you can kind of see that it is working for this team, and that's probably just testament to how well they play and how well they communicate.
Exquisite stuff. Synergy doing numbers across the board in that case, as they haven't managed to find any extra goals so far, but they do still maintain their lead.
Oh my word. Did you see that from Barris? He literally bumped the defender out of the air because he thought the ball was on target. Amazing.
It was a valiant effort. Doesn't quite go in. Ends up onto the posts, but that one does. Yeah, Varist. Second time around will be able to find his shot here as it just comes on in from the wings, and gets it off of that post.
I've got a 2-goal advantage now to Pesto, and from the looks of it, they're going to be holding on to it. And do you think that... Oh,
all right.
Definitely going to be holding on to it. But yeah, by the looks of things, they're very much kind of doing what Roehampton did to... Is it FC... FCU?
FCT?
FCT. I knew it was one of the letters.
Well, 1 in 26 for getting it right.
Yeah, 1 in 26 chance. Yeah. I thought FCB, but that's Barcelona. But they are Spanish, so I'm halfway there. Anyway.
I think they're Portuguese.
No, they're Portuguese. Sorry, that's really offensive. They're going to be so upset by that. Oh, no. I genuinely thought they were Spanish.
In shambles right now.
I genuinely thought they were Spanish. I'm sorry about that.
No.
Yeah, they're Portuguese. Okay, I'm just going to stop talking and you do some casting things for a bit.
Well, maybe it's more... I was trying to think, do they have extra... I don't know enough about Portuguese to know if they have extra letters. It may have been worse than 1 in 26.
They actually do, don't they?
I think they have, like, you know, accents on C's and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, like, needless to say, I'm English as a first and only language, so I'm not an expert. But it was the odds weren't as good as 1 in 26, unfortunately. But with the ball coming on down and a 3-goal lead, we will find the first round going on over to Pesto. I mean, it felt like there was still going to be a chance for NGNS there. I mean, they had that... it was only a 1-goal lead for a very long time, and then in the final minute, it's 2, and you're like, okay, great. Like, 2 goals in a minute, theoretically, we can pull this one off, given the tempo of the game, or leading up to that point. It's not looking very likely, but it is doable. But then suddenly it's just like, boom, another goal. It's like, oh, okay, lads. It's a very quick opening goal from Batiste, and it all goes downhill from there.
Yeah, I feel like Pesto are starting to look like joint favourites here. At least the favourites to make it through the lower bracket and get back to the rematch versus Roehampton, because Eugen and UCM Teddy Bears. I think we saw UCM Teddy Bears already, didn't we?
Yes, we saw them up against FCT.
That was it. And I mean, they looked good, but yeah, they were about the same as FCT. And
yeah,
I don't know, they haven't impressed me as much as Roehampton and now Pesto have. I think we're seeing 2 clear favourites. There could be upsets. There's always room for upsets, and they always throw a spanner in the works, which can be quite entertaining. But looking at it on paper, as of now, I don't know. Do you agree? Do you think right now are looking like the team to beat in the lower bracket?
From my limited knowledge on the subject, from what we've seen so far, I think that sounds about right. With the Teddy Bears and FCT looking very similar in their series, in their 5-round series, and then Pesto just being so dominant in this game at least. I think it's pretty safe to say that we could find a Roehampton Pesto rematch in the grand finals.
Yeah, we haven't spoken much about the University of Ghent yet, who I believe, I think they're either representing Germany or it's Belgium. That is the Belgian university. So we haven't seen a whole lot of them yet, and I think it's a name that I'm familiar with from European competition.
I am a big fan of how they filled out the form to say Universiteit Ghent and then put in brackets Ghent University.
Yeah.
They did not trust us to pull that one off.
I translated every single one into English because everyone had obviously filled it out in their own language, and I was like, I can't read Turkish. Like I could try, but I'd probably offend you more than like the being respectful and reading your university's name in its own language. So I did the full English translation and even tried to spell out the Turkish one phonetically, but thankfully they're out, so I don't have to pronounce that anymore.
It's like Genova. They've put Università di Genova. It's like, okay, I can probably figure out what that one means. But the Belgian reps, they're like, no, we need to translate this one. Those silly Englishmen will not be able to understand what Universiteit Ghent means. I respect it. But we haven't seen them yet. We check on their run. It was versus Abuda, UC Red. So we haven't really seen anything of their opponents either.
No.
So they are coming in as sort of complete mystery for in terms of, you know, possible opponents going into the next round.
Well, we'll see if they make it through against UCM first, but we've also got this series to conclude, and Pesto haven't scored yet.
Yeah.
It's been a little while. Barris might start things off here. There we go. Caster's Curse. Gotta love it.
Sounds good. Getting that one in. Nice little setup there. Barris just carries that one through the air. Hand delivers it. He takes the little picture for his Amazon delivery and gives that one over to Sounds Good. Gets the final push over the line as they have finally, after 2 minutes, found their first point. That could be a bit of a worry for NGNS. Don't know how hard they were trying to make that not happen, but they have managed to even it up.
I think we're about to see one of the Pesto University players go to space. There goes Barris up into the upper reaches of the stratosphere and going to be nowhere near that ball to make the save. And we have a tie game with about half the game remaining. And yeah, it is last chance saloon for Engine Stuttgart here. They need to get a win here just to stay alive in this series and stay alive in the bracket. And they're doing a good job of it as 2 goals in quick succession. This one coming from Aki. 2-1 now. Gonna have to hold on here.
I realize now that NGNS is engines.
Yes, Engine Stuttgart.
I see how they figured that one out. All right, well, that took me a minute, but we're good.
Today's puzzle.
Well, I was like, what does this stand for? Like, the S stands for Stuttgart, but like, I'm not seeing any of these other letters anywhere. But they've managed to now get themselves actually a lead in this series with 2 relatively quick goals. See what they can do, if they can maintain it, maybe expand it. Ooh, shot just not going in.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rocket, wasn't it, as it bounced off the sidewall, and then the 90-degree angle presented itself beautifully for the Engine Stuttgart offense. Barris, is he going to be able to get this one down? Does actually fire it towards the ground, but couldn't get back to it after. And now, right at the other side, is going to be Pesto on defense, and that defense has crumbled to Engine Stuttgart. It was a nice touch onto the backboard, but it was just that bump there, or the threat of the bump even, that caused havoc amongst the defense. So Engine Stuttgart now 3-1 up in game 3. Reminder, they are on match point here, are Pesto. So as things stand right now, we would be going to a game 4, but there's still 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock for Pesto to try and find 2 goals, which would tie up this game.
Yeah, right now, Engine's really starting to put the pressure on in this round. They try for another shot, but this time 2 defenders more than capable of blocking that ball. But yeah, at no point really, after the first minute, because it seemed like Pesto had really opportunities to try and score. It's just aggression from Engines, very much working out in their favor. A long shot comes on through, but Adrenality manages to stop it. However, no one's on the ground to be able to stop Ivex. Well, that's a lie. There was someone down there, but they aren't able to stop Ivex. He manages to just give it that little extra tap to send it on in and bring us 1 point closer.
Not the best decision making there from Adrenality. Would have been fine had his teammate kind of realized what he was doing and just dropping that ball in front of the net, but because they weren't on the same wavelength there, it turned out to be quite a dangerous play, and one that has gotten a goal back for Pesto. Is it going to be a second one? Yes, it is going to creep in. 2 goals in 10 seconds. This one from Sounds Good. The angle didn't even look like it existed in this universe, but somehow he's managed to thread the needle and just drop it through. No one in net defending, and now we are back to a tied game. Pesto could win it here in a sweep.
All right, well, that's not doing wonders for the Engine's psyche. Just off that one miscommunication, as you said, has suddenly turned into 2 goals. Ooh, Misu, though, takes his hat for a walk down.
Wow.
Center line, but Batista Barris even is able to get the block on that. Sounds Good. Tries to bring it into the top, but he won't be able to. Ivex, though, is. And he manages to bring now the lead in the final 10 seconds to Pesto.
Once again, defense for Stuttgart collapsing, and Pesto capitalizing there. Flip reset from Sounds Good just blew the defense wide open, and now they have a lead and only 10 seconds left for Stuttgart to try and score here. They're going to have to carry the ball all the way from end to end as well. Are they going to be able to do it? It's surely going to be dropping down. Yes, it is. Pesto staring down the barrel of a 3-1 loss in Game 3, turn it into a 4-3 victory, and take the series in a sweep.
It really looked like Pesto were going to be able to, not even Pesto, but Engines were going to, have their chance coming back. 3-1, looking so strong in the first, 3.5 minutes of that game before suddenly Pesto just boom, 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 pick up 3 more goals and absolutely turn it around. I mean, yeah, it's just, once the sort of aggression had been broken down by Pesto, it seemed that Engines just didn't really have a lot more to go on, and suddenly, basically, I feel like the defense wasn't really there for either side, so whoever just had the sort of momentum could just keep making those aggressive plays and ended up turning them into a fair few goals.
Well, that is going to be that round. I mean, we're still waiting on the result of the other game between the University of Ghent and UCM Teddy Bears Rugby, who will be going up against Pesto University. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like out of those 4, Pesto probably the best team. Stuttgart probably second, just because I know them quite well. I'm expecting Ghent to make it through, just based on the fact that somewhere in my brain I remember hearing that name from European competition before. Whereas I hadn't really had UCM on my radar before. And they lost to FCT earlier as well, who didn't look all that convincing, I have to say. So yeah, I think my prediction is still that Pesto will be making it through the remainder of the bracket, but we will have to see, because we are going to be probably taking about a 5-minute break. I've been told it's 2-2 in that series between Ghent and UCM Teddy Bears Rugby. So it's in Game 5 there. So yeah, we'll be back in about 5 minutes time once that series is concluded for our next series, which the victor will be playing Pesto. See you then.
Don't answer the phone, spending the days on my own, then repeats this for weeks to come. I don't care what I miss, 'cause my life is dismissed. I keep searching for my bliss. It took days to finally start writing songs, but now it's begun. I go, oh, 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 I go, oh, 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 oh,
Ay, 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 ay. Look. Baby girl love my bop and unlike me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and unlike me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shorty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. With your boy, I'm the man of the year. I'm not a fan of your peers. Serve him a fate, I'ma hand him the shears. He not the man he appears. Heart of a lion, I'm trampling fears. I love the man in the mirror. Cry me a river to stand in the tears. You better stand in the clear. I'm going crazy, fugazi. How would they ever go with a kid? Put it on, baby. It do not faze me, boy. I do not give what you did. Eating that kitty, she stuck to my rib. How can I trust him? He the pigs. Bro got a Glock and a couple of C's. He think about splitting a couple of wigs. Shotty my DNA all real. Sweatsuit all heel figure. And I ain't even gotta deal with you. If I ain't never split a bill with you. I got Hennessy and horchata. Baby girl wearing nada. Growing from a cider. Bad robe in his Prada. Fiji water by the cold glass. Granddaddy by the Ziploc. Flex season, I'm road running. I'm staying all on my tip top. Young man with an old mind, so I ain't worried about slight. I be up till sunrise. I'm staying out on my night shift. I got a bottle of bourbon, a bundle of honeys. I'm jiggy, I'm flexing it. Figured I hit it and quit it. I'm busy, I ain't got the minutes for texting it. Came from the gutter with me and my brother. I'm moving my mother right out of the city. I'm a star and they know I go hard, so I'm kissing them babies and signing them. Gold blingin' like Chingo, rock star like Ringo. Checks coming in back to back, I'ma line them up like bingo. Oh, I think that they like me. They be all on my wood tip, not a stain on my white tee. I'm popping all of this good. Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up, what's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shorty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, it ain't gon' feed you. I been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I been all on my grind, so why I need you?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Amazon University Esports Masters last chance qualifier for Rocket League, and we are deep in the depths of the lower bracket now. We've just watched Pesto absolutely dismantle Engine Stuttgart, and we're going to watch them again, but are they going to have the same result against the University of Ghent? That is the Belgian representative in this bracket, who have just beaten the Slovakian representative of UCM Teddy Bears Rugby. Doctor, what are your thoughts? Do you think that Ghent can be the Pesto stoppers here, or are Pesto destined for a rematch against Roehampton in that grand final?
Well, we've got to do a couple of leaps here to figure out how we feel about Ghent. Haven't seen the play yet.
Yeah.
But what we have seen is that they went to the 5th round before winning out against Teddy Bears. And we saw the Teddy Bears play before, and it was like, okay, they seemed pretty evenly matched alongside FCT. So, yeah, and we've seen FCT play multiple times as well. So from working on the limited information that we have, I feel like they didn't quite... okay. I think that Teddy Bears weren't playing to the caliber that Pesto were.
Yep.
And from what we've seen, just from the standings, Gent have only sort of just managed to beat out the Teddy Bears. So in my sort of rationalization here, it's looking pretty likely or pretty good for Pesto.
Yeah, and Ghent, in terms of their National League performance, they were second in the Belgian Student League, which is in its 4th season. They do have a player that I recognize on the roster in Stealthy Wolf. Other names I'm not familiar with, but a player that I recognize usually means that they've done something notable in University Rocket League previously. So I'm expecting a closer matchup here between Pesto and Ghent, but ultimately, I think Pesto are now the team to beat in the lower bracket. I think FCT, well, whoever gets through from this, I think will probably end up beating FCT as well. So I feel like this match will kind of decide who faces Roehampton in the grand final.
Sure. What I'm thinking is that because it's such bad transitive property analysis here, but I'm like close between Gent and Teddy Bears, and then it was close between FCT and Teddy Bears. So theoretically, if they play each other, it should be close. But then also, like, if we think that Pesto are better, then I don't know what. Surely that would mean that if Gent beat Pesto, then it shouldn't be close against FCT. So I don't know. It's okay.
So conclusion is that Pesto is probably the favourite now in the lower bracket. Yeah. I think that's kind of what we all are feeling anyway, given how easily they were able to deal with Engine Stuttgart, who, don't get me wrong, look like a great team, but Pesto just looked kind of that cut above. And from what we've seen on stream today, at least, we've watched 4 series now, and yeah, I think there are 2 definite clear favourites in Pesto and Roehampton. Kind of wish we'd seen that series earlier, to be honest, where it went all the way to game 5, because then it would kind of just add a bit of spice to the rematch and we'd know what to expect. But yeah, it does look like it should be those 2 teams in the final, but we've got a couple more series left to play before we get there. And I think this series between Ghent and Pesto is just about ready to kick off.
Look, give me an hour and a half. I can make my way on over to the Roehampton facilities, and I can talk to the players myself. Because I think that they tend to play most match days for their esports from the arena, as they like to call it. So I'll get over there. I'll have a little word with them, see what's going on, see how the game went. Surely nothing that can't be solved over a Discord message, but it's funnier to do it this way. So we can get involved, but apparently we do have this lobby cooking on up. What I was going to say earlier is that if Pesto lose, so if Gent go through, I'm like, damn, I've got no idea how that next game is going to go. But if that does happen, we will have just seen at least 3 games of Gent, so I don't have to figure out how that match will go now, because I can simply wait until I actually have information instead of just making baseless claims of how various teams and players' abilities. So that's probably going to be the angle. Because we've been told we have the game ready, but we may not have the game ready. So
I don't think we had lobby details, but I mean, maybe we're starting to get towards the end of the bracket now, and obviously this whole entire bracket serves the purpose of deciding the final spot. We've got 7 teams already qualified. So they are Warwick Williams Resolve and UEA Blue Jays from the UK. They've already qualified through the Amazon national tournaments. And we've also got Dr. Berman Academy H and Hamburger High Ahoy Boys from Germany, equally already qualified through Amazon Uniliga. And then additionally, we have Amsterdam Carball Esports from the Netherlands and Hornets UPM from Spain. And the MENA team, I can confirm, is from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Their name is Sharpness, and they are from the Saudi Esports Academy. So, yeah, we're only 3 series away now from deciding who will be filling that final 8th spot in the playoff bracket, which will be happening just over a week away, actually. It's next Sunday, 14th of May, we'll be having the quarterfinals and semi-finals of that playoff bracket to decide the top 2 in the grand final, which will be played at an offline LAN event in July.
Yeah, that one still waiting on confirmation about when it comes through or where it will be. I have my theories, but no. We'll see how it ends up cooking as we find ourselves here on the first round of this best of 5.
Yep, another best of 5. The only best of 7 that we'll be playing is in the grand final, which is 3 series away. But that is going to be a very cheap goal to concede to start things off there in the favour of Ghent. Sounds good. Very poor touch off the wall and couldn't get back to it. Invites the pressure from Zazzles, who fires one home and puts Ghent in front with only 20 seconds gone.
Alrighty, strong opening for Ghent. We'll see if they can keep it up. I mean, again, in the last round, the last match that we saw, it did seem that whilst the pressure was being put to Pesto, there wasn't a lot that they had prepared, and it did end up, turning into a couple of goals for the Engines. So if Ghent were watching that one, they definitely weren't. They were busy playing their game. But if they had someone watching and letting them know, or if this just happens to be their playstyle, they may have a reasonable shot going on into this game.
Well, the highlight player for me last series for Pesto was Barrist. I think goal participation from him was the highest on his team, but also sounds good. Had some amazing mechanical plays and was also responsible for setting up Barrist a lot of the time as well. So those players can continue to just step up and provide goal scoring opportunities and really shoot well and be clinical. I think it's going to be a real thorn in Ghent's side, but we'll have to see who is looking good for Ghent. I'll tell you what, Bilbo has just snuck that through the defense. I'm wondering if that is the Bilbo that I know. Yes, RLCS season, what number is that?
Season 9, I think that is.
Season 9 EU champion. Yeah, that is the Bilbo that I know. Interesting. Not a player that I have heard for a long time, but yeah, he has been around for a while.
That is something like, it just comes, I don't know what it is about, like, Rocket League specifically, but, all the, you always, you just see it's like, oh yeah, by the way, this guy's like a, like a world champ or like a regional champ or something. I guess it's just because Rocket League doesn't have like weird franchising rules or something like that. It's just something you don't really see turning up in like, League and Valorant University series. Although you do in Counter-Strike. Shout out to Into the Breach for making it to the major, just a random UK org. I think does have a couple of uni players on it that are now playing at the major apparently. So it's always nice to see when you just go like, oh, turns out this guy's not like a random uni player. No, he's actually just like a pro. He's a pro player.
Yeah, well, you do have some pros. There was you probably won't know these names, but
They didn't go to
on
Portsmouth. I won't know him.
well, on the former Berlin team, you had Tigri and Nagflo, two former Tigri, a former pro Nagflo kind of bubble player, I would say. Trying to think of other players. Breezy,
That sounds
Tylacto.
familiar. Where the Breezy play?
Breezy was Chichester, but I think he only played one season because he wasn't blessed with teammates of the same caliber, shall we say. But yeah, he played one series or one season, and then yeah, I used to play with Tylacto on Lancaster. That was many years ago. I'm very old and washed up now, but we were the lads back in the day, that's for sure.
Geordie unknown. I got nothing.
Yeah, we used to
my
play
goats.
against Geordie. Geordie was,
Yeah, well, he was-
in the same league as us, Portsmouth.
I did not know him at all because I didn't go to my uni. What you call it? I didn't go to like just the esports society, which was a
Oh, yeah.
hindsight. But it's because I was busy casting the events. Didn't really ever sign up for any teams. Didn't go to things, but then ended up working together at NSC, and we were like graduated in the same year and all that jazz. I was like, oh yeah, aren't you like pro? Because he's all over their advertising. There's just like one shot of him winning like NSC.
Oh yeah,
that's
that is
their
like
favorite picture.
the Geordie shot. Yeah.
Yeah. We've managed to pick up 3 goals in quick succession here in this first round. Really putting the screws to Pesto.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that actually. Pesto, I thought that they would be top dogs coming into this, but Ghent really showing that they're here to potentially throw a spanner in the works and throw my prediction out of the window as well. But you know, don't count out Pesto just yet. We saw what they were like against Stuttgart. We haven't really seen them perform at their peak performance just yet. I don't think. I think there's definitely still more to come, but it's good that we've got such a competitive series because so far we've had quite a few walkovers, quite a few 3-0s, so we could have a very entertaining and high-level series here go the distance.
Righty, well, Pesto managed to get themselves at least on the board with their first goal, but yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to pick up 3 more, well, I guess only 2, in the next 30 seconds.
No, it's a tall order. I mean, they did do it against... never mind.
Fazzle.
I'm just going to stop there.
That's the kind of goal that happens in my games, you know? Like, that's basically the only way that I physically can score, is, you know, just off that first touch, off the scrum, and just be like, yeah, all right, well. Everyone else has sort of bounced off the ball, so I'll give that one a send-off. But, okay, yeah, 3 goals in 23 seconds. Not looking the most likely for Pesto. We can comfortably say that UGent picked themselves up the first round.
Yep, and I think Barist having quite a quiet game. Not even 200 points on the boards, not all too many shots. Might get another one here as Barist looking for the demo, but Bilbo coming through and hitting the ball onto his own backboard. Ceiling and surely going to be touched down here. Chaos over to the left-hand side, firmly onto the ground, and Ghent here really showing up. I think, oh my god, wait, they have Chaos is an old CS10 Major Elite as well. Okay. I owe you apology. I was not familiar with your game, I think is how the saying goes. Ghent, I did not realize the talent that they had on their roster. So yeah, this could be an incredibly entertaining series here, and to be honest, it could actually be a Ghent stomp. I'm also surprised at how or why they struggled against UCM so much, because we saw UCM earlier playing against FCT and they didn't look all that special or all that coordinated, yet they took it to game 5 with Ghent, who have this exceptional caliber of player and are now making Pesto look second best. I'm very confused.
Well, if there's one thing I most definitely cannot do when it comes to a Rocket League game, it is read like body language. And so does it look at all that it might be sort of like both these teams are just really aggressive, and but like sort of both struggle to play the defense, and so maybe that's why UGent had not made had not been crushing it so far, but then you come up against another aggressive team, and if you're more aggressive, you can make it happen. Is that what's sort of going on here? Like,
Yeah, you're kind of on the right track. It's like, yes, aggression, but in Rocket League, as you go higher and higher level, that tends to manifest itself as speed. Because at the end of the day, if you're faster, you're going to be first to the ball and you're going to beat out the player that is challenging that ball. And ultimately, you win possession, you advance forward, you attack, etc. So I think right now it's a speed battle. And Ghent, so far, have been faster than Pesto. Maybe it's because Pesto have just been playing Engine Stuttgart, who are not quite up to the standard that Ghent is bringing. And Pesto will be like, whoa, you guys are a bit quicker than what we're used to. We need to take a little bit of time to get up to speed, match your pace, and possibly exceed it. And then we can be a bit more comfortable. The alternative to that, if you're getting outsped everywhere, is slow down. Weirdly. You can just kind of take the game into your own hands, start taking a touch or two, look for a pass to a teammate. Instead of just rushing for the ball and trying to get it as soon as you possibly can, just let the other team kind of play their game and then play off that game in terms of just receiving possession from them. Because if you're going to get beat to the 50-50, the best thing you can do is back off, let the ball be hit towards you, and then just try and do your best with it there. The only time that falls apart is if the other team is really coordinating well and is constantly passing to each other. If you give them that big amount of space, then you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot because it essentially just becomes free play for the other team if you're not putting pressure on. So it's a real like kind of balancing act of, do we continue to try and match their pace, match their speed, and potentially that doesn't work, or do we back off completely, try and take a bit more control, try and take the game into our own hands, try and play to our own strengths, but in doing so, risk them just walking all over us?
That's what I was wondering. Good to know that my instincts are right. That if you don't like, it's a valid like idea that if you think, okay, we can't match their speed, you're like, okay, we won't try. We'll just try to set up like a better sort of defensive position. Yeah, let them come into us and then see what we can find. But again, that sounds like if you're against a very coordinated team, this could be quite risky. As you know, Rocket League's a pretty momentum-driven game, and so we'll see if that can work. We'll see if maybe there's a bit of ego involved. It sounds like the kind of thing where it can be, especially if you're like dominating games, as we've seen Pesto so far, that it will. If you're like, no, we're faster than them. We just have to keep trying, And maybe, I don't know if that happens. A lot of people like they have too much ego to be like, okay, you know what? It's fine. We'll just let them get there first and we'll try set something up. Either Pesto are going to have that approach, or they're going to say, no, we just have to go faster. Right? And just, it'll be like every single season of the Flash TV show where there's no problem that can't be fixed.
I don't think it'll be ego as much, but I think that they will try and match the pace of Ghent because that's usually how it happens. If the pace of a game is increasing, then ultimately it's harder to be consistent. If you're having to do the same things but faster, you sometimes sacrifice consistency, mistakes can come through, rotations can break down, and it can often lead to just ball chasing, which is just going for the ball and hitting the ball as soon as you can because you can and you don't want the other player to hit. So it's less strategic because you're not necessarily hitting the ball in a certain direction, you're not hitting it with purpose, you're just getting there before your opponents to ensure that they are not able to make a play. So there is kind of many layers to high-level Rocket League of how you approach it and how you kind of set up against a team that is like you're trying to play to your strengths, but at the same time you're playing to the opponent's strength. So what do you do in that situation?
I've always found that to be one of the across all esports really, to be the sort of defining skill. I think that matters the most at high level is figuring out what your opponents are doing and playing around that, right? I mean, people in the fighting game community, they say there's like the sort of numinous moment where you like evolve as a player and unlock, which is the day that you realize that you need to start looking at what the other guy's doing instead of looking at your character all the time. But it's true. I think that a lot of teams, you can tell, like the best teams are the ones that aren't playing around what they're good at, but you know, paying attention to what their opponents are doing and going like, okay, this is what we need to change to match them, as opposed to just being like, this is our strategy and this is what we're going to do, and just sort of disregarding who you're against.
Yeah, completely agree. But we have had a bit of a stalemate so far in game 1 here. No early goal coming through for either side, and it seems a bit more of a cagey affair. No one really wanting to overcommit. There hasn't really been any kind of suffocating pressure on either side. Both teams are kind of just backing off a little bit. The pace isn't as fast. There's more space being given. Chaos there trying to come through, and it ends up with a demo. But yeah, the midfield is a bit more wide open, I want to say. And it's very much the battles are being fought at both ends, and it's transitioning from offense to defense very quickly. No one is trying to kind of seize control of the midfield and really kind of stake it as their own.
Yeah, no one taking any crazy leaps so far. As nice little shot comes in, but and that one was blocked out quite nicely, as no goal is to be found quite just yet. Sounds good. Gets it off the backboard though. Double taps that one in. What's that? Varus just sets it up, sends it nice and high. Sounds good finds the rest.
Yeah, it was a great read from Sounds Good as well, because the ball, usually you'd expect it to hit the backboard and kind of come off at a similar trajectory as to the trajectory that it hit the backboard. But if it hits that top curve, that ball is just going to be going straight down, and sometimes it can be very difficult to read that. But you saw Sounds Good there just angled his car down, boosted as hard as he could towards the ground, and was able to get back to that ball and get the block and smother it into the net. So great play from Sounds Good there. We're kind of seeing the mechanics from him rear their head again, as it is now Pesto with a lead in this game. 2 minutes left, but never mind. There's the equalizer from Bilbo.
Alrighty, bring it back. Even it up, get it to a nice one-on-one. And what's that? It's just Chaos, yeah. Sending it sort of into the middle, and a nice little tap on through, as we've seen so many times today. And closing up's not quite as flashy as the technique behind Pesto's goal earlier, but it doesn't need to be, as that one dangerously close, but does hit that top bar. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how flashy your goal is. I mean, it does for flexing points, but those don't really count towards the actual scoreline of the game.
Well, the actual scoreline of the game, as things stand, is 1 each. And Ghent victorious in game 1. I'm sure that Pesto will be wanting to take game 2. Otherwise, they're staring down the barrel of a reverse sweep. That is the nature of these best of 5s. If you lose the first 2 games in a row, that is it. You are already on match point and have to win the remaining 3 if you want to be victorious in the series. So they are quite brutal in that way. We will have a best of 7 later in our grand final, which you have a bit more breathing space. You can lose 2 games in a row and not immediately feel under pressure, but that pressure is exactly what Pesto will want to be avoiding here. But it is so close, and the pace is just continuing to ramp up here. Evex tries to get an air dribble over the top. That one is going to bounce down, but nobody from Pesto wanting to commit for it there. They're a little bit shy of pushing that third person up, especially with only 30 seconds left on the clock. They do not want to be conceding cheaply here and not being able to respond to it.
Alrighty. Yeah, nothing really clicking quite just yet, but in the final 20 seconds, Pesto managed to get something in and potentially equalize the series here. Sounds good. Just points that one in the right direction. Like sometimes the physics of how these balls work does not line up, but that is because you can just at the last minute, move your car midair and give it a little tap. So it does make sense, but for a plebeian like me, all right, okay. Really just locking this one in. Holy moly, hang about. This was a one-on-one game for so long. And then in the last 20 seconds, Pesto just very much decided, no, we don't want to go to the sudden death. We'll lock this one in.
Yeah, well, it's going to be one apiece, and Pesto looking like their resurgent selves here in game number 2. Thought that Ghent potentially looked like the stronger team and could actually run away with it, but Pesto finding their stride here in the second game. And I think probably for the first time today, amid the chaos that was UCM versus FCT, I think we've probably got our first real competitive series on our hands here, at least on stream. There have definitely been some peppered throughout the bracket, but yeah, this could definitely go the distance, and this is like top caliber of Rocket League gameplay, at least at university level. Like, I can imagine most, if not all, players on the field are around GC3 SSL. So yeah, this is the cream of the crop, really, and it's plain to see.
All right. Again, that is something I do like so much about the Rocket League scene. Is again, like, the uni players are actually pretty good. Like,
Yeah.
when it comes to Valorant, there are definitely very good players in the uni scene. The teams themselves, the teams themselves would not do numbers like if you put them into VCC lobby or whatever, but some of the players would. But then on the league side of things, it's just like it would not, like, the good players are actually like busy like playing in a league because of how the formats are. But something like Rocket League's like, yeah, we got time. We can just come and just turn up and play the uni league as well, and you do end up getting some very talented players. So I'm excited to see the remainder of this series out now that we're sitting at 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, I'm wondering who is going to be going on to match point first, because I mean, Ghent looked great in game 1. They definitely look like they have the potential to overcome Pesto and make them look second best, but can they hold on to it? Pesto now have the momentum going forward since they've just won the previous game, and momentum in Rocket League sometimes can be everything. And that's a huge, glaring error there from Ghent on the back line, as Chaos not being able to get to it, and Zazzle's being bumped out of the way as well. So a wide open net and an absolute freebie for Pesto in the early stages of game 3, sorry. It is game 3. The scoreboard is lying to me because we changed server.
Yeah, there was a bit of a remake there. So you may see at the end of the game, it'll say, game 2 goes to whoever. It's not, it's game 3. And I was wondering for a while, I was like, why do we have our own, round counter when there's one built into the client? But this is why. Sometimes you have to remake the lobby. Either way, it is 1-0 to Pesto. We'll see what they can do, although a nice little conversion there coming out from Chaos, I think it was, but doesn't quite manage to get that one in when the goal was open as well. Sounds good from the center of the pitch there.
Wow. 82 miles an hour. That in Rocket League terms is an absolute scream. I will convert that to kilometers an hour because that's what we usually use in kph. 130. Yeah, that's a speedy boy right there.
Oh my god, absolutely sending it. Nothing but violent speed and momentum on that one. As 2-0 for Pestos. The ball finds its way on over towards the Ghent side, and looks like Evex just had that completely under control, and yeah, nobody can really get the tackle in or anything like that. And various attempts to meet him in the middle end up leaving the goal wide open.
Yeah, Ghent really has just kind of been missing since game 1, and I'm not sure what, if anything, has actually changed. The dynamic seems the same. Ghent seem like they're performing at the same level. I think it's maybe just that Pesto have now actually just taken a step up and are starting to win that speed battle that we were talking about in game 1. They're just taking control of the ball a bit more. You can see them getting outsped there, but someone on the back line to fix it and deal with the danger. So it's a tricky one. Trying to pick apart the minute details and the minute flaws that might be costing Ghent compared to where they were winning in game 1. It's very difficult to try and work out if you're like not on the pitch and not kind of in comms with with these guys, hearing what they have to say.
Can be a bit of a hard read to make. Nothing makes me happier as a caster than when I just make some. That's a pretty
No
simple
way.
one for Barris. Yeah,
Can I take this? Because
yeah. Knock
sounds
yourself-
good. Gets a flip reset there, and then just like stops on a dime midair. Both players from Ghent double commit, and Barris just says thank you very much, rolls it home. I've never seen anything quite like that from Sounds Good there. Getting a flip reset and then just like stopping the ball dead. It's crazy.
Just block it, send it straight down. Everyone's too busy up top, and nice and easy one for Barris. But yeah, I love making basically flagrant accusations about various, comms or mental states, for better or for worse, in players. Because I'm, at least when I'm, for a league that I like regularly cast or something, I'm about 70% confident on this. This sounds about right from my experience. And then they'll just be like, the players will do an interview like 3 weeks later and just say like word for word what I said. I'm like, I'm so good at my
Nailed
job.
it.
So far, it hasn't caught up to me. I haven't been, caught out for just objectively, aggressively guesstimating what's going on with teams. But like, there's been a couple of times where it's just like you get the delayed payoff on that.
Yeah.
Or I made a claim once, not so much about like players, actually about like a secret like pocket pick casting a league once, casting a game, and then like 5 hours later I get like a DM from one of the players who was watching the VOD back, and they're like, hey, by the way, great cast, we have been trying that so much and we think it's really good. I'm like, hey, even if they didn't play it this game, I was onto something. I know what I'm doing. Nothing quite as validating as that, as right now Pesto feeling pretty valid in themselves as well.
Yeah, Pesto are definitely onto something here. They've shut Ghent out so far in this game, and it might be a fifth, not quite block coming through for Ghent. But yeah, Pesto 4 unanswered goals here. They are really starting to look like the better team again. I had faith in Ghent, actually. They really surprised me in game 1, and they might still surprise me yet, because it's best of 5, and by the look of things, Pesto will be going on to match point. But Ghent definitely have the potential to beat Pesto. They've just kind of got to do what Pesto have done to them, figure them out, realize where they've been going wrong, and try and get back to that game one mentality and game one composure as well, where they did look the better team.
Oh yeah, I mean they were looking pretty good, but we managed to finally find themselves a goal. It's not gonna matter too much, but I mean, as I said before, I'm not great at reading the body language, so I was hoping you would have an answer to this question. But
Go for it.
You've already said, not really too sure what's changed or not changed, right? You think that Ghent are they're not playing anything too crazy different in these last 2 rounds?
I mean, I can only comment on what I'm seeing, which is the same as everyone else, but nothing looks too different. I just think that Pesto have kind of tightened things up. It's the equivalent of like a fine polish. They've now got kind of a bit more of a shine to them compared to Ghent, who are starting to tarnish slightly. So I can't put my finger on specifics. Like, if I was in comms with these guys and I was hearing what they were saying, and like, we should maybe do this slightly differently, or this a bit more, or this person specifically is doing this a lot, we need to shut this down. You can speculate, but it's hard to kind of actually get into their heads and interpret, because yeah, high level Rocket League is kind of, it's not only played one way, but there is kind of a perfect version of Rocket League, and you can only kind of just get closer to that. So I think that's what Pesto have kind of done. They maybe got outclassed by Ghent in the first game, getting outsped, not getting to the ball quickly enough, and now I think that they're starting to win that speed battle. They're starting to, at the same time as winning the speed battle, it's not just kind of a hit and hope. It's actually like communicating, looking for each other, and playing as a cohesive unit, whereas perhaps Ghent aren't quite doing that as well. In Ghent trying to speed up, they're maybe sacrificing team chemistry and are just going for the ball and hitting it straight back towards Pesto.
Alrighty, well, Pesto need to carry this on and hope that Ghent do the same. Sort of not necessarily slow down, but I don't know. Pesto warming up, need Ghent to keep cooling down, and they can turn this one into a cut and dry 3-1 for themselves. We'll see if they're able to get this first goal, or if maybe Ghent start to bring it back a little. Right now, nothing out of pocket happening quite just yet. Ooh. Well, no, still nothing all too crazy going on. Every time I see someone line up on that wall, they sort of right up as they enter that sort of like final third on the wall, I'm like, oh, I've seen this goal set up many times before. We don't quite convert this time around. You see an attempt there, but 2 blockers in position for Ghent. I mean, that one's not going anywhere. We'll just clear the ball out, get it nice away from the Pesto goal, get it right back into the middle, and start all over again.
Yeah, well, Pesto are on offense, and that was a attempted drop down from Barris there. It's been cleared off the backboard. Zazzle's going for the bump, but not quite finding it. Might look for that infield pass, but getting beaten to the ball once again. I think boost is also becoming an issue for Ghent as well. They're able to get into that final third, and where they would usually be able to challenge Pesto, but once they get there, there's just no boost left to really kind of create those opportunities and ask questions of the defense. It seems that is being heavily controlled by Pesto, and also on the defense as well, stealing boost away are Pesto, and Ghent then really struggling to actually try to get the ball clear because they've got nothing in the tank. They can't utilize the speed that they have if they don't have the boost in the tank.
I feel like that's a strat, right? Where you just have a guy whose job is just go pick up all the boosts, so that once they get into your third,
guy?
but just like as a squad, just like control them. I thought I'd seen something once where there was like, no, you just have a guy playing back, just picking them all up. That's just his job.
He is the boost.
Maybe I'm making that one. He's just the guy like, okay, when they get into our half, they're not getting a thing. I may well be making that one up.
But no, you're spot on with the boost situation. Like, if you're able to control the corner boost, especially, then you're essentially winning the game because your teammates you're putting the opponents at an immediate disadvantage. They aren't able to match your speed going forwards. They aren't able to aerial for the ball either, so they have to stay grounded and wait for you to make your move, like we saw Bilbo doing there. And it also means that when they do kind of transition onto offense, if they get it clear going, they can't generate any real pressure because they get to the halfway line and that's it. All the boost in the tank is gone and they have to back off to their own corners and grab some more. As another goal being put in here by Pesto, that one courtesy of Ivex. And it's looking like Pesto marching towards victory in the series, which we thought was probably going to be the case beforehand, but then Ghent kind of surprised everyone in game 1 when they came out swinging and scored 3 goals in very quick succession. But Pesto showing us once again why they were able to challenge the likes of Roehampton earlier on in the bracket here. And it does look like they will be advancing to face AEFCT.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because this is like the last 2 and 3/5 rounds have been sort of what we were expecting coming on into this series. But that first round, obviously with you coming out absolutely swinging, it's kind of a shame that we, probably won't be seeing any more of them in this tournament. Because I would like to see, more of that performance, that style coming up. But they need to get themselves 3 goals in a minute. Well, that's all right. That's 1. I was going to say, which is something they have not really been able to do in the last 2 rounds. But no, they started off. All right. That was a quick start. All right, only 2 goals in a minute. That's doable.
Yeah, it's definitely still doable. It's not over yet, but I mean, Pesto now look the better team. They've won 2 games in a row. They are leading in this one, so it's really going to kind of take a miracle here for Ghent to come back in this game and keep the series going. And they don't have to reverse sweep, actually. I was thinking it was 2-0, but
No.
no, it is 2-1 currently. So not out of the question, but time is ticking as it does. And it is ticking down in favor of Pesto here.
40 seconds remaining to get those last 2 goals. See what we can find. Bilbo and Zazzles trying to make a little bit of a run happen together. Zazzles going along. Get himself some of that extra boost so that he can reposition, but nobody's able to find that shot off of Bilbo. It's well defended. The ball's kept up in the air. It's kept away from the goal, and as that clock ticks on down, Uvex will find that final goal. 3 goals this game. I'll be honest, I think that he may not have had any other goals in the rounds that we saw. I'm not sure about last round, but I think up until that point, I'm pretty confident in saying that he had none. So Uvex getting on the board.
Yeah, well, I think it is pretty much set in stone now that once again, it is going to be Pesto University of Genoa from Italy that will be advancing in this lower bracket. We will say goodbye to the University of Ghent from Belgium in this last chance qualifier. They had a great game 1, and if they kept it up, we could have been looking at a very different result here. It was 3-1 in the end. We had to remake the server, so 3-1 scoreline. But we will be sticking with University of Pesto in the next series, where they will be going up against FCT, who dropped out of that upper bracket final to Roehampton. But, I mean, Roehampton and Pesto were very closely matched, and Roehampton completely obliterated FCT. So I'm kind of expecting the same thing to happen when they play Pesto. And I believe that our grand final, as I've been saying for the past 2 rounds, is very likely to be Pesto versus Roehampton. But still 2 matches left to go in this lower bracket. And we will be back in approximately 5 minutes' time with the next one. So don't go anywhere.
Show ya. Wish for me to call you when you're turning me on. The way you telling me you wanted me down. Done it, I done this before you falling. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling be sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this in the more I go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Amazon University Esports Masters Rocket League Last Chance Qualifier. God, that's always a mouthful. Welcome back. We are now on our 6th series of the day, and this is our lower bracket final. We are sticking with Pesto University, that is University of Genoa from Italy, and they will be going up against FCT Esports from Portugal, that is the Nova School of Science and Technology. FCT dropped out of the upper bracket to Roehampton in the final, and it didn't exactly look difficult for Roehampton, let's just say that. I believe the scoreline was something like 6-1 in game 2, I want to say.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they swept FCT pretty comfortably, and my opinion is that I think we're going to see the same thing happen here. Pesto, I think, will probably sweep their way through to that grand final in a matchup with Roehampton. Roehampton will start a game up in a best of 7, and we will play from there to determine who will be getting that final qualification spot for the University Esports Masters playoffs, which is happening next Sunday on the 14th of May.
Whoever wins out this series and then wins out against Roehampton finds their way into the playoffs alongside the KSA representatives, moving on up to that 8-team playoff. But we'll keep our eyes on the prize here for now, as I'm sort of on the same side as you right now. I think that Pesto looking so strong, especially in the last 2 rounds of that previous game, and then from what we've seen of FCT, looking decent, but not looking to be on that same tier. So, well, never say never, but right now I'm feeling like we're getting a bit of a Roehampton Pesto run back in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I mean, if they can beat Stuttgart and they can beat Ghent, who actually took a game off them and looked really good in that series, I think they can probably beat anyone bar Roehampton, who they have already lost to in game 5. So, I mean, the grand final should be pretty insane because, yeah, we've seen Roehampton twice now. We've seen Pesto twice as well, and both of them you can definitely see are probably the favourites in the bracket. So yeah, Roehampton will have that 1 game advantage in the grand final. I mean, is there a scenario where FCT surprise us and beat Pesto here, or is this match just kind of not arbitrary, because that is just, yeah, it's a bit offensive to FCT, but you know, it already feels like it's kind of been decided on paper given how well Pesto have been playing so far.
Very well, let's see how it ends up going. We find ourselves into the first round. Already a save coming out. Shot on a save, but did not manage to get that insanely early goal to start things off. As again, I'm pretty sure Pesto have been orange like every time. Now they're blue. My simple League player brain cannot handle such a switch up. They actually had to add that as a feature to League, where they like your team is like, there's a button you can press where you're basically just always, like, your guys are always blue. Even if you're not on the blue team, your guys are just blue.
I wish.
It's like, I needed it.
Play on X, please.
Alrighty.
Well, this game's had a pretty slow start so far. I mean, Barrist has been putting in work in the midfield and putting some shots on target, but so far the defense of FCT has been dealing with whatever threats have been thrown their way. And are they going to get a goal here? Yes, they are. FCT on the board first, despite the run of play, which was looking favorable towards Pesto. Mr. Crow there. Wait, Shuffleverse? Is that a sub? That is a sub, isn't it?
Yeah,
I have not seen that name before, correct?
No. It was Sounds Good, right?
Unless that is Sounds Good. Hold on.
I will check. You do a little bit of casting. I will do a little bit of checking.
No, it's a sub. It's a sub. They made a sub. Maybe they're just saving Sounds Good for the grand final then. Unsure. Or either that or he's just had to go. But
He's got better things.
That could change the dynamic. Because, I mean, Sounds Good was, really supporting Barrist a lot and providing some really good mechanical plays of his own. So without him, are they going to be a weakened side? And I mean, they lost to Rahampton earlier with Sounds Good. So now with their sub Shuffleverse coming in, are they going to be even weaker than earlier?
Well, interesting to see. Right now, they're down 0-2, uncharacteristic to say the least. Maybe if this is a major problem, there's would we get Sounds Good back in for the later rounds? But we'll give Shuffleverse the benefit of the doubt. Again, the one thing that we don't know is comms. How much is how much is Sounds Good contributing? As he said before, there's not too much in terms of setup and plan. But if it sounds like Shuffleverse is dead silent, that's not really going to help too much. Versus if Sounds Good is, making what little plans you can during the middle of a Rocket League game.
Well, as you say, FCT right now are up by 2 goals. And, I mean, we saw Ghent up by go up in game 1 in the previous series. And that series ended up going massively in favor of Pesto. So I'm not sure why or how they're allowing themselves to drop game 1 here as a 3rd goal goes in. But they seem to have really switched off between that previous dominant performance against Ghent and now this lackluster display relative to their, the peak that we've seen them show today against FCT.
All right, yeah. I mean, this is not looking like the standard Pesto squad. I mean, obviously not the squad. It's a different player. But yeah, this is not looking great for them. FCT, very happy right now with the position they've managed to find themselves in. 3-0. And with just a minute and a half left. I think 30 seconds ago, that's, very doable. But it depends on the sort of pace of the individual game, and this one might just be a little bit too slow. Vex tries to find something, but isn't quite able to get that one through. But Shuffleverse straight down the middle line, doesn't get it either. Crow is able to defend, but finally, after a heavy back and forth, Barris will manage to get one on the board. What happens here? We see Crow just knocks it away. Vex swings back around, and Nisa and Crow both moving in on towards the ball, but neither of them managing to get the block.
Yeah, Shuffleverse does not look like he's having quite the impact that Sounds Good was. That one is just wide of the mark, and the follow-up blocked away. Demo onto Barrist. Frees up the net there, but Mr. Crow can't quite wrap his car around the ball to get it on target. Misses that boost as well, so he's going to be retreating all the way back with absolutely nothing in the tank. Evex again trying to go for that dagger blow of a shot, but can't quite find it. It's in front of net, but Mr. Crow comes across at the near post to make the block. Shuffleverse to the far post. Gotta say, should have been on target there. That was the opportunity for Pesto maybe to launch a last gasp effort. Barris is going to leave that one. Should be able to get it off the backboard here, but the touch from Mr. Crow really putting his team, cementing their position on defense.
Ooh.
And I have to say, Mr. Crow is doing incredibly well on defense at the moment. Seems to be the player making the key touches, getting the ball to safety and denying those opportunities from Pesto, who have only been allowed 1 goal total. So the first game actually going to go to FCT, which I was really not expecting to see at all. I was thinking we were going to get a 3-0 stomping. But here they are. They've taken game 1 against Pesto. And do Pesto respond in the same way that they did against Ghent here? Or is this FCT really showing that they are actually made of stronger stuff?
Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting game. I mean, you said there was definitely some strong defense coming out from Crow, especially at the end there when he gets that, first have to stop Barris, and then he comes in again to deny the sort of run in from, I think it was Shuffleverse, that was sending it straight up the middle line. But I don't know. This feels a bit rough, but FCT were definitely looking good. I was probably spending too much time hyper analyzing Shuffleverse as well as I can, but so I'll be interested to see what happens going on to the next game, especially if Shuffleverse is staying on, and I'll try to pay a little bit more attention to FCT themselves, because for now I've been looking at what you call it, what we thought were the favorites going in, Pesto, but this may no longer be the case.
Yeah, I have to agree, to be honest with you. Like, I've been saying for the past 2 rounds that Pesto looked like they were destined for a grand final rematch against Roehampton, but this has thrown a spanner in the works. I mean, I didn't really rate FCT when I saw them earlier against it was UCM. That series was just all over the place, and then they were just outclassed completely by Roehampton. So potentially I just haven't seen them perform at their best yet, and I think game 1 showed that exactly. But this time Pesto gonna get on the board in this game, and for the first time in the series as well, I believe. It was a shutout last game, wasn't it? It was 3-0 FCT?
No, they had one.
Oh no, they had one. Okay,
Well,
in that case, an early goal for Pesto. Definitely going to be doing them favors, because you do not want to go on to match point after losing to the first 2 games in a row. We'll see if they can extend their advantage here on how FCT are potentially able to respond to this.
All right, well, definitely a happier start to the game for Pesto. They get themselves cooking quite nicely. Pro gets the ball nice and high, but Barris, they're ready to intercept. Nothing too much to come of it. You see, Vex was cooking a little something, but did not come to fruition. And all right, now both teams just jostling for control in and around the midfield. Oh, Barris. He's thinking about it. But the defense is there. Oh! Vex! What's going on here? That is a crazy one. There's quite a few people ready to defend. You see someone just goes a bit too overcommitted trying to get the ball away from Vex. And the 2 that are actually in the goal can't find the lineup, and it just bounces off the posts and into the net to cement the advantage for Pesto.
Yeah, Pesto doubling their advantage here. It's starting to be reminiscent of the previous series versus Ghent, where they just looked, I don't know, they looked a bit lost in the first game, but now they're starting to find their stride again in the second one. Vex especially is taking things into his own hands on more than one occasion. Someone else that is, Barris as well, almost manages to get the dunk there. Vex back into the midfield, trying to find the follow-up, but just evading them for now. But I mean, a 2-goal cushion, I'm sure that they'll take that for the time being, and they'll do their best to hold on to it. Never mind. Oh, they say, I was going to say perfect time for a caster's curse, but Barris dives across the net there and makes the crucial block.
Alrighty. That's the plan out here. get the ball away. I mean, Pesto, I would say they're happy to just, stall it out, play control to run down the clock, but that has not been what we have seen from them before. It's not what we've seen from Barist before. You can't quite set himself up. Looks like there was about to be a bit of follow-up, but a nice block comes in from, I think it was Crow. Make sure that there's no 3-0 happening quite just yet.
Yep, the 3-0 still proving elusive. But that 2-goal cushion still remaining for the time being. Barist was halfway between a shot and a pass, but neither really doing any damage or troubling the defense at all. And Shuffleverse over to the left-hand side, blocked out by Deveza, but only temporarily as Vex into the midfield. Barist with an absolute banger is off the crossbar. Can Croak get it to safety? Yes, he can. In and out of his own net. It's all the way down the other end. And what a play from FCT. From one goal line all the way to the other in the space of just about 5 seconds. All 3 players involved. That is a textbook Rocket League counter-attack.
Lovely stuff to get FCT on the board in this second round. But can they do it again? They have possession for now, but the ball coming rapidly over their way. It may not stay this way for long. Ball gets in a scary position, but Crow again on the defense manages to clear it, get it away from his goal. Again, doing pretty good defense in this series. But right as I say that, the goal gets cleared out just a bit too much. See people contesting the ball here, and nobody's quite able to catch it out, and Barris can just realign it and make sure it goes in.
Yep, Shuffleverse there, threading the needle between the defenders and finding Barist just in front of net, who was able to calmly slot home and restore that 2-goal lead. Might be a 3-goal lead here, as all Barist has to be a bit careful as the ball takes a deflection and gets absolutely shot towards his own net. And he did very well to redirect it. Barist with a lovely drop down towards Shuffleverse, but the angle there in front of net just eluded him slightly. But Pesto, we saw it in the previous series, Game 2, they really start to turn things up and they start to look the better team. That's exactly what is happening here. But, I mean, if they make it to the grand final against Roehampton, they can't really afford to do that, to be honest with you, because Roehampton are going to start that grand final 1 game up, and it's a best of 7. So if they have a slow start again, it's going to be 2-0 before they've even blinked and got a foothold in the series.
That's going to be it's a hard sell. You have to think that, maybe if we want to attribute the first game to just warming up with, with Shuffle on the squad, then we won't have another similar start now that we're already warmed up. That would be my sort of hope, right? That this does not happen again. They've also already, I say they've already played Roehampton, but I don't know if Shuffle did.
No,
or if it was Sounds Good that was playing in that game. So Shuffle may personally have to sort of get acclimated to the Roehampton playstyle, and in that case, we could end up in that position where, hang on lads, we've only played 1 game, but we're down 2 points.
See if I can find out what's happened to Sounds Good, if he's had to leave voluntarily or if it's an involuntary thing like internet or, I don't know, mum's just cooked the dinner, something like that. We'll have to see. But it is going to be all tied up in this series between Pesto and FCT now.
Alrighty. It was like the first game, right? It was Roehampton where we had someone actually DC.
Yes.
I don't think that was a Pesto player, so.
Nope. That was a Turkish player, I think.
Is that who it was? Yeah, BAU? Yeah, it was. It was a something, Aware. However, God, sometimes people come through with some names. I'm like, I got nothing. I got no clue. But in either case, Pesto managed to bring it back. Did find themselves that round, and they're trying to make their way on towards that winners final.
They are indeed, and I mean, it's not looking increasingly likely because we've got a tied up series here, but if we're having deja vu from the previous series, Ghent looked unstoppable in game 1, and then Genoa just ran away with it. And now FCT looked pretty unstoppable in game 1. And are we starting to see the start of Genoa running away with it again? Is the question that we have to ask ourselves. And I think we will start to get an answer to that by the conclusion of game 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's just their thing. Maybe they just need a one-game warm-up. Doesn't check out because we saw them 3-0. But maybe they just need to take a little time to get their heads straight, get ready for the series. As we'll see if they can put it through in the next 10 minutes.
Barrist with an early opportunity, but wasn't able to force the ball through all by himself. But he does have support in the form of Shuffleverse and Ibex, but still the defense of FCT holding firm. Ibex going to rotate on this one, takes the shot, and there's a demo on the back line as well, so it might be able to capitalize. Barris, though, had to rotate out for some boost. Back in the mix now, though. Can't get back to this one before it's cleared away off the backboard. Barris lurking in the corner, though, ever present in that final third in front of the goal line and just disrupting the play and being a real thorn in the side of Pesto.
Right, it'll hang about. Ivex gets a pretty good run down the pitch, but Nisa able to defend that one in time. Looked like there may have been a bit of an opportunity there, but the score will remain 0-0. And now again, Crow on the defense does not manage to connect, gets pretty far away from the goal. And after a bit of a back and forth, couple of bounces, Pesto will eventually find the goal.
That was an absolute barrage from Pesto there. Barris fired one on net from a redirect. Shot then went onto the crossbar from the other side and finally converted by the third player. FCT, it must have been like watching a tennis match from their net, just back and forth, left and right, not knowing who's going to be shooting next and putting the ball across the face of goal. And eventually, defensive rotations broke down and they were, the defense crumbled, and Pesto once again first blood in this game. Have to see if they can extend their advantage as they did in the previous one.
So just a lovely bit of pressure, as you said, getting all three members involved. And, you know, eventually someone's going to overshoot, overcommit, trying to get in position to block. And it gives you that nice little opening. It wasn't even that much of an opening, really. It was just when all three members of Pesto are working exactly the same, it just takes the tiniest gap to find yourself something. To get their first point, but it's not, you know, it's been a bit of a slower round, so FCT, they've got themselves a pretty good opportunity to try and find this one back in. Right now, Shuffle running it up the pitch, but will get intercepted as well. Nisa. Nice little deflect. Send that one skyward and keep it away from the goal.
Well, Pesto are doing very well at generating opportunities at the moment, and it's getting dangerously close to thwarting the defense as Barrist through the middle, straight down the pitch, bounces up, and there he is. Boosts all the way back to that ball, and no one back far enough to defend it as he put maximum power behind that second touch. And a second touch and a second goal it is for Pesto here. FCT increasingly falling by the wayside here after winning in game 1. And I feel like we're starting to see, you know, the general picture of this series, which is that ultimately I think Pesto, one way or another, are going to be victorious, and we're going to end up with that rematch that we've been dreaming of for 3 rounds now between Pesto and Roehampton in the grand final.
I mean, that looks like it will be a pretty fun game to watch, to say the least. And it's looking, as you said, more and more likely. But I thought with Pesto having a bit of an open goal there, maybe there was a little something cooking, but FCT were not there. Not able to tap that one in. We've got a minute to get 2 goals to try and even it up. Again, that's pretty doable. But right now, control seems to be pretty comfortably in Pesto's favor.
Yeah, it does. They're rotating well. They're controlling the midfield again. They're controlling the boost situation. and they're a lot of the time beating FCT to the ball, and when they're not, they're recognizing that as well, and they're able to adjust and able to sit back and just take control of the ball, take stock, grab a load of boost, and then just come at FCT with a lot of vigor and a lot of venom going forward. So yeah, FCT since Pesto started to really turn things up, haven't really been able to find a response as of yet.
Alrighty. Well, 13 seconds. And yeah, not a lot going to be coming of it. Pesto should be able to lock this one in and take themselves over to match point in this effectively semi-finals.
Yep, well, this is our lower bracket final. So, as we've been saying, whoever wins in this best of 5 will advance to that grand final, and that is the qualification match. So, yeah, Pesto are 1 game away from getting there, and it's going to be 2 wins required on the bounce from FCT if they want to advance to that grand final and have their own rematch with Roehampton. But yeah, that is looking increasingly unlikely. Pesto have won the previous 2 games. And yeah, I mean, they've looked in fine form ever since we saw them start playing against Stuttgart. They dispatched of Ghent, who had 2 very high-profile players on their roster, former professional players, both of them. And now in FCT as well, FCT starting to look second best against this Pesto roster.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, yes, it did not look like they were able to really find much of anything going on in to that last round. And well, you know, it does happen sometimes. I don't like seeing him being like, in like the semi-finals, right? The second to last game to just be like, well, this one's pretty locked in. Because, you know, we saw a strong showing from FCT in the first round. And,
we did. But I'm not counting them out. I'm just kind of saying what I think is likely to happen.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of counting them out a little. I mean, I don't want to, but from what we've seen, at least from Pesto, it's been going pretty well.
It has, and they're starting off as they finished the previous game. Only took 15 seconds. Already the defense in disarray for FCT. Just a bit distracted by the big shiny boost in the corner and forgot the big shiny ball going into their net.
Okay. Well, it's a pretty strong way to start out your round. Nice and early goal. But it might be traded back. I'm not even traded back. Might be I can't even think of say it. Accentuated, extended. I don't know what the word I was looking for was. It's probably
been a long day.
Yeah, I can't figure out what that word was. But what I know is that that's the second goal for Pesto. Barris, sort of simple, classic fashion. Again, gets that long shot. Sort of just nice down the middle, controlling it through the air. Thought for a second we might see another one, but Crow, he's not going to let that happen.
Goes Barris again and looking for a pinch with Evex there. It's a bump onto shuffle this.
He spends more time in the air than he does on the ground in this game. Like, it's I
mean, that's most high level
most of the game, but like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, we're not counting like, you know, flipping and boosting and stuff. He's spending more time above the like middle of the y-axis. I know what I mean. I know.
I mean, yeah. That is kind of his playstyle, really, is just to kind of like pick the ball up in a bit of space and either go for like an air dribble or try and get a flip reset. Because essentially, when you're in that position, you're kind of holding all the cards, right? No one knows quite what you've got in your hand, and in doing so, it just causes players to hesitate. And then when they hesitate, they're just stuck. They're in net. They can't move. If they go forwards, you've already lost that challenge in the air. If they stay where they are, then potentially you're just allowing the player that's in the air in front of you to just do whatever they like. And often that works in their favor. So Barris knows exactly what he's doing, and he has the mechanical ability to back that up as well.
Absolutely loving that for him as Bull gets a little close there. But they manage to defend, get it out onto the other side, and we'll see if Barris can get any more of those lovely aerial shots coming on through. But at this point, doesn't really need to. 3 goals in 2 minutes. I'm going to be pretty happy with that kind of advantage and start to slow down the pace of the game if you want, of course. Keeping up the aggression does minimize opportunities of, you know, the ball finding its way into your half, but at the same time, you don't want to run the risk of losing that possession. So we'll see what happens. As right now, Shuffleverse is the one picking it up. Trying to see if he can maybe get it a bit more central, but ends up just going on into the corner. Oh, embarrassed. Oh, not quite. That's that one up, tries to get it in, but nice defend from, I believe it was Nisa. Keeping that one away from the goal line, but ooh, right on cue, Vesa manages to get one in. So what even happens here? It just looks like we got 2 members just fighting for the ball. Again, leading to a relatively open goal. I think, did Nisa knock Barris out of the way there? Did he?
Yep, that was textbook bump play at the near post.
Lovely stuff. Just clear a path.
Is it going to matter, though? I mean, 3 goals for Pesto. FCT have got 1 back, and they've got 2 minutes left. Really, they need to get another one sharpish, and there it is.
Oh!
It's on.
So Vesa not wanting to go quietly right now. It's, again, the physics are just... I don't see the car as like something that can move in space, right? I'm just looking at a rectangle and a ball flying towards each other. I'm like, oh no,
yeah,
twister. He can twist in the air to make it like to re-angle the ball, but it's like to my smooth brain, that one does not look like the way that the ball should bounce. As it looked like we were about to have another very quick goal again, but not quite. Good clearance, gets that ball far and away. See if Shuffle is in position to try and make a run. Not quite.
Not quite on that occasion, but they are only within 1, so the series could be turned on its head here if FCT are able to get another. And I believe we haven't actually had a single overtime. Throughout the entire course of today, there has not been 1 single overtime, but it could be happening here as Devesa ties us up here, 3 goals apiece. 1 minute 23 left on the clock. Are Pesto going to try to go for that all-important golden goal here and take the series? Or are we going to go to an overtime? Or FCT, are they going to continue on their scoring streak here? It's getting exciting now. We've got a series back on our hands. It felt like it was starting to wind down and reach a conclusion where Pesto advanced to that grand final pretty easily, but FCT, 2 goals required and 2 goals found. They are knocking on the door of Pesto.
So Devesa's hat-trick doing a lot to bring this team back. Well, though, it must be said, you know, each of those goals was very much a team effort as ball comes straight down off of that slope bit of the backboard, and that is a simple little tap for Ivex. As you were saying earlier, just not really the angle that you expect the ball to come in from.
No, and I mean, if the ball does that and there's nobody on the backboard to defend it, if you're just sat in net, it's so hard to defend because the ball, like, you can't jump up behind your own crossbar. You have to, like, go out of net first to then come back and get the ball. So if you're sat in net, you literally just have to wait until the ball is underneath the crossbar, which conveniently is the same amount of time that the player trying to score has to wait to then smother it into the net. And usually it is the offending player that comes out on top in those situations. That's exactly what happened there. So Pesto back in front despite that little scare there from FCT. Can FCT find a goal in the next 10 seconds? Well, Shuffleverse is trying to ensure that his team gets another one, provide that real nail in the coffin. Is this one going to go in? Yes, it is from Ivex. off the ceiling, right in at the near post, and that is all she wrote in our lower bracket final. Beautiful play from Avex there, sealing the deal and sending Pesto, University of Genoa, through to the grand finals.
All right, a well-deserved slot earned there for Pesto. Gotta say, big fan of the pickup over the course of that round from FCT. We saw Crow with some very good defense across the course of the day, course of the series, and they end Deveza just boom, 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 gets that hat trick, tries to bring it back, but at the very end, we see Pesto get that final goal and find their slot in the grand finals with a rematch against Roehampton.
Yeah, well, I mean, we said it after they won convincingly against Stuttgart that they looked like the favourites to go all the way through that lower bracket and end up in the grand finals. They've already played each other once off stream today, and that went 3-2 in favour of Roehampton. This one is going to be a best of 7 with Roehampton starting on a 1-0 advantage. We are going to have a short 5-minute break in between that just to give us a breather and get set up for that grand final. But this is it. This is going to be the biggest and best series of the day. So do not go anywhere. We will be back very shortly. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the conclusion of this bracket in the Amazon University Esports Masters last chance qualifier for Rocket League. We're in the grand finals, baby. It's Roehampton going up against Pesto. That's University of Genoa in a best of 7 and a weighted best of 7 at that. Roehampton will be starting one game up as they have come from the upper bracket. Genoa making that lower bracket run all the way from round 4. And they have played each other in the bracket previously. It was Roehampton that knocked Pesto down into lowers, winning out 3-2 in game 5. So if there was ever going to be a series that was going to go all the way, I feel like it has to be this one, Doctor.
Yeah, this is the one that we're expecting, I'd say, to go to the full 5. Realistically, the full 7. Well, I suppose full 6. Actually, will meet in the middle. As yes, Roehampton are of course starting with that first point lead as part of their reward for winning the upper bracket.
Yes, they are. And I mean, I guess we can talk about predictions. Roehampton so far looked pretty stunning. I don't think they've dropped a game in the bracket yet, have they?
A game? I think so. I think they were.
Oh yeah, of course they have. I mean, apart from
3-2,
Pesto, they haven't dropped a game. They played 3 series so far: 3-0 against BAU, 3-2 against Pesto, and 3-0 against FCT. Now, Pesto as well are using their substitute player. I was told that Sounds Good had to go to work, so he has not been able to play the series against FCT, and he will also not be available for this series. And if they lost with Sounds Good, who is actually kind of like the enabler, I would say, for Barist, and provided some pretty exceptional mechanical plays of his own, do Pesto really have a chance here? Because Roehampton won with Sounds Good on the Pesto roster. They're now using Shuffleverse, who, sure, looked great in that previous series, but yes, I guess he is a downgrade from Sounds Good. I mean, that is kind of the definition of a substitute. So, yeah, bit worried for Pesto that they might not be able to perform to the same standard that they were against Roehampton. The only thing with Roehampton is, though, they have a habit of kind of falling at the final hurdle. I watched them play a grand final recently against UEA Blue Jays, which they were definitely expected to win. And yeah, they played great, but they didn't win. They just didn't have the ice and the calm that Pesto seem like they have.
Is that
Interested to hear your thoughts.
Was that the UEM finals?
No, this was I think it was the NSE finals, because they played each other both in the Newell and NSE finals.
One NSE came second in Newell.
Other way around then. One of the other. They played UEA twice. They beat them once. They lost to them once.
Well, yeah, because if they won Newell, so they must have been NSE finals, yeah.
If they'd won Newell, they'd already be
They
qualified,
wouldn't be here. Yeah, they beat in the slot
gotcha.
Blue Jays are in. So it was the NSE finals. Very good.
Yeah.
Oh. Was that oh no, they didn't run it at Land. No. Yeah, they did do it at Land, didn't they?
Which one?
For just the last the spring finals.
Spring finals was at LAN. Yes. They did lose on LAN. They lost in NSC. No, yeah, they lost in NSC and won in Newell. They lost against UEA NSC.
They won in Newell. Why are they here?
I don't know.
Did they not be through?
Was it? Wait. I swear it was.
No, if they won in Newell, they wouldn't be here, right?
I'm getting on Liquipedia right now.
Get involved.
I'm getting Liquipedia up.
NSC finals.
Yeah, they won Newell. They won Spring Championship 2022-23. They won. They beat UEA in the final.
Then why are they here?
I don't know.
Understand? I would have thought that would sort of not be how that worked. All right, let's see how they did it. How they did the NSC finals? NSC didn't even post it. Oh, hang about. That is.
Yeah, they lost on LAN at Insomnia to UEA in the NSC final. So I casted it.
Oh, excellent. Right, I've got no clue how it was. Right. If you got knocked, I guess maybe they got. The thing is, if they got through already, so that they just played the last bit and got knocked out in the first round of this tournament. But then that's 3 UK teams, right? I thought we only sent 2. So
I mean, we've got Warwick qualified already, and I don't quite know how they've done that.
I don't know how we've managed to get 3 teams into this tournament, but I thought we
Oh well, we take those.
we're sending 2 max, but all right, fine. Yeah, big ups, we'll take it. Yeah, so I assume they just lost then at some point in the. Well, they got knocked out already, but then they come back for the LCQ.
Yeah, sounds about right. Okay, well,
righty.
I think we're just about ready for our grand final then. Reminder, it is Roehampton Monster Shop of the United Kingdom going up against the self-proclaimed strongest Italian university team, hailing from the University of Genoa, team name Pesto University. Roster is Barist, Ivex, and Shuffleverse, as sounds good, has had to depart for work. And a reminder, Roehampton's roster, JSW, Dylan, and Yotan. We will also be getting an interview after this game from the winning team. So stay tuned for that. But here we are, weighted best of 7. Roehampton starting 1 game up. Pesto starting on absolutely nothing. And we're going to be playing a maximum of 6 games of Rocket League here. But it could be as little as 3. If Roehampton win 3 games in a row, that will be it. Grand final over, done and dusted. But there is a long way to go until we get to that conclusion.
Yeah, very much. Gotta play it out, you know? Gotta actually do the work to make it happen, to get that final spot.
Well, Shuffleverse has opened up the scoring here with only 30 seconds gone. Roehampton looking a little bit shaky on defense. Reminder that Pesto have just played 3 series back to back to back, won all of them. Roehampton have just been sat waiting for 3 hours. I mean, yes, they've probably been playing ranked and whatever, but they're not going to be as warmed up as Pesto. That's for sure. So it might take Roehampton a minute or 2 just to find their footing in this game. But equally, Pesto took a little bit of time to get warmed up in their previous 2 series. They dropped game 1 to both Ghent and FCT. So it doesn't look like that's happening here, though.
Yeah, they do.
It's been 1 minute and they're 2-0 up.
Yeah, they are nice and warm. Coming on into this one. Fortunately, Dylan and his endpoint skin are now on the blue side. Thank God. But yeah, they are looking very comfortable. And as you said, I was saying earlier that you know, one of the benefits of being in that upper final is that you have a long break. You get to calm down, get to get. But yeah, I mean,
Guys?
maybe we've taken a bit too much of a break. We're a bit too cooled down. The Shuffleverse, he's coming in pretty fresh, but also warmed up.
Oh, no.
A nice and easy hat trick.
Is
that a bad one?
That's a bad one.
That's a bad one.
But for someone of JSW's caliber to just roll over like that in net, yeah, that's not a good look for Roehampton. Like I really don't want to say it, but yeah, their grand finals curse could be coming back to haunt them here. The last grand final they played was NSE. That was on LAN actually, and they've never looked great on LAN. That has to be said. But yeah, 3-0 in 2 minutes versus Pesto. Not what you want to really be seeing, especially as they're now playing with their sub Shuffleverse.
Alrighty, well, I mean, we said earlier about how Roehampton were, you know, maybe, you know, a regular amount, but definitely very confident. And maybe that's what's going on here. You know, we sit down 0-3 and we're like, it's fine. Lose the first 3 games of the series, and then just run it back up. So maybe, you know, be interested to see what the status is, what the vibes are like in the Roehampton, you know, gaming center right now. And if it still laughs aplenty, even after getting 3 very quick goals scored on you to start out the grand finals.
Barris looks for an opportunity, and JSW is going to have to use all of his boost to get back to that one after a bit of a dodgy takeoff. Shuffle burst, nothing in the tank to really be able to get to it. Vex with a miss as well. Dylan tries to get it all the way through. Barris on the goal line, surely going to be put through. Barris again, and this time it's an overcommit from Roehampton. And now at the other end, it's Barris once more. Saves the first 2 shots all by himself. Punches a hole through. And there he is. 4 goals for Pesto in game 1 here. Roehampton at the moment just look half asleep.
Maybe that's it. They've taken such a long break, all their coffees and various caffeinated beverages have worn off. And now it's too late to have any more. Or they'll be bouncing off the walls all night. Say no coffee after 4 o'clock, that's what they say. It's maybe the new angle for Roehampton is... Oh, it's looking pretty locked in for this first game. Dylan manages to at least pick 1 up. But, I don't know, getting 3, well, I'd say 30 seconds is enough. So 3 seconds in 3 goals in a minute 40, not impossible, but does not really match the vibe of the game so far.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was gonna point out. Like, you don't really come back from having 4 goals scored on you in a game unless it's like 4 very quick goals scored in like the first, I don't know, minute or 2. In which case you can kind of
the first 3.
Yeah, you can kind of just have a better second half, but that's going to be 5. And Roehampton, wakey guys, this isn't how you win a grand final.
A similar one really, but that's just quite a long shot in. Just kind of.
I'm not worried for Roehampton because I mean we've seen them in the bracket already. They look good. I know what they can perform like at their peak, but to just be throwing away game 1 like this cheaply when they've got that advantage already, like it's gone. That advantage that they had from coming from the upper bracket all but evaporated at this point. And it looks like we're just going to be playing a very kind of standard best of 7 from here.
Oh, well, let's see. Yeah, I mean, of course, Roehampton did get the extra point. They've lost it pretty quickly. 50 seconds on the clock, and they are not bringing this one back. I mean, does it look like over the course... Well, that's my answer. I was going to say, does it look like over the course of this game, Roehampton is sort of, you know, potentially waking up a little bit, but...
Nope.
Not really, yeah.
They are still firmly in bed, are Roehampton. It doesn't look like Roehampton. And I've seen them play like this before as well. I saw them play like this on LAN at Newell in winter, where I'd built up the previous... I'd done all the build-up saying, yep, Roehampton were the best team in league play. They were unbeaten. They're coming into this bracket unbeaten. There's nothing that can stop them. And then UEA just absolutely stunned them. And Roehampton looked asleep all the way up until UEA were on match point, by which point it was too late. And that was the first time I'd seen them play as well. And I was like, God, these guys must be exceptional to be this dominant in such a stacked UK league. And they just disappointed. But since then, I have seen them play a lot more. And I know exactly what they're capable of. But it kind of makes this performance in game 1 here all the more disappointing, really, just because I know how well and how good of a standard they're able at playing at.
Yeah, I mean, it's never fun, right? When you know what a team is capable of, and you see them just sort of, well, we nearly managed to get that last one in, but yeah, when you know what a team's capable of, and then they just don't step up, you're like, right, well, lads, I'll be honest, we've been gassing you up for a couple of hours now, all right? When you started at 11, it's been 5 hours since we last saw Roehampton, or not, since we first saw Roehampton, and we've been talking a big game about you fellas, kind of making us look foolish as we turn up here now on the day, and it's not been happening. Obviously, as we said before, the Roehampton special is throwing, and then being like, well, okay, I guess we'll play properly. But they had 5 minutes of opportunities to do that. Because they were behind very early in that game,
Yeah.
in that round. So they've got a lot of they had a lot of time to
Well,
use that.
it was 7-1. They got Braziled in game 1. Like, yeah, they really need to get their act together. They're capable of it. They are fully capable of sweeping this Genoa team, genuinely, especially with their substitute. And I mean, they won in the upper bracket earlier. If they lose in this grand final now, it is a crying shame for them because they've already beaten this team with a stronger roster. But once again, 7 seconds is all it's taken. Try and analyze this a bit. Yep, JSW cutting rotation there, overtaking Yotam, leaving the net wide open, and Dylan at the back post. They're just not. Their defensive rotations aren't there. They're not communicating. They're not a cohesive unit at the moment. They're just kind of making decisions by themselves and not really kind of thinking about the consequences in the context of the team.
It's just so sort of so strange compared to what we saw from them before when they were winning, when they were playing properly. Like I think we saw, as you were saying, some questionable individual plays once they were ahead and wanted to have a bit of fun. But when they were sort of trying to play a bit more serious, we were seeing great control just of the map in general. But now that they're behind in this series, it's not really happening.
Not yet. Not yet, it's not. I still have faith that they can perform at their absolute best, but it just isn't happening for them yet. I think the biggest thing they need to do is communicate. You can see there just on the backboard, JSW and Yotam wanted to go for the same ball there. So I think they need to kind of spread out a little bit more, give themselves some space, know where each other is in the rotation, and then they can just build from there. Once they've got that foundation, then they can start to speed things up. They can play around their opponents, and that's what they do best. But as of right now, it's just disjointed, and they're not really being able to make any inroads into the Pesto defense because they're playing so much defense themselves, just trying to scramble the ball out of their own half.
Just not put together as they would like to be. Throwing themselves all about the place. And that's, well, it's not going to do a lot to stop goals being scored. It's not going to do a lot to get you goals scored either. As another one comes on in. But even, when the ball is in their possession or, dangerously close to the Pesto goal, it doesn't really look like there's too much opportunity for Roehampton to, convert that into an actual point.
No, but I think one thing I have just noticed is that Barrist has started playing a slightly different role. He is letting Ivex kind of take on the offensive responsibilities, and Barrist is now kind of playing the Andrea Pirlo role of just distributor, getting the ball to safety, finding a teammate, disrupting the play at the back. You can see him there just playing very passively on the back line, and whenever that ball gets into a dangerous area, he's just the one there to deal with it. And I think that's probably in response to Shuffleverse coming in instead of Sounds Good, because Sounds Good was kind of like the offensive powerhouse and was able to set up Barrist, but Barrist can't go it alone, and he probably doesn't have as much faith or trust in Shuffleverse and Ivex on the back line. So Barrist is just kind of playing the, I'm going to make sure that the ball goes nowhere near our net, and if it does, I'm going to absolutely clatter it out. And he's basically just taking no risks, essentially, is what Barrist is doing. And it seems to be working for them with him in that defensive role.
And we do stand a versatile king. Be like, right, this is the sort of the major difference between swapping in the players. So I'll step back, I'll play the defense. Shuffleverse, you can be the one stepping up forward, getting those goals in. And I'll just, as you said, play that back line. Let's just, reclaim the ball and do a little bit of disrupting. And that is it's a good trait to have in your players, to be able to flex about, play different roles as needed, especially when you have a teammate who's working odd hours. Well, it's working out pretty well for them, and unfortunately, it does not look to be something that Roehampton are managing to deal with right now.
No, I genuinely think that is the catalyst. Barris is just playing absolutely iron defense right now, and Roe I mean, they're starting to wake up and they're starting to probe the defense, but every time they get forward, they are just met with the brick wall that is Barris. And Ivex in midfield as well is really starting to step things up. He's playing very quickly. He's not giving the Roehampton players any time on the ball to think about what they're doing. So, yeah, Pesto are playing a near perfect game at the moment in terms of playing to their own strengths and just breaking down Roehampton and forcing them or playing to Roehampton's weaknesses.
Very much so. Breaking the line of Roehampton. But as you said, they woke up a little bit over the course of this game. Maybe they wake up a bit more going on into the third. There's, at least this time for Roehampton, it's not been as much of a blowout. Only for 2 goals scored as opposed to, was it 5 in the last one? 4 or 5?
7.
Oh, yeah, it was 7-1, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Right, well, once again, in the final second, we'll get one in. But look, it's a recovery for Roehampton, and there are odds in that. Well, not odds, but things stacked in their favor. One, they obviously have that first round, courtesy of winning up bracket, and it's a best of 7, so there's more games in the tank. Even though they've lost 2, it is not match point, so they do have a bit of time if they need to keep warming up, but they don't have that much time.
It looks very bleak for Roehampton at the moment, though. I'm not going to lie. This is not the Roehampton we saw earlier, and I definitely don't think this is the Roehampton that was victorious against this Pesto team in the upper bracket, unless Pesto went 2-0 up and then Roehampton reverse swept. Don't actually know the result of that game, how the games went at all. Just know that it went all the way to game 5. So I still feel like Roehampton are the better team. That's what's kind of so frustrating and exhausting about this whole situation. I feel like they should be performing better because we know that they can. They're just, I don't know, they're just slouching at the moment. It is disappointing. But I really hope they pick things up because I'd love to see a series of this. But I mean, if this trend continues, then Pesto are just going to run away with it, to be honest. I could definitely see that happening if Roehampton are unable to kind of shift into a higher gear.
Oh, way. Car reference.
Yep, got to get them in.
Room, am I right? When's the day coming that people start playing Rocket League in the racing sims? That's what I want to know.
What, I have actually tried it. I've got a Thrustmaster steering wheel. Yeah, I have tried it, but it's when you go to jump.
Surprisingly, doesn't work once you get in the air.
Yeah, you go to jump and immediately you're like almost pulling back on your steering wheel to try and go upwards, and obviously it's just on one axis. So yeah, it doesn't work. You can drive around, and it's quite fun to drive around, especially if you mess with the camera settings, so it looks like you're in first person mode. But yeah, once you're in the air, or you don't even really get in the air because there is no up or down. Speaking of Yotam, he has gone up and down and landed on the ball there and got Roehampton on the board first. That is a very important goal for them because, I mean, they've yet to win a game in the series, but coming from the upper bracket, they do have that 1 point advantage. So if they win here, they'll tie up the series and give us a bit of a different look to the series because so far, as we've been saying, they have looked a bit deflated and lackluster. So this could really turn things around for them here in game number 4.
Well, a strong opener, to say the absolute least. So are they looking a bit more warmed up now? They, well, maybe not.
No, they're not.
In? Yeah.
No.
Still not happened yet.
You had to ask, didn't you?
I was kind of hoping, but the last 2 times I've asked that, it has not worked out well for the Roehampton lineup. I mean, surely at some point they'll get back involved. We saw how little they cared about being behind before, but maybe now that there's
I think this is different, right? We saw them before. We saw them before, like, not trolling, but you could see that they were just trying to take the ball up the wall, go for mechanical plays, go for flip resets, etc. Like, basically just in free play. now they're actually trying to play the game, but they're just not doing a very good job of it. So yeah, they're just. It seemed like earlier they had so much confidence and they were just completely vibing. Whenever they had a lead in the game, it was just go for the mechanical plays, and you could see that there was a real swagger about them, and that has been completely absent from this series so far.
Oh, another goal comes in. Yotan, you know, is that defendable? That looked pretty defendable to my. Oh, that's what happened. Okay, he did get the block, but it sends it into the poles. Alright. Okay. Alright, that doesn't really count, Dylan. Right? It's got to be said. Again, that's one of my kind of goals. So whilst we have evened up the scoreboard, not really going to give too much credit over to Rowe for that one.
Yep, nice little kickoff goal there. I'm sure that they'll have enjoyed that one, and it does tie things up here. That is JSW being completely removed from the pitch there, trying to go for that dribble and flick, but defense for Pesto having absolutely none of it, and the defense having none of that either. JSW bit caught out, Shuffleverse at the near post, just flopping to try and make a save, and does so. Barris now taking it upfield. Dylan's going to get the boost though. He's got air dribble control here as well. Dylan could go all the way. Tries to go underneath of X, but can't find it underneath him. SW into the air. Does use that flip and get back to it, but Barris once again with the clear. Coming forward now is Barris, and Dylan over into the corner. Running out of boost, though. Yotam up into the sky. Shuffleverse meeting it in the corner. Not the best touch from Yotam there. But he has got enough boost to be able to get back to it and work with it, and finally gets a clear. But Pesto holding such a high offensive line that Roehampton feel like they've cleared the ball, but it is immediately just being intercepted by a Pesto player at every turn. You see Avex there, turning on that one, almost able to get a piece of it. Shuffleverse trying to get the clear off the backboard. It's actually over Dylan, and Barris helps it on its way.
Pretty well. Again, it feels like there's been quite a lot of setups for Road that in the games that we saw from them earlier, be like, oh yeah, there's just going to be a guy coming in. Like, they set it up, get it nicely, like that aerial control we were seeing earlier. It's like, oh, and now you just need the second or third guy to just come on in and just, you know, give it that extra bit of momentum to go towards the goal. We've seen that a couple of times this game, but there just hasn't been the actual, like, the follow-up, you know. The ball's in a great spot, but there's no one coming on in to actually make the shot after the setup.
Yeah, but I think that's in part to how Pesto are playing. Like, in the series that we watch Roehampton play, they were very used to being given all of the time and space in the world. But Pesto are not allowing that. Pesto are the complete opposite. They are being given no time, no space on the ball at all. And they can't play the game that they want to play. And when Roehampton are stifled like that, they really struggle. They've managed to kind of pick themselves up here in game 4. For how long? Avex with a shot towards the top corner. Could well have been on target. Shuffleverse now coming in. Avex with another challenge. You can see, though, just players from Pesto coming down that right-hand side and continuously making challenges. And that one's going to be in from Barris as well. My word, how has he got back to this? Yotam up high. Barris slams it onto the backboard. The drop down, that is a gorgeous double touch from Barris. And he has put his team firmly back in contention for the win in game 4 here after it had looked like it was slipping through their fingers.
Beautiful stuff there. We've now seen Barris sort of do it all in this particular round. He's had some great saves, some great goals, good defense plays, but also finding himself in the opposition half. And for the first time today, well, for the first time today, we find ourselves into overtime.
That's kind of insane that we've had 7 series and this is our first overtime in all of them. Barris is looking to finish things off early. Can't quite find it, and Avex with the follow-up. Dylan almost into his own net, and Avex from the heavens makes it 4-3, 11 seconds into overtime, and it's all over already. Oh my word, that is going to be so deflating for Roehampton. They looked like they had that game in the palm of their hand. They woke up, they started playing better, and now it's been cruelly taken away from them in overtime. And now we have Pesto on match point, no less.
That is a rough one for Roehampton. I mean, as you said, they had the advantage. Ends up getting tied up pretty close at the end there. I think that's, just the way to lose that overtime as well, with Dylan nearly getting a bit of friendly fire going, and then Yotan's just there as well. They're both like on the ball, but neither of them actually can make the contact or stop that goal coming on in. That's a rough one. Not how you want to lose the game, and as you said, not how you want to go to match point. You know, there's a pretty big difference in vibes between being 2-2 and being 3-1. Maybe again, it's like now they'll start trying, but that's, you know, it's weird. That argument is losing a lot of.
It feels like that argument is argument is loaded with a lot of copium at this point.
Yeah,
like yes, it's Roehampton, but where are they? Where have they been? I mean, yes, they started to show up in that previous game, but then they just got the kick in the teeth right at the end there of losing that overtime. And now Pesto are in prime position, and Roehampton are going to have to win 3 games in a row here if they want to be victorious in the series, whereas Pesto only have to win 1. That is it.
Well, strong opening from Roehampton.
Yep, good way to start.
Yeah. That's a kind of wanted to do that, you know, in the last sudden death as opposed to now, but Dylan just sends that one in the first 3 seconds. Always good to open up your round with a 1-0 start, but you're going to need to do that several times over the course of this series.
Yotam demoed, embarrassed once again on the back line. Should have control of this one. Just going to let it drop to the ground. That ball going straight up, straight down. Ivex not with the best clear though, and Yotam with a 50-50, keeping it fresh there. Should be able to challenge this one as well, but Barris with a nice little touch around the corner. Barris increasingly having to move forwards and out of defense though, and it's slowly catching him out. Just about manages to get back in the nick of time to make that save there. But yeah, I think that's maybe what changed in the previous game. Barris feeling that he has to try and be more of an offensive presence as well. And there we go. The defense wide open. Barris was back, but it was the 2 players in front of him that let him down there. Shuffleverse with a mistouch. Barris was looking to receive it on the side there. Came right out of defense, and they have been punished for it. Roehampton with 2 goals in the opening minute of this game. They're starting to look better, and Pesto's game plan is starting to slowly fall apart.
Let's see if they can carry on the momentum for the next 4 minutes. As well, there's not too much going of it, but I don't know. Was that a Poggers Roehampton play, or was it more of a, you know, just a whoopsie by Pesto, as you said, like Barris being a bit
Definitely
down,
whoopsie by Pesto.
touch going. Yeah, it's not. Does that not fill you with confidence for Roehampton's ability to continue this run in this round?
I mean, Roehampton are taking the opportunities that are being given to them. So if Pesto are now going to start making mistakes, courtesy of Barris feeling like he's having to move out of defense a bit more to create opportunities, then yes, I mean, it could be a way back into the series for Roehampton. But I mean, Barris was kind of fine as he was, just playing that defensive role. So if he can kind of be a little bit more passive again and just allow Shuffleverse and the Ivex, I definitely remembered his name, to kind of just do what they're doing on offense. Oh, he gets so lucky there off the crossbar, does Barris. But yeah, they have got themselves on the board. Ivex there. I think he gets the flip reset here. Yes, he does. 2 players double committing, and lucky boy Barris hits the crossbar on the open net, but his car lands straight on it after it bounces down from the crossbar. So 2-1 scoreline. Definitely not over yet. And reminder, Roehampton need to win 3 games in a row here. Anything else will be Pesto advancing to the playoffs, and they've already equalized 2 goals in probably about 10 seconds. Barist being a bit more offensive this time and actually reaping the rewards as Roehampton unable to clear their lines.
You have managed to even it up a little bit, bring it to 2 apiece, but now we'll see if Roehampton can find a little something back. I mean, really all on the line for them here. Pesto is all big chilling, as you said. They can lose this, they can lose 2 more before we really start to get into trouble, but Yotam has managed to reclaim the lead for the team, making it now 3-2, and that is just that. See, this is what we were seeing earlier. Just get that ball central, open goal, send it in, but again, is that because of overcommitments from Pesto or a good setup from Roehampton?
Nah, that one was just kind of pure RNG, really. There was a 50-50 on the right-hand side, and that ball just popped exactly perpendicular to the direction of the 50-50, and there just so happened to be a player there to convert the open net. So, yeah,
love that.
Nothing really that Pesto could have done there to avoid that. The 50-50 was necessary, and yeah, it just happened to go the way of Roehampton, who scored that open net. Barist should have the shot here. It's a 1-on-1 versus Yotam, but Yotam holding his nerve there. Shuffleverse is going to have to rush back for this one and hit off his own backboard and make sure it doesn't go in his own net. Left that one to the last second, but gets the ball to safety for the time being. But Roehampton starting to slowly wake up for sure here. They're definitely creating opportunities. They're starting to play more as a cohesive unit, which they weren't able to do in the opening stages of this game. So Roehampton starting to look more like Roehampton, and that is a bit worrying for Pesto. But yeah, I still think Pesto have every chance to win this series, and with the match point advantage, I think that they probably can do it. They've just got to make sure that they keep Roehampton at bay for at least 1 out of the next 3 games.
Just try. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it only has to be the 1 game, right? So all you have to do is just try and keep Roehampton a little bit subdued. They get a couple goals in here and there. It's not too important. You only have to have that 1 map. You are very comfortable here as Pesto, even though you came in, at that deficit with Roehampton having the 3 rounds. So it should be more than okay. And again, feels like for every Roehampton goal, it has we've seen so far in this series, it's been well, it's kind of just like I guess they got that one. Wasn't really their fault. But, and so that's a bit of a worry. We've not been overtly confident about the Roehampton plays so far. As 2 times now. Gets pretty close to Roehampton's goal, but not quite.
Not quite, but Pesto have been knocking on the door of Roehampton for the past minute. Haven't quite found an answer just yet, and Yotam going to seal the deal in this game. It's going to be 3-2 here, but still Pesto will remain on match point. Roehampton 2 games away.
Having some... Oh my god, they've got a goal because my camera's broken. Let me try to figure out this one going. Is this it? Aha! I fixed it. I have not fixed it. But...
Well, that is the conclusion to this game. Roehampton are victorious in game 5 here. And this is the first game that they have actually won on the field. They had that first point given to them as a result of coming through the upper bracket. But yeah, this is the first one that they won. And you have to say, really making amends for that previous game where they looked so close to actually getting a game on the board, and then it was snatched away from them in overtime by Pesto. So Roehampton, 2 more games required if they want to qualify for the UEM playoffs, and still Pesto on match point. I don't know now, because now we're starting to see the Roehampton that we thought we would see from the outset.
Okay.
And yes, they're still capable of winning the series, but yeah, that is the question. Are they fully warmed up now? Are we going to see both teams performing at their absolute maximum? Yes, we are. And Avex has got his shooting boots on once again there. Demolition on to JSW, opening things up there and puts it firmly in the top left-hand corner, just past Dylan, who is not going to get to that one.
I mean, I won't lie, did not catch the last goal of the game because I was trying to fix my camera. But did that goal look like it was like a proper, like genuine goal from Roehampton? As opposed to the ones before that had been a bit like,
Pesto?
No, the one that Roehampton got at the end
game.
of last round. Yeah.
I forgot that goal already.
Excellent. Because I was like, the ones that we saw before were all sort of like, like it was RNG or it was just like a mistake from Pesto, stuff like that. So I don't know if I want to say that they've warmed up, but as I've said before, I cannot read body language in this game, so it is hard for me to tell, but Dylan has at least managed to equalize the score.
Yep, that is a humongous pinch off of that left-hand side wall, and Dylan getting there before the defense does ties things up. So all of Pesto's hard work in getting that early goal already been undone, and we do now have a tied up scoreline. Vex should actually be able to get back to this one, gets another touch, but gets bumped off it by the challenging defender there. Yotam into the air. It's not quite over the top of Dylan, who just about manages to get a touch on it. Barris surely going to go up for this one. Banger into the net. Dylan gives it an extra punch into the top corner as well, and lead restored for Pesto.
Yeah, Dylan trying his best to clear that one out, but just doesn't quite have the right angle. And ends up sending it into the bar there. Regain the Pesto lead. All right, you well. It's only a minute into the game. Roehampton not really wanting to be finding themselves behind. Nice shot down the line, but Shuffleverse is there to defend it. Oh, a lot of up and down action going on. Ball just being contained mostly to midfield, but let's see if anyone can try and find a breakaway. Control just being traded back and forth. Dylan gets a nice shot off in, and
as a textbook double touch there. First touch, beautiful. Boosts back down. Vex, try as he might, not going to be able to get there off the backboard. And once again, a tied game. This game feels like it's the closest so far, I have to say. Roehampton are now looking their best, but Barris off the kickoff. It's going to be another kickoff goal. What on earth has happened here? JSW just flipping slightly to the left. I think he was trying to send the ball to his teammate behind him, Yotam, who was going for the boost in the corner, but ends up falling perfectly for the player following up from Pesto. And yep, as soon as we've had one goal, another one goes in. Dylan looks for the target with the flick, but can't find the mark. Pesto back in the lead again. They've had 3 go-ahead goals, two of which have been cut out. That's just in. Ooh. 3 of which have been cut out by Roehampton. It's just been back and forth, constant.
All right, yeah, see how this one goes. It is just a long shot, just quite was not about to go in, but the post helps him out, redirects it, sends it on its way. Nobody's quite able to defend that one in time. Now, bit of a melee in the middle. Does not make too much progress. I was worried we were going to see another basically just goal off the kickoff there, but with 4 people being locked up around the ball, doesn't really go too far.
Here's Barris into the air. He's got good control of it. Gets the flip reset as well. It's onto the backboard. Dangerous, but no one able to really put any venom or power behind that final shot and deal the dagger blow. We're halfway through now, and we've already had 6 goals in this game, and we are all tied up 3 apiece. But this is a crucial game in the series. Roehampton need to win if they want to stay alive and have a chance at that. At making the playoffs, but it could be all over if Pesto are able to find another go-ahead goal in this game and tie up the series, or wrap up the series, I should say, as they're on match point.
All right, will they be able to find it? Be able to get themselves that final point and that slot in the playoffs of the Amazon University Esports Masters? We will find out. 3 and 3, but right now, it's nothing too crazy. Ooh, Vex kind of trying to run the ball down a little bit, but Yotan will be able to make sure the control is taken away. Not going to be able to walk that one down the pitch quite just yet.
Vex with a shot onto the backboard is going to be over Shuffleverse as well. And now at the back, they're exposed. Dylan going cross field with it, carries it all the way over everybody. And it's a goal for Roehampton. 4-3, 1 minute 25 left on the clock. Pesto now are the team that need to try and find a response. I'm sure that they will want to avoid Game 7 at all costs, because it will mean that Roehampton will have won 2 games on the bounce going into Game 7. They will have the momentum behind them, the wind in their sails. It's not what you want. You want to be, you know, confident going forwards in the latter stages of a game, especially when it gets down to that final match-deciding point and match-deciding game.
Well, if you're Pesto, you have time. Got a minute on the clock to try and round this one back. Roehampton have been looking a little bit more onto form now, but I don't know, it's a risky time to start bringing this one out and to keep the game still this close. There's only 40 seconds in it. Ooh, getting dangerously close to the goal there, but Yotan able to keep it out. Can he keep it away, though? No, it's sent back over towards the Roehampton side. Dylan gets some air on it, tries to clear it out. They don't really need to score another one. They just need to keep the ball away, but score they will. And they managed to get, in the last 30 seconds, their 2-point lead.
Lovely pass from Yotan there, seeing Dylan over on the right-hand side. Best option possible there. So it is a 2-goal advantage now for Roehampton with 25 seconds left on the clock. And you have to feel that they might have done enough here. They might have done enough to take us to a Game 7. Against all the odds, the first 3 games in this series, Roehampton were just... They were nowhere. Pesto looked the better team by a country mile. And now here are Roehampton once again performing at their best. And I'm glad that they've, you know, been able to do this. I think if Pesto had just taken the series in a sweep and Roehampton hadn't really shown us what they're actually capable of, they would have been disappointed in themselves. But they've gotten us to a Game 7 here. And I mean, what more could you want? 2 teams now performing at their absolute best, and only one of them can get through to the Amazon University Esports Masters playoffs. The final team to make it will either be Roehampton or Pesto University of Genoa, and it will be one more game to decide it.
Roehampton absolutely pushing the limits of getting the getting the free round, and also it being a best of 7 as opposed to best of 5. If this is a best of 5, they don't have that point. It's over already. They have not made it through. They have lost. Was that a demo in literally the first second?
Yep.
It was.
Can happen off kickoff sometimes. It is a strategy, whether it works or not. I've never employed it myself, but yeah, it can work sometimes. Not in that instance, though. As we see Vex with a bit of a miss there. Hasn't looked the offensive powerhouse that we saw in games 1, 2, and 3, and that's definitely been drawing Barrist forwards as well, who is trying to create opportunities of his own. That one is just off the inside of the crossbar. Didn't have that much power behind it, but definitely had the accuracy. Yotam is going to have to take this one high into the corner. Can't get the block from Ivex as well. JSW now over towards Yotam, who's going to tee it up for his teammate. Lovely. Barrist hitting it away. It's going to be a real battle of the midfield, I feel, as neither team wants to give each other an inch of space. Be over Dylan, but touches it back towards Yotam, but it's up high. Double commit from Barrist and Avex, but Avex dropping back down. Barrist still in the air, in control. Dylan trying to chase this one forwards. Does steal the boost away as well, so that's going to put Pesto at a disadvantage now if you see a counter-attack coming through from Roehampton, but clearing their lines are Pesto for the time being and snuffing out any danger. No real opportunities coming through so far for either side, but you'd expect this kind of cagey affair in Game 7. Neither team really wants to take any big risks here.
There's definitely a lot on the line. You can understand why you wouldn't want to try anything too crazy. I mean, on into this final round of the series of the day of the last chance qualifier. Find out who's going to go join KSA at the playoffs on next Sunday. So major stakes at hand. I mean, we have not seen that first 5 seconds goal happening quite just yet.
No, this one is a real stalemate. It feels more like a game of chess than a fast-paced Rocket League game. Both teams are just kind of trying to make as calculated decisions as they possibly can. They don't want to give the opponents just a cheap opportunity at a goal. Just a mistouch or a miscommunication, double commit that creates an opening. You want to avoid those at all costs. Dylan looks for the double, can't find it. It's in at the near post. Ivex with the block, and Yotam going to have to go all the way downfield. Should be able to get it just about, manages to cut off the angle there. Here's Barris taking to the skies. Don't think he has a whole lot of boost yet left. And Dylan doesn't have any boost in the tank either, but able to make the block. In the corner now with JSW. Yotam going to be forced into a clear here and smacks it nice and long. Ivex going to send it towards the corner. His own corner towards Barris, who picks up that 100 boost as well. Goes into the air for it. Not going to be able to get back to it on the sidewall, though. And it is Roehampton back in possession. Bit of an open net, but Yotam collecting the ball in midfield. Barris there to meet him. It is really a war of attrition right now. Dylan looking for the fake, but not finding it on Shuffleverse. SW off the sidewall. Not going to be able to get possession back here. Barris, you can see how aggressively he's trying to play here, but is it going to cost Roehampton? Sorry, is it going to cost Pesto on defense? Because Barris has been their absolute rock. So if he's pushing forwards and leaving gaps in the defense, it could cause real trouble for them.
Well, we'll have to find out. I mean, now he hasn't been able to create too much havoc or too many goals, but we are already 4 minutes into this game without a single one on the board. So at some point, I think Barris is going to have to step up. But at the same time, we saw great success from him playing the defense and Shuffle being the ones to tap him in, but no one able to find the goals on either side quite just yet. And I mean, look, I think both teams, they're happy to take this one into sudden death. You don't want to do anything too crazy right now. You keep the game going at its current pace, and you can try to play out a war of attrition. If you panic now, you end up losing your slot in the playoffs.
Well, 30 seconds left, and we are firmly into golden goal territory. A goal now from either side could be a deciding one. As Dylan off the ceiling, carrying it all the way over. Ivex finds Barris in the corner. Barris trying to get it over the top of JSW, who is a little bit awkward, but gets it to safety in the corner. Ivex now infield pass, looking for a teammate. Dylan up over the top of one. Does he get bumped off it here? Barris has it at the near post. 1 second left. JSW has got to keep this ball up and does so. Flick off the corner. Surely Roehampton let this ball drop. Yes, they do. It's a Game 7 overtime to decide who will be going to the playoffs of the Amazon University Esports Finals. Roehampton versus Genoa. It all comes down to one more goal.
Could not ask for more. 0-0 at 5-minute mark in round 7, but both these teams, they do not want to make that mistake. They do not want to give up their potential slot in the playoffs. Don't want to give up their path to the LAN, to that €2,400 prize. So they want to carry on this series, keep this game going, try and find their opening. Just whistle down your opponent. Just wait for them to make the mistake that allows you to get yourself a spot at LAN.
Here's Barris off the sidewall, blocked out by JSW. Vex tries to go to the air. JSW once again with a block. Yotam into the skies. There's a miss from one. It's onto the backboard. Yotam with the drop down. Can't quite find it. Follow-up shot is there from Dylan. And it's good. Roehampton survive catastrophe in games 1, 2, and 3. Take it all the way to game 7. And there it is. The double touch to seal the deal in overtime and send them all the way to the playoffs.
Congratulations, Roehampton, earning their spot as that third UK representative over in the playoffs. And you see, that one was a proper round. That one, we got 5 minutes, no goal, and then still took another minute or so to get that final sudden death point in as Roehampton. A slow start to the series, to be sure, but fortunately for them, it's best of 7, and they were round up, so they can afford to take that time before finally, as I said, getting that sort of double tap into the conversion there to find that final goal to secure their slot.
Yeah, well, a slow start is an understatement. I haven't seen Roehampton play that tired in a long time. And I'm so glad that they managed to pick themselves up and show everyone what they were capable of. That last game there, probably the best of the day, to be honest with you. Both teams playing at their absolute maximum, their absolute optimum. And yeah, no goals scored in 5 minutes just because of how good the defenses were on both sides, despite offensive powerhouses coming through on both ends of the pitch. And yeah, it took one moment of brilliance, one moment of composure, I believe, from Dylan in that overtime there to seal the deal for Roehampton and confirm them as the 8th team to be joining the other 7 in the playoffs next Sunday. And I believe that we will be having an interview with
Yotam?
Yes, as the winner. So we've got roughly 3 minutes. I mean, maybe we can just kind of recap the bracket quickly. That could be a good thing to do. So we'll throw the bracket up quickly on stream if that's possible. Okay.
All right.
Yep. So we'll be looking at the upper bracket first. So if we focus on Roehampton, maybe to start off with, they had a bye in round 1 and then won against Turkish opposition of BAU. Then they faced Pesto in round 2, and that went the distance as well, going all the way to game 5, and Roehampton coming out victorious there. And then that upper bracket final, FCT with a slightly easier run through the upper bracket, making it to that final and getting swept by Roehampton, who then advanced to that grand final. And I believe we'll also be able to have a quick look at that lower bracket as well.
It must just must feel awful for the Pesto there, knowing that you took Roehampton to the final round twice, and then in this most recent one, they had the extra round. Do you think if you're Pesto going into that, if they won the game in the upper bracket, then you're sitting there with the 1 round lead to your start, and that's a quick 3-0 that turns into a 4-0 in your best of 7, as we see the lower bracket here. I mean, Pesto, they had a good showing across the whole tournament.
Yeah, they really did.
And they only came in at the very end of the lower bracket because they had such a good run in the upper. Such a great start to that finals as well, but just couldn't quite make it happen.
So here we see the final bracket, as we see that upper bracket final, Roehampton 3-0 against FCT, who then dropped down to the lowers, and Pesto, after making that run through the lower bracket and making the final, calmly dispatched of their Portuguese opposition 3-1. Made it all the way to the grand final and looked like they were set to take it. They went 3-1 up. And reminder, Roehampton had that 1 point courtesy of coming from the upper bracket, but Roehampton then came all the way back and won 3 games in a row, finishing it at the death with a victory in game 7. So Roehampton, that is a crazy comeback story. To be victorious there in the grand final after going 3 games down. But credit to them. They picked themselves up, dusted themselves off, and played their absolute best in those final games there. So worthy winners and very worthy of advancing to those coveted playoffs.
Well, I'm seeing that Yotam has joined the Discord.
Yep.
So I'm hoping we'll have that interview nice and ready, because I have some questions for the man. Most notably, that's what was going on there.
Yeah.
That's my main concern, really.
Well, we'll see if we can get him in imminently then.
Oh, is he ready? Ooh. Oh, we'll get him when we get him. But yeah, as I said, I mean, a very nice sort of, essentially, reverse sweep.
Yeah, it pretty much was.
They technically started with a point, but it doesn't really count. So it was a reverse sweep, at least in my eyes, for Yotam and the rest of Roehampton. And I don't know, how confident are we now feeling going into the playoffs then? Looking at that, we're like, okay, fellas, like, was it supposed to
Yeah,
be
I don't actually have a updated bracket for the
Oh, I don't
playoffs.
think the bracket's even been.
It has.
It
It has.
been seeded.
There is a bracket somewhere. Pretty sure.
Let's have a
I'll
look.
try and find it on my second monitor quickly.
I
Let's see. Oh no, maybe not. Wait, yes, there is. So the two matches that were already confirmed were the two German teams of, I think it was Dr. Boomen University and Hamburg High, and then you have Amazon. Is that Amazon Kabul? Oh, sorry. The other one was UEA versus UPM. That's England versus Spain. So one of the MENA team will either be playing Warwick or Amsterdam, and same with Roehampton. But I don't know where they're going to fit in the order.
Okay.
So yeah.
Alrighty. Well, I think he's ready.
Yep.
I think Yotam is ready to get on into the call. We're ready to get him in here. So all we need now is for the final steps to be made.
Okay.
Just
waiting on production.
Calls up. Look, things are happening behind the scenes. We're working on it. We're getting there. God, that's a banger.
Wait, what if we just join this channel?
Yeah.
Production. Can we just move to that channel?
We can come to him if he can't come to us.
Yeah, let's do that. Production guy, should we move? Hello?
Oh, he's disappeared.
He's here. There we go. Hello, Yotam.
Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. How are you doing? It's probably more the question.
I'm doing okay. I feel like we made it harder than it should have been, especially because
maybe, yeah.
especially because I didn't have Sounds Good, as I think like Barristan Sounds Good are like the duo on that team. But I think like the 3-hour break that we had from playing them to play like playing the finals, I think that maybe was a reason, but
yeah,
we managed to sort it out, so I'm glad we did.
What was the mental like after game what was essentially game 4 but game 3? They're 3-0 up, they're on match point. What was said between you guys?
I feel like we've been playing together for a year now, so we've been in most situations before. So we've played Pesto, we've played Scrim them all the time throughout the year, so we know that we can beat them, and we knew that we weren't playing at the level that we wanted to be. So we were just saying, let's make sure that we know that we're playing how we want to play and that sort of stuff. And thankfully, it worked out. So.
How did the matchup go between you guys earlier on in the day? Because we saw that it was the only time that you really lost during the upper bracket, but we didn't actually see the game for ourselves. Was it sort of more of the same?
Yeah, definitely. We always go close with Pesto, like when they're playing with Sounds Good. I mean, even now when they were playing with their sub 2, apparently. But we always go close, so it's always fun to play them.
Do you think that Barrist is the standout player for them? Because we noticed when they were still playing with Sounds Good that, as you mentioned, it was kind of Barrist and Sounds Good always linking up. But we noticed that once Shuffleverse started playing with them, that Barrist was taking a much more passive role and a much more defensive role. And especially in games 1, 2, and 3, he kind of just seemed like the brick wall of the defense. Like you just didn't seem to be able to find a way past him. Was that a bit different to play, given that you said you're used to playing these guys, and obviously you're used to the link ups between Barrist and Sounds Good? Was having him as kind of the defensive rock a bit difficult to play around?
Yeah, I mean, I've been competing against Barrist for so many years. Like, he's really experienced in the bubble scene, so I think he knows how to place himself, like given different teammates and stuff like that. So I think he's really good defensively. He's solid too. So I'm just glad that we managed to push through and win. So.
And do I spy the bright and beautiful colors of the was it that you call it the arena?
Do you want to see?
the
We can show.
gaming
No,
arena.
Yeah,
Is
sure.
that behind you?
no,
Yeah,
want.
is that,
no,
we got
little
is the whole squad here?
Jacob,
Ah, we are.
Hey guys.
Ooh. I say, do you play all your officials from there, from the
Yeah,
from the unit?
yeah.
Ah,
It's really good.
you get-
Roehampton, like, are really accommodating. They like want us to do well, so
mhm. It's
really
always
helps
useful
out.
to have that land buff. If anything, just for
Yeah.
the vibes. I can assume it's terrible when you're losing, but when you're winning, I'm sure it's great to have everyone hanging out, having a
I
good
think
time.
it'd be terrible with the wrong people, but I think like
Mm.
we're all so
I
close friends
have,
anyways. So
I
Yeah.
have heard about some of the various Roehampton teams from various games, and their and
Yeah.
the what do you call
You're,
it? The
you're totally
synergy
right. To be
between
fair, like
players.
I remember in winter when you guys went out of the LAN at Newell against UEA,
yeah,
but you guys were just totally chill about it. I was like, I thought you'd be like really down and upset, and you guys were like, okay, we lost. See you.
I think if anything, I get the most upset if we lose.
Right.
But yeah, I like I can ask for better teammates. So like they're always nice to hang out with just outside the game too. So
Well, obviously, this grand final isn't the grand final. This is the
Mhm.
grand final to have a chance at the grand final, right?
yeah,
So going into the playoffs, how do you rate your chances? How do you think you stack up?
um, there's a few of the German teams are, I feel, very clear of us. Like unless we pull an absolute miracle, then maybe there's a chance. I think there's a few teams in there that I think we can beat. And I think we could string a good run together, but we'll have to see it all about like who performs on the day.
Sure. Well, I think that is going to be all we'll be hearing from Yotam. But thank you very much. I can appreciate it's been probably as long a day for you as it has been for us as well. So thanks for sticking with us and thanks for joining us for the interview. And most of all, congratulations to you and your teammates.
Thank you very much. You guys have a good one.
Thank you. So that is it. A long day of Rocket League here at the Amazon University Esports Masters. Our next stream will be tomorrow, coincidentally, and we will be covering Valorant. Will you be on that stream as well, Doctor?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, okay. I thought you were a Valorant caster. I thought they had you as
I've done
well.
some of the Valorant, but
Okay.
not to my knowledge on that one. To be fair, it's pretty short notice to get onto this one, so who's to say? But probably not. And then after that, I think that the next event. Oh, we actually just have it in front of us.
There we go.
I think the next event may actually just be the playoffs for Rocket League, or
We've got League
Last Chance
LCQ.
next Saturday.
Yep. And then Rocket League playoffs, 14th of May. That is next Sunday. And then the week after that, I believe that's Teamfight Tactics on the 20th, Valorant on the 27th, and League on the 28th. And those live finals in July at a to be determined date. So that is the roadmap that we've got going forwards from here. But yeah, that is pretty much going to wrap things up for today. If you want to follow Amazon University Esports Masters on our socials, Instagram at UE Masters, same on Twitter, and Facebook University Esports Masters. I think that's it. I think we've got through all 7 series for the day. Any final comments from you, Doctor?
No, it's been fun. It's a very interesting game to sort of take a crack at in terms of, the pacing is just so different. The vibes are so different. What we were saying earlier about, you just go boom, 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 next game, next game, next game.
Yep.
You never, as the players, never really have a second to breathe. So I found it just, interesting and fun to check out another side of esports.
Well, it's been fantastic having you, and it's been a fantastic day of highly entertaining Rocket League. Thank you very much to all the production and admin behind the scenes as well for doing a great job on the stream. And I hope all of you guys watching enjoyed as much as I've enjoyed being here. But I've been Orion. I've been joined by Doctor, and that is all for today. Tomorrow, Valorant, be there or be square. And I will leave you with some highlights from today's stream. Thank you very much for watching. Yeah, Roehampton just look like they're on cruise control at the minute. Like, I've seen them playing grand finals against teams that can smash
Round and round forever searching.
Just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good, I'd die good.
I'm an odd person, I run in dark circles. I would love a long life, cause I love how life's worthless. I'ma paint purple, cause blue's overrated. We all outdated, we all so jaded. We all lost love like love's our savior. It's a dark place when it's all about the paper. Counting pretty cards before they deal you something heinous. I've been steady sitting on my ass. I'm so contemporaneous, in love with my behavior. But really I could probably try and be something greater. Good, I'm my favorite, you could tell me something different, but I probably wouldn't listen. No, I probably wouldn't listen. The word, that's the ego, scared it's taking over. But fuck it if it's fun to run my tongue up on these road fronts. But I know I could lose it all if I'm not careful. I sound scared, hope you feel that my heart's there though.